Team effort. We're all really coming together on this one.
We are live. Hello, everybody. Good morning and welcome back to episode 2 of Kravencast.
Hello.
No.
Today we are joined by a very special guest. First time caller, long time listener, Jacques the Whipper. Welcome to Kravencast, Jacques.
Bonjour. I'm trying to do a French accent and a Kraven accent because I don't even know what the Kraven accent is supposed to be.
He's like loosely Russian,
Yeah,
but like not good Russian.
It's something. I'm also trying to find your
Oh,
live so I can tune. Oh, there it is. Okay, now I'm in.
Oh yeah,
I'm
there's
joined.
a delay.
Oh god, and now I'm hearing myself in echo.
The Kraven voice is like 2 parts Russian to 5 parts like macho bodybuilder.
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Buns and pies.
Hello,
Never do a
listeners.
scorpion. Yeah.
Kravencast.
So who else is here today?
We've got me, Blue, we've got Cyan, we've
Hello.
got Indigo, we've got Red, and we've got Jacques. We're gonna play some more Spider-Man 2 today. I'm just setting up our fundraiser here. And
It's gonna be rad.
yeah. Is it?
We're all 2% awake today, so I hope y'all are ready for that.
Hell yeah.
We also all have slightly raspy voices today, so good luck telling
I'm
who
good.
it's
This is just how I normally sound.
I have been in the process of losing my voice since a particularly intense rolling with difficulty session we recorded last night. And, that's all I'll say about that.
And Indigo, when does that come out?
Not for a couple weeks, so
there you go.
everyone stay chill about it.
Why did you stay up so late then editing it?
Oh no! We recorded an episode, and then also today a different episode goes up that I was up late at.
Oh, okay.
no.
All right. I was
So-
like under the
It's an
impression that you were just like, I
insufficient
gotta edit
endless
this right
cycle.
now.
So
No,
today's
there's always another podcast to be edited. There is an episode coming up at noon today. It's the
This is
second
gonna be a
episode of season
nightmare.
5.
An
Check it out.
exceptionally
It's
normal
gonna be
one?
great.
Yeah.
A very good one that happens to have a lot of combat in it, which is why I was up so late animating.
All right.
guys.
So, how is everyone in chat? Say hi. My laptop is plugged in and charging. Thank you. I did that this time ahead of time. So we're not going to have a random crash partway through like last time.
Someone asked who the
yeah.
other guy was, so I'm just glad that this is now going both ways.
Yeah, usually the problem is that with 3 women on the call, the voices just blend into one soup of voice, and now there are 2 boys. So Jack, you and I are going to have to distinguish ourselves.
Yeah, so I was driving with my dad one time, and I was like, "Yo, Dad, listen to this episode of the Overly Sarcastic podcast that I was on." And he's like, "Wait, which one's you?"
Oh no!
The other guy.
Oh, that's devastating. God.
My dad is also like half deaf and doesn't listen. Like I've been driving and been like, "Hey, Dad, I have a question for you," and then like 30 seconds go by where I'm like, "Wait, is he responding to an email or did he just not hear me?" And then I'm like, "Okay, no, he didn't hear me."
Cyan, I feel like
I have a
that's
great
your
relationship with my
experience with
dad, I
stuff
swear.
too.
Right, of course.
Are you saying that's my experience with my father or with you?
Me. Cyan will like
Audio
call out
processing
across
machine
the
break.
house and then like wait 20 seconds. Is like, oh, he just didn't hear me. Blue, and try again. Like, oh, yes, honey.
Audio processing machine broke.
Yeah.
It's rough when that happens.
Basically. For quick recap, last time on Spider-Man, we got the symbiote suit. Harry had it, and he was doing good superhero stuff. He was excited to be part of the team. But then we got stabbed by Kraven, who's a big deal. A very famous podcaster, Kraven the Hunter, stabbed us in the stomach. And in order to stop us from dying, Harry gave us the symbiote suit. So now we have it. Not on the loading screen, of course. They didn't program that in. What kind of a missed opportunity. But in the game, which we'll see in a second, we have the symbiote. And our goal is now to find Dr. Connors, who is basically the doctor in charge of Harry's medical treatment with the symbiote, so that we can reverse engineer this thing, get it off of us, get it back onto Harry. The problem, however, is that Kraven turns Dr. Connors back into the lizard so he can hunt him, because he's a bastard.
When he was already the lizard?
He had been the lizard, but then he was human again, and then Kraven was like, "You were more fun when lizard shape. Go back," and then turn him back into the lizard
He's not
again.
wrong.
I
So-
miss your old content. Why are you doing this new shit? Science boring. Go back to dinosaur.
And then, of course, when he's the lizard again, Kraven's like, "He never misses, the absolute legend." Deep hole. So we're gonna go back into the game and try to find the lizard. We're also raising money for UNICEF. We've got a fundraiser going on to provide money for children's medical care, education, rights, protection, safety all around the world. So if you can donate and would like to, this is a very good cause. Please consider throwing in a few bucks if you can.
Can't explain it. I just think
This black suit can only go amazingly.
Only fantastic.
I think it's going to be spectacular.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Perhaps even friendly neighborhood. No, shit.
Red, I was just about to say that.
I don't think it's going to be friendly at all.
What about neighbor? Will it be neighbor at all?
Can't get more neighborly than adhering itself to your body.
Yeah, I mean,
The ultimate neighbor.
You know, we had to add some dynamic range to the voice acting and give someone a chance to do an edgy voice for a bunch of this game. You know, everyone's got an opportunity to like talk really dark and be in their feelings and everything.
Yeah, Yuri Lowell's main range is usually just like defined by how much pain his character is in at any given time. That's kind of the defining factor of Spider-Man in these games. Now he
I
can
feel
also
like
be
this
mean.
This is just going to devolve into all of us doing Geralt of Rivia impressions.
Oh yeah.
Geralt of Rivia adjacent impressions.
Yeah.
Is this the Geralt stream?
Based on how quickly I've been losing my voice, that's gonna happen regardless of whether we play this.
Are we a minute in?
I think we are. Oh, yeah, we're 5 minutes in, so we can start swearing now.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, it's the shit. Let's go.
Yeah, sorry about that, gang. You may or may not know this, but the first stream is limited monetization because it opens on me actively swearing. In my defense, I didn't know we'd started yet. I was in the sauce with Twitter not cooperating with me.
Lost
Aren't we
in
all?
the
Pro
Twitter sauce.
streamer, as my chat always likes to say when I start the stream muted because I forgot to unmute myself.
Oh, man.
Remember
I
that
know
time
it's not
that
just us.
Snoop Dogg had himself muted on stream for like a day and a half and everyone just kind of went with it?
No? Snoop Dogg was streaming for a day and a half?
He streams periodically. There was a clip I saw like on Reddit where he had left himself on mute by accident for a while, and his chat was just vibing.
So incredibly funny.
So,
Snoop
like,
Dogg
why is
ASMR.
Snoop Dogg still streaming? Like, that feels like something that he doesn't need to do.
Well, I feel
Although,
like it's
I mean,
more
like-
like he doesn't need to do anything to maintain his fame at this point, so he can just do
Yeah,
new odds.
Yeah.
The man has, like, completed the main story and is just doing side quests at this point.
It's
Yeah,
like
it would be weirder if he was taking, like, sponsorships.
Yeah.
like someone else in the podcast.
Like someone else who acclaimed podcaster Kraven the Hunter. Known for a couple other things before he got big in the manosphere.
Like conservation?
Because he's one of those weird Manosphere podcasters where like he has one angle that he's weirdly like progressive in, and then the rest is like, oh, there it is.
He's a total social Darwinist. He respects anybody as long as they're strong, but doesn't respect anybody else.
Strong girl. Fun?
I mean, like, I could see him being big on conservation because, like, you've got to have animals for him to be able to hunt said animals.
Very true, very true.
Fun fact, all of the vehicles that he's shooting you with, actually electric vehicles.
Wow, that's so, honestly, that's great to hear.
Yeah.
I was like,
Really
Kraven,
getting
this
ahead
one's
of
a hybrid. He's like, not good enough.
So just remember, Blue, that as you're destroying all of these vehicles for him, you are actually hurting the environment. So
Yeah, damaging Lio batteries is hugely devastating, actually. Like,
Really,
they
really
really
not
need to be
good.
carefully disposed of. I told you he was a public menace.
Yet another man in the podcasting sphere.
Spider-Man attacks famed
I died.
environmentalist Kraven the Hunter.
See, you died because you were being
I was about
unenvironmentally
to say-
friendly.
I was about to say, Blue, can you please heal because you're giving me
I
anxiety?
tried. I didn't
Oh my
have enough
god, that
focus.
ragdoll. That
Yeah.
was... you know what, this might be a hot take. I feel like in a game that takes itself this seriously, they probably shouldn't ragdoll you when you die. There should be like a death animation you go into.
No.
So like they did those in the Arkham games, and those like always. Maybe I played way too many like games where they did that as a kid. That those just stuck with me, and those like game over screens, where it doesn't show exactly what happens to you, but it gives you just a hint of what happens to you if you lose. Like those always stick with me hard.
Yeah.
Like the Arkham series, where like they have the villain like just stand over you and mock you.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was always like, oh, that's a little dark.
I think that's that's more of a bad ending than just all of your bones disappear and then they just spawn you
Yeah.
back wherever you were.
See,
Yeah, yeah. But I grew up playing like in the arcade. What was it? Final Fight. It was like this scroll beat 'em up shooter, but like if you ran out of lives, the screen was your character tied up in front of dynamite.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Trying to blow out the fuse, and it was like, do you have another quarter to save this poor person's life? Can you
Yikes!
do it? I was like, Jesus Christ.
Wow, you know, at least
7-year-old me
loot
was not
boxes
ready.
don't actually hold your protagonist hostage. I demand a payment of $1 million or the protagonist gets it.
See, I feel like the only only death animation screens I can regularly remember are from Uncharted 4, specifically.
Oh, yeah.
Just because it's always,
Nate!
yeah. Oh God,
Yeah.
Nathan!
I like that because it canonically acknowledges that you just died in front of your friends, and then the timeline resets, and it's like it never happened. Like that's just there to make you feel bad. It's like in the Resident Evil 4 remake, where every time Leon dies, Ashley's incredibly good voice actress sounds unbelievably distressed, and then it just resets immediately.
Yup.
I'm sure you got a lot of that playing on the professional difficulty, Jack.
Oh my God, professional difficulty can suck every dick known to man.
I've
hate
heard
it
that
so
one's a
much.
nightmare.
It is. So I 100%ed Resident Evil, which meant I had to beat professional difficulty, the hardest setting, in like a time limit with limited saves. And there were sections of it where I was like, I am no longer having fun with this
Oh,
game that is
no.
easily on my top 5 of all time. I am no longer having fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the difficulty settings are for, so you can adjust it to be fun, but, you know.
Yeah, I really want to get a PSVR 2 so I can play Resident Evil 4 in VR, which I
Oh,
did with
that sounds
the original
tortuous.
Resident
Why would you do that to
I did
yourself?
it with the original Resident Evil, and it's so much fun. The thing is, a PSVR 2 is like $600, and I'm like, I cannot justify this expense for one game,
Just
even
for-
if it
yeah.
is among my top 5 games of all time.
I know the spot you're talking about.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I really want it. I really want it. Like every day, I'm like, maybe I could go do it today. I don't have anything going on today. And I'm
Today
like,
could
no,
be the
no,
day.
stop it.
I can stop at any time.
Look at where you got the fireworks from too.
The temptation.
I can stop. I can take this black suit off anytime I want. This is fine.
I know, okay,
Good to know.
Spider-Man's always kind of cheeked up. I feel like the rendering engine on the black suit is just really highlighting.
Yeah.
It's lifting and
Yeah.
separating, you know?
Yeah.
I do remember playing one of the Amazing Spider-Man games, the Andrew Garfield
Oh,
ones,
yeah.
which were like somehow even worse than the movies, and the movies weren't good.
Oh, how?
And I say this as like the biggest Spider-Man fanboy.
Well, that's why you
but-
don't like the Amazing Spider-Man.
I didn't hate them, but like let me put it this way: I enjoyed them. I recognized they were not good movies.
Yeah.
But I remember I picked up the game after watching the movie because I was like, yo, I want some more Spider-Man fix. And I was playing with my then girlfriend at the time. And the first thing she said when the game started, she just goes, dad ass.
Spider-Man and Nightwing are like the two heroes where the only thing anybody talks about, aside
Yeah.
from like plot, is just booty.
The only thing they talk about
got it.
besides the plot.
That are like,
Yeah, you know, besides
yeah. They do the like costumes that are pretty much just like, yeah, if your butt is good, we're all gonna know. There's no getting around this at this point. Not that they're the only superheroes who do, but they are two of the bigger notable ones. Who,
Yeah, but it is
have gotten to be
funnier
all
because
over
the
town.
black suit canonically has like that weird obsession with Pete, so it's like, oh,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
gonna look good at
yeah.
me.
I enjoyed the best asset. Here's the question though: is there a superhero who does not have a good ass?
There's like the butt
And a
smash
long
joke that we can be
pause.
making here.
I mean, seeing as they're not real people.
True.
Exactly.
But
Like, it's
because here's
always-
Artist
Here's the-
purview.
here's the thing: a lot of comic artists that I've seen, like, a lot of superheroes are like canonically hot, especially Nightwing, and a lot of artists just do not know how to do that. They just can't. The current Nightwing run is really good for pretty Nightwing, but many Nightwing runs are not. Like, this is an actual problem. Like, drawing people pretty is a skill, and not every superhero comic artist has it. Liefeld being the most
I
blatant
was
example.
just gonna say.
Yeah, like he barely knows how to draw like people, you know, at least in his like in the run of comics that he illustrated that most people know about. It's like everyone there just kind of looks like a loose assortment of lines and shapes and pockets. And then they just kind of have to pretend like, yeah, this guy's so hot looking, I guess.
It's a choose your own adventure of what a person should look like. It's just like, I think
It's
these parts
definitely
fit
one of those things where,
together.
like, you can tell which part of the figure he started drawing and where he realized it wasn't going to line up with the background that already was there. So he kind of had to like fuzz it, or like, okay, how many ways can I hide the feet so I don't need to draw feet? Like, how many ways can I hide the fact that everyone's kind of completely out of alignment with each other, geometrically speaking?
Cannot help you. I've seen this so many
Anyway.
Well, or maybe they're just saying feet
I
aren't
can
free.
protect you from the hunter.
It's true.
I'm not
Yeah,
worried
yeah.
about
Maybe
that.
Leifold was ahead of his time.
I thought I left this behind.
We already bought the comic,
think
but
it's
this is the plebeian edition.
This is his jungle now.
Apparently, Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, canonically does not have a good butt.
I
Apparently.
don't think I believe that for a
That's
second.
what chat is saying. They're saying Captain Marvel. I mean, like, chat saying they said Superman, which I don't believe.
That
Not for a
come
second.
on.
One moment. But
No.
multiple people have mentioned Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel.
Then everybody should watch.
Someone also said Hulk,
Earth's Mightiest
though.
Heroes, where she's running around in like a leotard for most of it, and the booty is on full display.
Got the classic costume before in the mid 2000s. She got the upgraded. We can give our female superheroes leg coverage costume.
Someone said Superman's all about the chest, though. I mean, that doesn't prevent him from doing leg day. You understand
Oh,
that,
I see.
right?
This is the standard. This is the
see.
boobs versus
Very
butt
unfair.
argument again, but for men. Sorry about that.
Is that someone outside your building?
The sirens are coming for me.
What
I
did you
said
do?
we were doing a boobs versus butt Superman argument, and the cops were
Raven heard
immediately
you talking
called.
shit.
All the X-Men got cheek except Xavier. Xavier's ass.
I feel like that's ignoring all of the X-Men who have like blob power.
That's true, yeah. I mean,
Oh,
Xavier, like the way they did younger Xavier in the rebooted post Days of Future Past timeline, he's standard issue cute for most of it, and they don't even put him in the wheelchair until like late.
Now people are just talking about people who are dumpy. So
What have I unleashed?
butts.
I just can't help it. Look,
Do
he's
what
just a
you got to
he's a
do.
he's a perfectly vague
God damn it,
silhouette
Jack.
except for the butt.
Yeah, the lighting on the butt is it's definitely intentional.
And
Like,
it-
look at that.
Yeah.
It's like
Right
always
there.
there.
Yeah,
Like even when
seriously.
he's standing in shadow, it's reflecting a mysterious otherworldly light.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, like
I'm telling you, the
it's
symbiote
already
is
like a
up to
morph
something
suit
here.
that he's got on, but this is like, this is extra. This is advanced cake.
He does have spider boobs.
17
True.
minutes in, and we are just talking about superhero butts.
I know.
We have
haven't
to
even
get this
hit
out of our
20.
system early, otherwise it'd be too distracting.
I mean, that's not going to stop us from doing this again later, though. How many
it's
times
true.
have we played Smash or Pass on this, like,
Too many,
channel?
and we're not going to start
It's been
right
a while
now.
though, you know. We
No.
haven't done.
Every
We can pull out
time
the
it's been a
Spider-Man
straight
villain list.
banger. I could pull
Also,
out the
Chad is
Spider-Man
pointing
villain
out Flatman from the Great Lakes
Oh.
Avengers. Canonically,
God.
probably has no ass.
Oh, there's your correct answer.
Boy.
Red has unleashed Pandora's buttocks. Yeah, just about.
Smasher Pass Spider-Man villains. Yo,
See,
let's go.
I'm telling you. Hold on, let me see.
I'm
if I
Hold
can-
on, no, this is a donation reward. We cannot give this away for free.
You're right.
You are
You're right.
so right. If we get
Smasher
to
Pass isn't free.
What's that?
What are we at right now, donation-wise?
I need to reload it to see, I think. There we go. I don't know where we started at, but we're at 2,670.
That's about where we started.
Okay.
Damn. Oh.
Well, maybe we could do that for 3K?
Sure.
Seems manageable. Let me see if I can pull up a list.
Spider-Man villains.
Ooh, there's a Wikipedia for it. Great.
I feel like this is going to be a lot of passes, but we can only find out by, what's the game changer? The only way to learn is by playing, the only way to begin is by beginning.
Yes.
Only ways to play.
The
is
only
by
way to win
learning.
is to not play.
Yeah, kind of.
So this is just a full list. Do we want to try and do this in a random way?
I mean,
So, yes, I have in the past, every time we've done this, been able to pull up a random generator for whatever the thing we're looking for is, so I could pull an actual one.
We're getting
Okay,
a weirdly
I found a
large amount
generator
of
for
donations
random
coming
Spider-Man characters, which is not immensely helpful.
Anonymous, Burb of Hermes. So Anonymous with 20, Burb of Hermes with 100, Anonymous with 5. I've definitely missed some because I haven't been paying attention. Anonymous with 20.
Oh boy, it's happening.
Anonymous with 7. Anonymous with 5. And if I missed you, I'm very, very sorry. Oh, Dylan with 20. Also, Jack, you weren't here last week, but I've decided that I'm not going to say currencies. It's just numbers. Doesn't matter what currency you donated in. I'm only giving you a number.
Got a couple odd currencies.
Could
that
it
we
at least
couldn't
be
quite
like
guess.
Kraven bucks?
Kraven
Ooh.
bucks.
Okay, so Anonymous with 10 KB, Kraven bucks. Anonymous with 10 KB.
Okay, so the question is, did Kraven like make his own cryptocurrency, or did somebody else make a Kraven banded cryptocurrency and then get killed by Kraven about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think
yeah.
Kraven's like just printed out a bunch of Monopoly money and then crossed out the little guy in the middle and drew his face in, and he's calling it crypto, but fundamentally he is just sort of adding paper back into
No,
the
Every time
I
you-
like to think that Kraven bucks is just stands for like crypto raven or some bullshit.
I think every time somebody tries to explain to Kraven what crypto actually is, he just looks increasingly threatening until they stop. So he still has no idea what's going on.
It's like he has a line of what he like brands as a cryptocurrency. It's not, but he just calls it that and people buy it.
It's anything he doesn't understand. So he's like, Danish
It is
kroner.
cryptic currency.
That's a cryptocurrency.
I mean, the thing is, we've just established that Kraven is very environmentally conscious, so I feel like he certainly wouldn't contribute to the nightmarish ramifications of extensive Bitcoin mining and shit like that. So he's like, it's eco-friendly cryptocurrency
Thank you to
made
Anonymous
from recycled paper.
for 10 KB and Cornet Chris for 10 KB.
Oh,
Blue, I want to
boy.
say I'm really impressed by your commitment to stealth in this game, because I would like take out one person, then I'd be like, I'm bored, let's go beat everyone up.
See, the thing
Oh,
is,
if a game gives me the opportunity to be stealthy, I will so frequently just stay with that. That's how we played Splinter Cell Blacklist. That was
Yeah.
like the move.
Blue can only do
Well, I feel like
so
Splinter
much.
Cell you have to stealth.
Well, the thing is, they always eventually make you just have to fight off waves and waves and waves of guys.
For context,
But
this
so
is
many of the missions you
Splinter
can
Cell
just
Blacklist,
sneak.
which has a much heavier action focus.
Thank you to Traberme for 20 KB. I definitely said your
bit
name
gets
We
wrong.
always get so mad that we're about to do a Smasher Pass, and then it's the most popular thing that drives donations, and we all have a great time doing it.
People
We're
do
already
it
at
because Blue is mad.
2,875.
Let's go!
Boo, boo, boo.
So I found a generator for random Marvel villains. They're not all Spider-Man villains, but we could always
we
just
could
generate
send it to
a
Marvel.
few. Yeah, we could do that. I think that could be fun.
The dock worker. I did a number on him.
I also just like to contextualize what's happening. Peter is essentially tracking mass shipments of vodka to find where Kraven's goons are hanging out.
Craven drinks only highest quality vodka.
Close by.
Cravencast sponsored by Absolute.
You're gonna be okay.
I found
Absolute
a
unit,
random
absolute
Spider-Man
vodka.
characters generator.
You found a random Spider-Man characters generator?
Yeah, but it's giving us like a
thought I took it.
lot of weird stuff. like,
Really
even
random.
I haven't heard of some of these folks.
Too niche. Let's just do the Marvel villains one.
Yeah.
Half of Spider-Man villains are furries. Let's be real. You're not wrong, Logan. You're not wrong.
Some of them aren't. Sandman is something unidentifiable.
The Sand Fury, furry.
What is how Harry's doing without the suit right now?
Wow, there was one brief shot where the butt was even, but this is ridiculous.
Red, you're really hung up on this butt.
It's the rim lighting! I can't look away!
It's the what lighting?
Rim lighting. It's
No,
when
no,
you-
I.
Jesus Christ.
We heard what
Oh
it said.
boy.
It's an
wanted to
artistic
make sure
term,
you
you all know it.
Thank you, Anonymous, for 5 KB.
It's one of the only ways that you can illuminate a character that's otherwise entirely a black silhouette.
Hope our VIP is here. They're more riled up than usual. Just keep your head down.
How are you getting in?
Kitchen entrance.
This is a very fun sequence we're about to embark
Peter
in.
Parker look, isn't
Does
it?
that mean we
just
should be
bonked you.
quiet, or?
No, it'll play out over a course of time. I'm glad that this symbiote does have costume changing powers.
That's low key. I think the best ability.
Yeah. That is one of my
To always
favorite things
have that
about the
drip.
symbiote.
Always have that fit.
Yeah.
Get that style. And because it's a symbiote, it's literal drip. 'Cause it
Yeah.
can drip off.
Because it's goopy.
Forget to mention the suit could turn into a tux.
Never did that.
I have just
like how
recently over the
enthused he is
past
about
year.
this.
Over the past year, I've discovered all the Gen Z slang, and now I just try to work it in as much as possible to make them all cringe. And I
See, you need to do that, but you need to work it in like slightly incorrectly.
Yeah.
Like just enough
Oh,
that
we
it's
did
gonna
that.
bother
Sounds like
people.
your ship's starting.
So we did that on an entire stream when I was streaming Spider-Man 2, where we were trying to figure out what "gyat" meant, and so we just started using it as much as possible incorrectly. We were like, "Gyat 'em. We got to go get that."
And then chat's
just
like
really
warmer, colder. No, you're freezing cold. No, not
No,
it.
chat's like, my ears are bleeding.
I mean, that rule that the #1 way to learn information on the internet is to be purposefully wrong and wait for somebody to correct you.
Yeah.
Thank you to Fist of the Snack Bar for 5 KB.
Two examples of this thing that comes to mind is one time where I don't know who it was. It might have been me. I honestly don't remember. Describes instead of saying like, "Oh, this song slaps," it was like, "Oh, this song is the slap."
That was my mother.
I think that was your mom. Okay, yeah. The other one was I think I saw this online, which is like going to like some social gathering and commenting like, "Oh, like Samantha, these potatoes are so Fortnite. This is great." Just using the
My
word
dad
fully wrong adjectively.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Yep.
My dad heard the phrase 0 to 100 like 3 years too late, and then
Oh.
at Christmas was like, "So Indigo, could I go like 0 to 50? You know, like 0 to 75? What if I'm not going to full 100?" I'm like, I think you're overthinking this, Dad. I think maybe you put too much thought into something that has very little meaning.
We went 0 to 100 perfectly respectably at a normal pace.
Thank you to Neres25 for 25 KB.
Yay.
We can just call them Kraven Bucks.
Saying Kraven bucks for every donation is a lot. I'll like throw it in every so often so like newcomers to the stream know what it means, but for the most part you're getting KB. These Riz are so edible. Thank you, ADHD ridden troglodyte. And thank you to DJ Bensil for 20 KB.
Yeah. What just happened in the game was the hunters were going to like tranquilize one of the servers, so Peter's symbiote reached out and like tripped the guy a little bit, so it shot the hunter who was holding the server hostage, which is cool. Sure, it allows Peter to be like a minorly better Spider-Man, but also this was the suit acting functionally independently without Peter's approval or consultation. That's a bad sign.
The symbiote is basically just a golden retriever. It just really wants to please Peter. It's like,
The symbiote-
look,
yeah.
I fix it. I hurt the bad guy, so the bad guy gets hurt and not the good guy. See, look, I do good.
If it weren't for its overt evil tendencies, it would be very endearing.
Kraven isn't here.
Oh, what? Reddit tries to kill someone once, and now the woke literati is coming to cancel the symbiote? I can't believe you people.
He should go on the Kraven cast.
hosts to defend itself.
Is that host not
Symbiote.
wearing a tie at this like very clearly black tie event?
You're
Outrageous. We
fucking
found the real
dead,
imposter
kiddo.
Yo, come on, bro. Put on a tie. Kraven's
Also,
gonna kill you
is
for
that the same character model as Dr. What's-His-Face, who's Lizard now?
No.
No.
No, the model for Dr. Connors is much more soft in his features, I guess, is the way I would describe it.
What are you trying to say
It
there,
just
Blue?
looks like
What
a
you trying to
poorly
say?
rendered Jeremy Renner.
They made Dr.
does a
Connors
little
weirdly twinky, okay?
What? Excuse me, sir?
No, it's... I'm telling you. No, this isn't just me.
Twink Boy Connors.
Hold on, I'm looking this up.
Thank you to Anonymous for the 50
This
KB.
clarifies nothing. It's just a guy.
I'm sowing discord.
I-
Look at me go.
Are you being the bad boy
am
of the
not
stream?
feeling-
Yeah.
This is a man you get in a 6-pack at 7-Eleven.
Thank you to Cannabis Christ for 20 KB.
Absurd. No.
Oh, that's what they did with is it Lizard in Mortal Kombat, the new one? They were like, instead of being a big lizard man, he's just this extremely pouty hot boy with tattoos, but sometimes he can turn into a lizard.
Blue, someone said you've offended Link by calling Dr. Connors a twink.
A twink, not the twink. Come on, I do have respect for the classics.
You should leave now.
Someone said Twinkosaurus rep.
So funny. Just
No!
not to do.
Thank you to Eowyn Igneal Cheshire for donating 5KB.
Was looking up
And
that
someone else asked what happened to
Gotta
Link's
find
Left
the
Nut.
elevator.
Where is Link's Left Nut when we need him?
That's a different stream series, guys. You gotta go back
Yeah.
and watch the VODs of Red playing through Tears of the Kingdom.
Was that for this Tears of the Kingdom
No,
stream?
no. It was from the 2020 Tears, Breath of the Wild streams, but you know.
I think Lick's Left Nut might have even been on the Dog Percent or Dragon Rush.
Oh, it was. It was on the
It was
Dragon
on
Rush
the
streams.
Dragon
yeah.
Rush, and then reoccurred on Dog Percent.
Oh.
Yeah. Get ready for the most uncomfortable cutscene in the entire game.
Does it have to do with eyes?
No. It's just socially uncomfortable.
Oh, good.
Oh, sorry.
This is bad server etiquette all the way around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
None of these people are professionals. This would never
no.
happen in a real kitchen.
If everything isn't perfect, we're all
No one's
Oh, I
saying
see what you
coughing.
mean. Yeah, this is shameful.
No, wait!
Never. Why would you? You're pulling a cart with nothing on it. Why are you going backwards? Just push it, you dumbass.
This is so fucking funny. Like, this isn't even Peter's fault at any
No,
point.
this is fully their fault. I'm surprised there's any staff left.
We finally found 3 people more awkward than Peter Parker.
Yeah.
More clumsy than Peter Parker when he's
are- I
not
never
Spider-Man.
thought.
Even
We
the
are
symbiote's like,
18.
I can't save these people.
We are 18 KB away from Smash or Pass friends,
Wow.
so you could be the one to get us there.
Come on, team. Let us play the most fun thing that we do on stream, despite how much Blue does not like it.
Half the fun of donating is Indigo saying Cheshire. This is not Indigo.
Nope.
Wow.
I continue to not be this. We continue to be 2 different women.
You see, you can tell because I am the bad boy of the stream and Indigo.
I
Also,
think my, pulling back from constantly insisting that I'm the bad boy of the stream is the most bad boy behavior because I get to just like sit in it. I know who I
listen,
am.
a
and,
true
like,
bad
well,
boy
their
will let you
character.
know that they're the bad boy. That's the real bad boy. It's a subversion of expectation. Anyway, thank you to K
And you know I'm
Nevik
the bad boy because I stayed up till 5 a.m. and I'm losing my voice, and you can hear it in that
Indigo.
slight rasp that says, "Hey, this character has edge."
Hey Indigo.
It's the rasp that says, I was voicing Danny for 5 hours yesterday.
Hey Indigo, guess
I
what time
played
it
a
is?
character that sounds like this for far too long, and now my actual voice is getting closer and closer to sounding like that just all the time.
What
All roads
time
lead
is
to
it?
Danny.
All roads do lead to Danny.
Anyway. Thank you to K
There's
Nevik
one-
for the 10 KB, Anonymous for the 20 KB, and Anonymous for the 10 KB, and Cannabis Christ for the 5 KB again. Which means it is time for
Smash or
Spider-Man, smash or pass!
Marvel villain smash or pass.
Marvel villain, smash or pass!
But an emphasis on
All
Spider-Man.
right, I'll pull up the generator.
Good. Because you can generate more than one at a time if you want. You could just like generate and then pick whichever one is a Spider-Man villain.
Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know how well I personally know the Spider-Man villains to be able to tell you every single one that's his. So I'll
that's
just
fine.
Me to do
Yeah,
it?
text the link to Jack.
It's in the
I was
group
like,
chat, I
this
put
is-
it in
This is
there.
my area of expertise.
The Dannification
for
of
it.
Indigo.
Oh, okay.
It's really
so.
the vocation of Danny in a way. 'cause
Hey.
Danny is the character.
You want to?
So the first one we've got. Who's the first smasher pass here?
We're gonna start with
so I
Blue.
usually go.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Blue, I feel like you have a pretty easy one. Dr. Octopus.
That's gonna be a pass from me.
You're gonna pass on Doc Ock? Come on, bro.
He does have a lot of interesting possibilities with the arms.
Yeah,
Is he
but
being played by
Oh.
Alfred Molina in this
There-
instance is the real question.
There was this one comic just issue that I had that had a full page illustration on the back of Doc Ock with his 4 arms pinning all 4 of Spider-Man's limbs to a wall as he was slowly peeling his mask off. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. I'm like 8. And I never thought about it again except now. I'm just saying. Possibilities.
the problem with Doc Ock is you are catastrophically outnumbered, and that's no fun.
Some people are into that.
Someone asked
Yeah,
if they
like
missed
that's
a clear.
gonna be a hard pass for me, dog.
Yeah.
What
Too
am
much.
I doing
Too much
wrong that I
squidgy.
cannot
Not big
get?
into the squidgy. The little slurp slurp.
Well,
They're metal.
First, he's like 70.
That's true, yeah.
2, like his personality is toxic AF. Like, he's just like not a pleasant person to be around. Like, I could have a conversation with a lot of Spider-Man villains. Doc Ock is not one of them.
Yeah, Doc Ock kind of has to be the smartest guy in the room.
Yeah.
Devil's Advocate pointed out that Doc Ock would be too clingy. This is true.
He also did spend some time married to Aunt May, so he probably wouldn't be into any of us either. He's clearly got a thing for older women.
Arc. Weird arc.
Okay, so what's next?
all right.
Spider-Verse Doc, though, that's easy. I mean, maybe that's just
I mean,
me.
that's.
Anyway.
No. You're not wrong.
Let me cook, yeah.
Yeah, let her cook. Let her cook.
Who is up next? Because I have 2 more Spider-Man villains.
That would be Red.
Oh, cool. Let's do it.
Red. This is topical. You got the lizard.
Pass. I just don't buy it. He's not a twink. He's just a guy.
You're only into twinks?
No, but even if I were, then he wouldn't be one.
So I will say, of the Spider-Man villains, you could do much worse than the lizard, assuming he's actually in his human form. His human form, he's nice, he's loving, he's got a good family, he's got, he's a loving father. He does eventually
But that's the thing.
kill
He's a
his wife
happily
and
married
child.
man. I wouldn't want to, I'm not
family,
gonna home wreck this poor guy. He's already got enough problems, like being the lizard.
He's already a lizard.
Yeah, and he does evenally kill his wife and child. When
Wah.
This is
But
the
you
most
know-
academic smasher pass we have ever done.
This is far from the most academic Smasher pass we've ever done. I remember the
We're
Smash
only
Bros.
2
one
entries
getting
in. We can
pretty
get much
big
worse.
heavy.
I just feel like we're doing the most discussion out of anyone we've done.
Whoever's next has a good one.
That would be Indigo.
Indigo,
Howdy.
you have J. Jonah Jameson.
Hey!
That depends. Is he played by J.K. Simmons?
He is always played by J.K. Simmons. He is
False,
never
because
not.
in this game he is not played by J.K. Simmons, and that's crazy to me because he is in Baldur's Gate. So like, what's going on, game? Anyway, if it's J.K. Simmons, smash it. If it's not, pass.
I gotta say, not a huge fan of J.K. Simmons' performance in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm gonna say it.
Who is he about? Oh, he's like the.
I think he is Ketheric Thorm. He's like the big bad for Act 2, and he's one of the
Right.
3 big kind of bosses that are the main thrust of the game. And I don't know. I think he does an okay job. I don't think he's like an outstanding vocal performance, but I think the character fits the story a lot better than some of the other baddies that you get in Act 3 do. So I was enjoying the J.K. Simmons of it all, if for nothing else. That there were a lot more excuses for his character to do big monologues because he was voiced by J.K. Simmons than the actual quality of the exact performance. But
Yeah.
if, in a world where he had to pick one game, crazy that Spider-Man 2 couldn't swing.
Right?
Couldn't
came out in
swing it?
2023, Yeah.
I mean, like, is there?
Can we take a second to
Alright,
appreciate
who's up
this is a
next?
really good
Oh, that
tiger
would be me.
in this video game?
Yeah, it is
like,
nice tiger.
Tiger.
There have been a lot of crappy animals in video games. That's a good tiger.
He's
I'm
a
just really
sweet
excited we
boy.
didn't have to hurt the tiger. Because
Yeah.
the tiger's just, it's friend shaped. If not friend, why friend shaped?
Yeah, if not friend, why so petable and kitty cat?
Of course Kraven's not going to be at his own party. He's too busy recording his podcast.
Yeah.
But yes, I am next. We're going in an order that I've decided.
You have, I think, the easiest choice we've had so far, Carnage.
Ugh.
You don't need to look it up, dear.
I do. I just need to make sure I know I'm.
He's
we're
the,
ta-
he's the
Red
goopy
Venom.
offspring
Yeah.
of the Venom symbiote that looks like raw meat.
Remember when I said too goopy? Definitely too goopy. This is a pass.
Too goopy, too much fond of murder.
Too scoopy, too goopy.
Yeah.
The murder is not the turnoff here.
Good to know.
Cyan leading hard into that bad boy persona today.
He's not bad enough for me.
Wow.
And then Jack, you are next, so you get to pick your own.
I have Hobgoblin, who has
Oh.
never been.
We have
one
Green
of my
Goblin at
preferred-
home.
Yeah, like it's never been one of my preferred villains. That said, if I remember correctly, like the actual Hobgoblin, because he's framed a bunch of people as the Hobgoblin. I think like the original Hobgoblin is like this like master thief criminal who is canonically very attractive. So I'm gonna do a smash because
Cool.
I don't think we've had a smash yet.
No.
No.
I don't like our
Oh,
odds
wait,
for the rest
no.
of the game.
I thought Indigo smashed J.K. Simmons.
J.K.
only
Simmons,
J.K.
but not
Simmons.
J.
Yes,
Jonah
J.K.
Jameson.
Simmons, but not J. Jonah Jameson.
It was a conditional smash.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like, well, Doc Ock is a smash if it's Alfred Molina or the Doc Ock from the Spider-Verse movies, and a pass otherwise.
Isn't
have to be
Alfred Molina
conditional
like
with this
80
thing.
now?
I think he's
Well,
like
maybe now, but like back in the
60, but
day,
he's a good actor. Yeah.
in the Doc Ock
70.
era.
And we're
All right,
back
so we've
around
been
to
only,
blue.
like, 50.
Real quick, what we are discovering in Kraven's office is that he is very sick. He has special, like, some kind of drugs that he takes to make him so strong, and he sees the hunt as, like, a sacred duty. So what this letter says here is other people get pissed drunk, not us. Everyone at this party is getting pissed drunk, but like, okay, Sergey, go off.
But not Kraven.
But not Kraven.
Not Kraven.
So yeah.
Actually, none of the Kravenoffs are.
Yeah. As we learn from the side missions doing the other hunter bases, the rest of the Kravinoff family line is dead. Kraven killed them.
Oh.
Yeah, it tracks.
Oh, Kraven. That's so Kraven of him.
There's
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
there's various phone calls that you hear between Kraven and other people in his family. One is the one person who's like, I'm gonna be the one who kills you and takes the inheritance, and Kraven's like, I like to see you try. And then you hear a gunshot go off, and it's like, cool. So he
was such an
sniped
interesting
tiger.
life.
he sniped
Blue,
one
pet
of his
the
own
tiger.
kids.
Pet the tiger.
Don't
Pet the tiger. Don't
Pet the
do
tiger.
it.
This is the rest of your stream.
Cameo.
Oh, it's so good.
He's got a little
You
chin
can't
scritches.
pet the tiger.
Little chin scritches.
Scary.
That's so scary.
Do it again. only pets.
Another one.
No
Oh
plot.
god, don't wake it up. Okay, all right, it's done. being
One more. Let's get greedy.
Eat me?
Go for the tummy.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a trap.
Belly
not
rub,
an obvious
belly
trap.
All right, who's next for the smash?
We'd be back around to
me.
blue.
I think we're back around to blue.
Blue, you got Sandman.
Mr. Sandman, man me a
no.
sand.
How do you feel
No.
about sand?
It's, Jack, it's funny you ask because I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it, especially in this context, gets absolutely the fuck everywhere.
Yup.
So that's a pass.
That's a pass.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Spider-Man villains are not.
Harry did not tell me it felt
A
We're
lot of
gonna
those.
eventually land on Black Cat. We're gonna spin the roulette wheel and
That's
Eventually, yeah,
that's
and I can
the
only
that's
hope
the,
that
the
someone
real
has
world
to get Black
spinning.
Cat.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
red.
there are like 3
Yes.
Sorry.
that I can think of that I
so strong.
Sorry, go for it.
No, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah.
I was
who's
gonna say there are
next?
like 3 that I can think of off the top of my head, where it's either like an immediate smash or not an immediate smash. And it's very clear.
I was gonna say, well, Red, you're next up on the roulette wheel, so let's see what you get.
Let's go.
Red, well, you've got Venom.
Huh.
Would that be one of your not an immediate no's?
It's pretty close to an immediate no.
I think it really depends on the version. You know, like if it's just
There's
the
so many
symbiote trying to make
different
Pete jealous, then that's just so much baggage. But like, you know, if this is like an I can fix it situation, then maybe I don't know.
Well, there are also so many different iterations. You've got Eddie Brock Mean, you've got Eddie Brock, Venom Protector, you've got Flash Thompson Venom, you've got
Yeah, Agent Venom.
Harry Osborn Venom. There's so many.
Yeah, Venom's just been everywhere. He's truly trying to make Pete jealous.
Party's getting shut down.
I don't know. I'm indecisive about this one. I think like it would need to win me over, but I could potentially be convinced.
You could fix it.
Yeah, I feel like, you want to be playing second fiddle to Peter Parker for your entire relationship,
Well, that's the thing. Like, could I make it change? Like, could I make it appreciate me and not Spider-Man? Which I
you
guess is
fix
just
it?
the Eddie Brock character arc.
So, was that a final smash or a final pass?
That's a final. I'm indecisive. The symbiote would need to kind of work for it, but I could be convinced. All right, who's next?
Next up would be Indigo.
Indigo, you have the Green Goblin. It is Norman Osborn's Green Goblin, so that we
Aw.
don't run into the other issue of like there being 50,000 Green Goblins.
That's the old guy. Pass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely smart.
Yeah. There's no.
Norman is just consistently awful in every single version. The one thing about him.
Unless you're Gwen Stacy, apparently.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, are you not familiar with that arc in the comics where apparently Gwen Stacy had an affair with Norman Osborn and had 2 children?
The adolescent girl with the guy who is literally the father of her peer who is the same age as her?
Yeah, it's
Cool.
really weird and really gross.
Wow. Thanks, comics.
Yup. Sins Pat. Yeah, it was
All
called
the
Sins
love to
Pat.
Willem Dafoe, though. You know, I don't want to shade my man. I loved him in the Lighthouse.
It was so bad. It was. Oh yeah, Logan Worm. It was in college, and it has since been retconned. But let me tell you, reading that, including some of the artwork they drew for that, really fucked up.
Gross.
Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Who's
Real
next?
quick,
'Cause
we
they
just
have
saw
the
Spider-Man say that was fun after a giant fight. Catch a giant crossbow bolt that someone shot at him, threw it back, and then threw him out a window before saying,
did
"Oh,
notice
that
that
wasn't me."
Yeah, I did notice that part. Oh, the symbiote's so protective. You see why I'm on the fence about this one?
Also, to answer your question, Jack, I have Kingpin and I am going to pass. Again, not because of the villainy, just for the smoking.
Very true.
Don't fuck with smoking in this house.
And he's so hung up on his wife.
Also that.
Yeah. That just shows he's
the next
dedicated.
one.
Well, that's you.
On the next one?
Yeah.
I got Mysterio.
Oh.
Ooh.
And there's so many options here.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Very
one, if it's played by Jake Gyllenhaal, that's no question about it, immediate smash.
Also, like, power set wise, it's basically like boning somebody on the holodeck. Like, just anything can happen.
Well, and also, like, I feel like, speaking as a fellow content creator, I feel like we're just immediately, like, we're going to jive together. There's going to be a lot of ways that we can work together, and I think it's really going to be mutually beneficial. I do want to say, so, speaking of Jake Gyllenhaal, back when I worked at the radio, Jake Gyllenhaal came into our studio one day. And most of the time with celebrities, they look better on screen than they do in real life. Let me just say, Jake Gyllenhaal is the opposite.
More beautiful
I
in
have
real life.
never seen a man that pretty in my life, and it was 9 a.m.
He literally woke up like this.
He rolled out of bed and was just like the prettiest man to ever exist. I'm like, damn, son.
That's so
Well
unfair. So
done. We may have hit the limit of Spider-Man villains.
It's okay, we can expand to Marvel.
I
Well,
was
we
gonna
did
say, I
make
can
it through-
expand it to.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
still haven't gotten Black Cat yet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up
Maybe she's
the
not a villain.
Spider-Man character generator, and I'm just gonna expand it to it generates 10 people at once, and I will pick someone that we actually know.
Cool.
Don't think any of us know who. Oh, there we go. Well, it's Miles Morales.
Blue?
Nah.
Not
Too
yet.
frequently a teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah. All over the place. Oh, there we go. Here's an appropriate one. Who's next?
Red.
Oh, goody.
Wait, aren't we at blue?
I think we might be a blue.
I thought
think-
you
I
just
assume
pulled
that Miles
Miles
didn't
Morales.
count.
Yeah.
Okay, then
I
we're
guess
at
that
blue.
might have been like a pass out of hand, but it could be Red's turn.
Oh, okay.
Oh, because I wanted to do this one.
Okay, then
Okay,
blue,
sure,
your
sure.
turn.
Hit me.
Shocker.
Shocker!
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! And smash.
Sounds like a smash to me.
I think that's Shocker passing, if anything.
Seems like he'll not pass on anything. He'll go to the ends of the earth for it.
Ah, sure.
But anyway, Red, you're up now.
Yeah. Lay it on me.
I am desperately trying to find someone who we will know. 'Cause it keeps giving me all these really ancillary characters that show up, or who are like heroes in their own right, like Benjamin Grimm, the Thing from the Fantastic Four. Oh, here we go, Scorpio.
Pass. bad personality, and power set not particularly interesting for purposes of smashing.
Alright, Indigo, you're up.
Alright.
Oh, here's a good one. Silver Sable.
Oh.
Silver.
She's like the scary lady from the first game with the mercenary company who's like hates you but then is on your side.
Yeah.
Great. I didn't see or play any of the first games, so we're gonna be going purely by the first image that popped up on Google. Yeah, Best of Smash.
Yeah.
I
Correct.
feel like of everyone
Yes.
in
That is the objectively correct decision.
I have no idea what she's like, but compared to, you know, the lizard, I feel like it's a pretty safe bet.
Between the two options I've had so far today.
Who is next because they have an objectively hilarious one?
Me.
You have Spider Ham.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You know,
Yes.
as a vegetarian, I'm gonna have to pass.
It's just my brain was like the sound effects on that would be oh.
There were so many ways I thought you were going to take that, and that is not one of them. But that is probably
know,
the
like-
funniest way you could have taken that.
The stock sound effect of like person like like somebody getting thrown into a stack full of pans.
God.
Someone
Awful.
said Peter
Only bad
Porking.
things.
There would be a cartoon dust cloud.
Yeah, exactly. Just a cartoon dust cloud with like
Just
fists
like
and
the
sound
Sims,
effects.
you know.
Alright.
Cool. That was horrible. What's
Jack,
next?
you're up.
Also, real
I
quick.
got
Wait, okay,
real
before you
quick,
go.
yeah, one thing that Red and I talked about on our Spider-Man detail diatribe was the concept of bell percent, where
Bell percent.
I hope that there is a speedrun of this game where Peter Parker gets hit with a bell and the symbiote freaks out, because that happens in like every symbiote story. We are about to complete bell percent.
Bell percent.
Bell percent.
But sorry, Jack, go ahead.
I didn't get anyone super excited. I got Taskmaster, which is
Oh.
like, you know, he's based on the first game. He's just trying to help you get better. So, you know, I'll smash. You know, I think that's solid. Don't worry about what his motivation for helping
He
you
can
is.
fix you.
Consider like if he smashed like anyone up the ladder once, all those skills are his now.
Oh, terrible.
Jack is mute.
Bell percent.
Bell
Bell
percent.
percent. Bell percent.
I'm just waiting for Bell percent.
Okay, we got
It just happened. You guys are on a delay.
There we go.
Yeah.
And Kraven notices because he's the world's greatest hunter.
And time on Bell percent. That's basically just under 7 hours. We got sub 7 guys on Bell percent. Good work, team.
Yeah. We're the best.
So, Blue, you're next.
Okay.
We have the chameleon.
Ooh, Master of Disguise.
Creative.
But he mostly just uses that to frame Spider-Man. He doesn't really do anything cool with it.
He could though.
That's hilarious. That's so funny. I think I gotta say Smash.
I think
That's
you
pretty
gotta.
funny.
Legally obligated
It's like
to
the
smash.
chameleon would be so insulted. It's like, okay, now be anyone else.
Explain.
So we see Kraven has put a tracker on the serum that Pete has just taken.
Well, that does make sense.
But we got the serum. Now we just need to track down the lizard, and it's going to be great. Nothing's going to go wrong in this game. We've got a perfect suit that loves us for our personality, and it's solid.
Loves us for our personalities.
And nothing can go wrong.
Okay, hold on. We got some suits we can buy. Can we do the anti-ox suit?
Great. Also, who's next on the list?
That would be you.
It is Aunt May.
Red.
Pass. Pass. She seems lovely, but you know.
She's so loving and endearing, and like was hot when she was Marissa Tomei.
This
Yeah,
is true.
look, her
That's the thing,
smashing
again,
days are
it's
behind
very
her, okay?
conditional.
Smashing taser behind her, and yet Doc Ock was not an immediate pass. Killing me.
Doc Ock wasn't my decision!
Okay, Indigo, you're up.
Cool.
Indigo, you have Hobie Brown, the Prowler.
Ah,
Wait,
hell
Hobie
yeah,
Brown,
smash.
as in like Spider-Punk?
Yeah, no, Hobie.
Or
Yeah, there's
Spider-Punk,
before
or the
he
Prowler.
was.
Multiverse.
Huh. Oh right.
Yeah,
Multiverse.
in
Yeah.
some instances Hobie is the Prowler, but also yeah, absolute smash.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of softballs. This is great. This is going awesome for me.
All right, I'm up. Hit me.
Do you know who Cindy Moon is?
I'm about to.
Mm.
This one is another easy one.
Smash.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, you're up.
Thought I'd see you guys again.
I'm up.
Yeah, you come after
Oh,
me.
I got the Vulture,
Eh.
which is absolute pass. Unless it's Michael Keaton, and then I'm like, you know what? He's just trying to help us. I can respect that. But any other form of the Vulture, Adrian Toombs is the worst.
Yeah.
Kodorak K, y'all good. Questionable, but I think we're okay today.
Oh boy.
Well, that has brought us to 3 full rounds. We can keep going, but I feel like 3 rounds for 3,000 is decent.
Pretty good.
Yeah, at this
Maybe
point,
if we
we're-
hit 4K, we'll have to continue with the greater Marvel villain verse.
We could do a final
Yeah,
bonus round of what's everyone's opinion on Black Cat.
Bonus round.
I mean, yeah. Red said exactly what he needed to say.
I think enough's been said.
There we go.
Really well.
All right. Well, we are at 3,900
Don't want the stream to get
What?
demonetized.
Oh God! So
No,
then what's-
3,092. I can't read.
Oh, okay.
You're okay. And
But yeah, so we're doing great. Just a reminder, all of the Kraven Bucks race today does go directly to UNICEF, so keep sending in those
I
KBs.
didn't want to worry Harry. Kraven knows now that the suit malfunctions when it's within
Yeah.
range of certain
Cravencast is
frequencies.
brought to you by Patreon support of listeners like you.
It's what allows Kraven to track serum stolen by Vigilante Spider-Man.
By
Watch yourself
Vile
out there
Spider.
too. Let me know how things go at the lab.
Absolutely. Talk soon.
Kraven knows that YouTube videos can get demonetized and it is difficult to keep up with algorithm. Please support Kraven so Kraven can create the content that he wishes to make.
Craven does not want to hunt algorithm. Craven hunts much more vile prey. Oh, Craven. Oh, that's that wacky Craven.
Pat Craven. Oh, he's doing wacky things.
That little scam,
He's
causing
incorrigible.
pranks.
I've probably missed some during the Smasher Pass era, but thank you to Thomas for the 20 Kraven Bucks.
Why is Kraven a vampire now?
We only have so much range, people.
What is
Eastern Europe's a
Kraven's
small
Pokemon
place
team?
with no meaningful linguistic diversity, right?
I feel like Kraven is a combo rock fighting Pokemon team.
I was gonna say only Pokemon that you find in the Safari Zone.
Oh
Yeah.
Boros, Scyther. I only remember those two because they were the ones that I had to go into the Safari Zone a
warned us
bajillion
about
times.
Kraven.
Yeah.
Kangaskhan.
We should have listened
Oh
to him.
yes. Faded my existence.
I mean, he needs an Incineroar in there somewhere, right?
That was after my time.
Yeah.
It's like the big pro wrestler Tiger Man. It's basically just Kraven's Pokemon Sona.
Oh yeah.
Pokesona.
Yeah, I'm familiar with basically the first 250, and then after that it was easy for me.
Yeah.
Decent with
The other ones are
newer
worse
stuff,
memes.
but
There's a problem with your
it's
feet.
always like, just looking at you, what type do I think you are? And if I can't figure it out just by looking at them, I'm screwed.
I find like Pokemon YouTube videos can be pretty interesting. Like, you know, there's your Small Link, Point Crow, Alpha Rad type stuff that I enjoy watching. But eventually I get like 5 minutes in, I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck is happening. And it's still interesting because the commentary is good. But I'm like, what are any of these Pokemon? What are any of these moves? How do you keep all of this in your head?
Blue knows exactly
Right?
10 Pokemon, all the evolutions, Wooper, and what, Pikachu?
I mean, I know a decent amount of Pokemon. I've played a couple games, but I've played like the Bitch Baby Gen 1 remake, so I only really know like 100 or so.
And all the evolutions.
And all the evolutions.
Everything I know about Pokemon I learned from watching Mewtwo's Revenge.
Nice.
And also the 3D animation version of Mewtwo's
Is that
Revenge.
is that one of the ones we own? I know we own one of the Pokemon movies.
I don't know which one we own.
I like how you
It's
look.
the one
to
with
where these
Mewtwo
are.
in it.
I mean, no, we.
You know, if that
I
makes
know
sense.
what Mewtwo's Revenge is. I just don't know if we own it.
I think it would be pretty memorable. He's got Mewtwo.
Thank you, Red.
But not just the first appearance of Mewtwo, no.
Wasn't that the first one that came out?
It was.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
a Cooler's Revenge situation. It's like
Yeah.
Mewtwo returns or something. It's like, but he's
Oh,
just
so-
got here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I remember I was on tour with my dad in Canada, you know, doing that growing up in the circus thing, and I dragged him to a theater to go see it. And I, like, even 9-year-old me was like, I'm so sorry, Dad. I'm sorry for dragging you to this.
They made a 3D HD remake of it in like 2019 that I watched the other day. It's deeply mid, but I like that parts of it they just absolutely didn't change from the original. The line where Mewtwo's like, "I see now that it is not the circumstances of one's birth that define." It's just verbatim what it was in the original, which is very funny.
Great, even. Just
Also, it's like one of the only things Dan Green has voiced for a while, so that was pretty cool.
Paces when this is over.
won't be long now. There. Huzzah! Huzzah! Wait.
I appreciate that the science mini games are a lot more interesting than the like put the tiles down on the puzzle one from last time.
Oh,
There's
God,
some things about the last game that I like more. This is not one of them.
Nope. Nope.
It's not like we have a.
I do like that both games are good in different ways and each have their own strengths and weaknesses where there's like a genuine like, oh, like there's some people who would like Spider-Man the first game more, some people who like the second game more, and I almost like that better than if the second game was just unambiguously better, because then there's reason to go back and play both so you can still enjoy the things that you liked about each one. It's like I remember 21 and 22 Jump Street. I remember in college, like, a lot of people had very mixed opinions on which one was their favorite, and that was more interesting than if just one was better and the other one was trash. So, I don't know. I like Spider-Man 2 of the two of them more for me because I really like the symbiote stories, but I like that there's
no way to fix it
there's
without
different
going
things
inside.
in each game that are variously better
think-
or worse depending on your preference.
Yeah.
I don't know which one I would say is better. I know that I had a much more visceral enjoyment of Spider-Man 1, just because this feels like this is not a bad game, but it felt kind of just more like, okay, this is more of what I enjoyed in Spider-Man 1, and it's not quite as revolutionary. Like, it didn't like give me quite as much serotonin the first time playing through.
So?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that, you know, when Spider-Man, God, even more booty situation going on. I think when Spider-Man came out, it was like people were comparing it to like the previous best Spider-Man game, whose name escapes me.
Spider-Man 2, the
yeah,
movie
but everyone was
tie-in
like,
game.
it's like superlative. It's better in every way. It's so cool. And then this one is like, it's about the same level of quality as the previous one. You know, it's kind of like Breath of the Wild was absolutely groundbreaking. Tears of the Kingdom, I think, has parts of it that are better than Breath of the Wild and parts of it that are, you know, missed opportunities or whatever. But Tears of the Kingdom was not groundbreaking in the same way that Breath of the Wild was. It had a few things that were groundbreaking in it. But I
That's
think
hilarious.
a lot of the reason why people were frustrated, like, because I think that game is amazing, but I think a lot of the reason why people started kind of having backlash to it is because they were like, I wanted it to make me feel like playing Breath of the Wild, felt when I'd never played Breath of the Wild before. And it's like, it's not going to do that. It's going to do something else.
Yeah, eventually, you know, stuff that is innovative and groundbreaking just becomes par for the course. Look at like open world games.
Yeah.
That used to be huge, and now
Yeah.
it's like,
Skyrim got along just by being open world.
yeah.
And then they tried it again, and it's like, oh, there is nothing else in this formula. Cool.
Yeah, it turns out you can start from open world and then build a game that's cool, actually.
For me, I still kick myself. I started playing Breath of the Wild after playing Elden Ring, and for me, it was like I couldn't, even though I knew objectively, I'm like, this is a good game. People have told me that it is their favorite game of all time. I know this is a good game, and I was like, it's just not doing it for me.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's definitely a Breath of the Wild walked so Elden Ring can run kind of situation.
Yeah.
The FromSoft games in general are not for me, but I absolutely recognize and respect their quality because, man, those are some good games. But yeah, no, I can imagine why it would be tough to go backwards.
Yeah, this was a particle accelerator.
Yeah, so
Particle
this is the-
accelerator percent?
Yep, particle
got
accelerator
that
percent, we just did it. We did not make high five percent because Peter's suit flipped out before we could high five Harry.
Still running though. Serum's okay.
Tragic.
Fire.
Yeah, going back to FromSoft, I am very picky about them. I don't do them often, unless like I just want to hurt myself and see some Johnny Cash while I do it.
Hurt myself.
I have chosen pain.
Static discharges must have fried our fire suppression sensors. I'll try to trigger them manually. Is the antidote still getting made? Should be. But if the fires damage the accelerator, we'll lose it.
It is always interesting to me when you get something that is absolutely groundbreaking in some way, and then it has a sequel that expands on it, but is not the same degree of groundbreaking, because it didn't go from this has never existed to this existed. Went from this existed to more of it is here now.
Easy.
I don't know. It's always cool. I'm a
Everything down here's clear.
stringent Tears of the
Just need
Kingdom
to help out
defender, so
upstairs.
it always weirds me out when people are like, I can't believe that it didn't blow my tits clean off the same way Breath of the Wild did. And it's like, the tits already got blown clean off. They're not there anymore.
The tits haven't been reattached yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta put the tits back on before Tears of the Kingdom blow them clean off.
Another fire's out.
Yeah, and it's like, I think about...
I'm bypassing every safety
Oh
line
no,
known
I was
to
gonna say I
man.
could never decide between Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild as to like which one I enjoyed playing
There's always
through
one thing that goes wrong with
more, because I
anything
feel like they're
others
doing
do.
very different things. But I also can see more of a reason why Tears of the Kingdom might not click with someone, where Breath of the Wild felt very one size fits all in terms of how much you're gonna enjoy
That's
the
the last
game.
of
Like
them.
it's almost
Yeah.
restricted in scope to the point where it becomes more accessible, whereas Tears of the Kingdom I think might be a mechanically better game, but it does take a little bit more to get into it
So
initially,
you'll
which
power
can be a
down,
big hill to
I'll
overcome.
grab the antidote,
Yeah.
find Dr. Connors.
Not so fast. There are 67 shutdown steps.
And then,
Take it
I
out
mean, like,
before
there's
then we'll
also
lose
like
the
the
antidote.
issue of like sometimes
Oof.
what
Sounds like
was
it's gonna be a
really
while.
good back in
hungry?
say like 2008
Go get a pizza.
or even like 2015, you try and go back and play it now, and it's just like even that short period of time, you know, less than 10 years go back to 2015. But even then, like, games have changed so much that you go back and you're like, this is kind of bland. There was a point where Far Cry 3 was one of my favorite games.
Oh yeah, that's.
And now I try to go back and I'm like, no, this is like vaguely problematic, and the gameplay loop is kind of old and done at this point.
Could you not please?
Yeah, it's always hard to predict what part of like a brand new experience is going to age gracefully and what part isn't. 'Cause, you know, if people can predict that, they probably just try to make things that all age well.
Mhm.
Why are you apologizing?
Yeah, no, you get this a lot. I get this a lot on Movie Struck because we'll watch a lot of like older animated movies, or, like early 2000s CGI, and nothing ages worse than that. Just because like the technology changed so rapidly over such a short amount of time that like there's physically no way to have like future proof that, you know, like it was just going to improve, and things are just going to start looking dated and fast, and you can't really do anything about
Unless
that.
it's Lord of the Rings.
Unless it's Lord
Unless
of the
it's
Rings,
Lord of the
where they were
Rings,
just
in which
absolutely
case-
bonkers and did everything the hardest way possible.
Well,
and
that's
aged
the real
incredibly.
secret. Practical effects age great.
For the most part, yeah.
Like,
Practical effects
Like,
is
it's-
just the upgrading camera technology, really.
yeah, like even like a practical effect that looks a little goofy is going to look better on screen than like a CGI effect that has now been outmoded because the CGI has gotten better. It's like that's always going to look more fake, but the impressive factor of doing something practically is always going to, I think, save it a little bit from just aging quite as poorly. Like I would always rather see an old practical effect than an old piece of CGI.
Thank
But
you,
the
Soul
thing is,
G, for the
Gollum
100
was
Kraven
CGI,
bucks.
and
Oh,
that's
hey.
like 20 years old. Oh, what's going on?
Just got a donation of 100 Kraven bucks.
Yo, Soul G!
Kraven Cast appreciates you.
Sorry, I haven't been the best about reading out the donations, but we do appreciate all your craving bucks. They're going to support a really good cause. Thank you for all your donations. I'm just about 12% awake today. None of us are awake. We're all thriving.
Except for the one who's been awake since 5 a.m. and is just
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're currently awake.
No, I just
Oh,
finished
they
my
got
coffee.
Pete.
I'm good.
So
Gotta
anyway, I
blast.
started blasting.
So anyway,
I will say a lot of people are like, please go into the skill tree and get some of the symbiote things.
I tried. I went into this. Oh, I do have one skill point. Okay. All right. We can do
There's
symbiote
nothing I
yank.
can do. Oh, there's a thing. I
Oh
can
wow,
do.
I can yank everybody off now. This is amazing. This is the upgrade I needed.
Reminder that if you get us to 4K, we'll do another round of Smash or Pass.
Will we? I thought we were gonna do
said
something
the
else
sound of
before
the
it.
game.
I don't know.
Oh.
I was just.
I mean, we
sound
can
of
do
the game
another
is
round of
loud,
Smash.
person said.
Shoot.
The sound is
You
what?
okay?
The sound is a little loud and it's hard to hear.
Oh, the game?
Okay, yeah, it is. It is a very loud sequence. I got it.
Boop, boop, boop. I was gonna nope, that's a little low, I think.
Oh well, it is a fight sequence. We can kick
Okay.
it up later. Yeah.
Also that.
I can do the next steps there. Are you okay?
All of our video game opinions went unheard. Tragic.
What?
How
All of
one-
them?
No. They
No,
can hear it. I'm
anyway.
just talking about.
We'll just start from the beginning.
Yeah.
But no, this is why I am a huge fan of making remakes. Like, take the games
Yeah.
that were great at the time, update them. Like Resident Evil 4, I think is a perfect example of it had, at the time, revolutionary, awesome. Nowadays, you try to play the original, and the controls are hot garbage. But you do the and also really problematic lines and a lot of casual misogyny in there that did not age well. And they got rid of pretty much all of it
In
now.
video games?
In video games, casual misogyny? I know.
Video games are usually so good about the women's, though. But also, like, just please fucking remaster Twilight Princess and put it on the Switch for me as a personal treat, Nintendo.
Yes.
I feel like that might be some Switch 2 territory. Which allegedly is, according to Insider, yada yada yada, is going to come out sometime next year, but who knows. Oh, this is the best line in the game. Hold on.
I didn't know there were bears in these woods.
Real quick.
Okay, before we get down to business, there's something I have to tell you.
Oh, because he's
Alright,
wearing
Pete,
a bear.
it's time to exit pursued by a bear.
See, that's a good joke. That's solid, Red. You nailed it. That one's good. That's funny.
Thanks.
I feel like he deserved that punch. Like, not that he doesn't usually deserve punches, but like he really deserved
They-
that one.
If you're basing it off of dad puns and bad jokes, Spider-Man always deserves his punch, whatever punch it is.
I think Pete runs into the problem that most of his bad guys just have such incredibly obvious gimmicks that he cannot resist cracking jokes about. Like 80% of his brain is used on fighting, the other 20% has to come up with the quippy one-liners.
Yeah, I don't know like how he's able to do that at all, because like whenever I'm concentrating, it is just like pure silence.
Oh, no, this is how my brain works. When I'm like playing a game, my mouth will just start doing things. I'll have to like rewatch the stream to know what I was talking about.
Guys, I can't believe it, but last stream I said how it condoned tax evasion. Just a reminder, OSP does not condone tax evasion.
That's the Cyan special. It's tax evasion.
Excuse you. I pay my taxes.
This
No, you do.
This is my first year as a content creator, which means my taxes are going to be real complicated
Oh,
this
they're
year.
so
Yeah.
weird.
Welcome to the 1099 world, my friend.
And,
Truly,
like, I
we
mean,
are living the life.
I've had plenty of 1099s in my life, but this is the first year that I have to issue a 1099, and I have been like
Yeah.
going through that whole process, and I'm like, God, this is complicated. And I'm immediately, I was like, I'm gonna try and do it myself 1 year, and if it's really hard, I will hire a person next year. And I'm already kicking myself. I'm like,
Yeah.
You can still go
That's
to
what we
H&R
did
Block.
too.
There's
Like
time.
first year I had to file tax because of course I started doing this like when I was like 16, so I had a
Yeah.
couple years there where I didn't need to do taxes. But like when I started doing taxes, I was like, I'm gonna do this myself. And then the next year I was like, is there like a tax guy I could maybe just pay some money to do this for me? Because
Yup.
initially I was like, it's just math, and it's like, no, it's not just math. It's paperwork. The math is ancillary.
yeah, I've been using a tax software or website software for a few years, and that has worked pretty well for me back when like I had like 4 or 5 1099s and like a couple of like random tips and expenses there. And now it's like, no, you have a full-on business, and it's
Yeah.
It's a little bit, yeah.
I think this is the first year I'm gonna have to hire someone to do mine, because I usually did very similar, like just use a online tax preparer or whatever, because it would be a handful of 1099s, maybe a W-2, and now it's rolling with difficulty has its own paperwork as well now. It's a whole thing. So.
How you doing, Blue?
Good. I'm just trying to focus on this fight so I don't die. I'm starting to feel that I am under-leveled and I've not been really engaging with side content. We're gonna see how much of a problem that causes for me.
I mean, you're on friendly difficulty. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're all fine. How are you? That is the most frequent thing I say on my stream when things are going terribly.
Good.
It's said at least once or twice per stream.
Oh, I just threw a dog at that person.
It's fine, we're fine is the thing that I was doing a lot.
Yeah.
Especially when we were fighting Ganon that one time.
It's a good thing he'll never come back.
Never ever. We
Never.
killed him 100%.
So much for our perfect ecological startup.
Aw. It was nice that they let you run around it before they exploded the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you had that mission of like just walking around the place exploring, and I was like, okay,
Yeah.
how long before this gets burned to the ground and destroyed?
Yup.
Look at all these beautiful, hopeful things for the future. What could possibly go wrong?
I didn't engage with any of the pre-release like gameplay much at all. I watched a couple trailers and then I basically went like, I'm not gonna watch anything because I'll just see it when I see it in the game. One of the like previews that they showed at like maybe it was Gamescom or something over the summer was that sequence where the Emily May Foundation is getting absolutely wrecked. And if I watched it and paid more attention, I would have realized when I got there the first time, like, oh, I have seen the gameplay of this place getting destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I got this.
Don't worry, Harry, your life's work is still gonna be fine.
Yeah. You shouldn't turn into a supervillain about it or anything.
We're responsible.
I am gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get myself even more caffeine and
Perfect.
Smart.
some more water so that I sound a little less like Geralt of Rivia.
I'm gonna take a quick
In a similar
restroom
vein,
break. I'll be back
I am
in a
also
sec.
going to get. Oh no, Blue's
Alright.
also leaving.
No,
That's
no,
great.
it's
That's
okay.
great.
Everyone-
Okay,
everyone
don't worry,
take
gang.
five.
I'll
Everyone
hold
take
down
five.
the fort.
No, it's
It'll
okay.
be
I
red
can
cyan.
attempt to swing on Wes.
Time, let's go.
It's the red and cyan show.
R2 is the swing button next to it.
Thanks.
We're leaving. Everybody do their best Blue, Indigo, and Jack impressions.
Cyan, have we sufficiently excised everybody who hasn't watched a bunch of Doctor Who? Am I
Yeah,
correct in
buddy.
assuming? Good. I've been rewatching New Who episode by episode.
Good.
For the first time since I was like 11. And
You don't just automatically attach to the wall.
oh no, Pete.
It's okay. I figured it out.
We're learning things. Man, I love the way they do the reflection engine in this game. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, we're just gonna probably climb up and down walls for the next little bit.
Love it.
Oh, I made it to the top. That's disappointing.
Oh, that's awkward. Maybe
I'm
we can figure out how to
here,
web
you're
swing.
alive.
Up, and
How
away.
disappointing.
Anyway, I've been watching Doctor Who for the first time since I was like 11, and I can't get over how fucking good the Eccleston season is, and how correspondingly not good the first Tennant season is, and I'm so disappointed.
Oh, we're playing as Miles.
We are? Oh yeah, we are.
I just saw his mod pop up, and it was like,
It's like, Pete doesn't have a ma. That's part of his issues.
ah. Forgot that Blue turned off website assist.
Oh, Blue. Blue's too busy being a pro gamer.
Meanwhile, there's me. I have not played this game.
Oh boy.
How do I? There we go. Wee! Wee!
This is great. We're learning so much.
Come on. There we go. Doink. Oh, a
watching this
hunter
on a
chase?
slate
That
today.
would be cool if I knew how to read.
User banana ski 91. Oh no!
What?
What?
Shit. Fuck. What? You said banana ski 91.
It said so on the thing. It was like crime reported, hunter chase, user banana ski 91.
How do I climb the wall again?
I think Spider-Man just does.
There's this thing I'm supposed to be chasing, and it's like,
Whoop, 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 whoop.
I don't even know how to. Oh, now there's something over there. Fuck.
Man,
You're great.
being Spider-Man.
No, I'm
so
not.
hard.
You're doing great right now in these 5 seconds that I'm looking at the screen, and I'm sure that's only representative of how everything has gone so far.
There was a hunter
Somebody
chase.
turned off web assist.
Oh, that's okay.
Nope, that's not which way I wanted to go. Nope, that's not which way I wanted to go. Why
You
does
guys
it
talking
give me
about
a
Doctor Who
dot
again?
if I can't
I
jump
was,
to the
but then
dot?
Scion got distracted playing the actual game or something, so I had to holster all my Doctor Who opinions
Scion
for later.
got
Brad,
distracted.
we can't keep doing this.
Eccleston is great. I enjoy Eccleston. I also wish I knew how to play this game before
Yeah.
I just jumped into it.
Yeah.
It's not that dissimilar to the other Spider-Man game in which I played like 3 minutes of.
Oh yeah. It's all coming back.
No.
She's beginning to believe.
Whee! Nope, come on, grab something. There we go, act.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Really good at hitting walls as fast as he can.
Whee! Oh hey, look, there's just people on this roof. Hey, what's up?
Just vibing.
How you doing?
Just chilling.
Whee! Crime reported break-in. Don't mind if I don't.
User Eric first of his name. I wonder how they sourced these usernames because they are good. These are like good
I
online
wonder
usernames.
if this
for,
is
for
like
to
people
have.
who follow Ubisoft or something.
Oh,
It's
that could
probably
be
just
fun.
the writer's actual handles, you
That
know?
would also make
Oh
sense.
yeah.
Ah, wait, no, wrong way. There we go.
There's about I just hit Act 3 of Baldur's Gate, and there's a lot of NPCs when you get to the city of Baldur's Gate, and there are some top quality miscellaneous NPC names in that game.
Boink.
'Cause
Incredible.
they really, you can tell, they hit Act 3 and I'm like, oh, you had to start
Boink.
like filling some pages with names, didn't you? This is some
Boink.
fantasy name generator ass shit going on in here.
Boink.
Pretty tight.
Boink. Boink.
The boink strat.
You're
never
doing great.
fails.
Boink.
You can also swear to punch.
That makes sense, but I'm not letting them get close enough.
Swing you over to an ambulance. They'll
Oh,
push
this
you right
person's like a real person.
A real person.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. I can run up windows while holding onto someone?
Yes.
Nice.
This can't be abused.
Come on, this isn't Zelda. We don't have Koroks.
New Yorker space program.
Wee! Doink. How is that person not more dead? Doink. This person's like, you know what? Actually, Spider-Man, I'm good. Oh, wait. No?
We're nearly there.
Is this the hospital? No.
Cool. Sorry, I had to send a quick email.
Where's the door?
Around the other side of the building?
Ah!
Oh no, if only Spider-Man could get over those.
Listen, leave me alone. Am I on top of the hospital right now? That would make
Yes, you just
sense.
gotta go over. It's okay. Just jump down.
Maybe if you like drop him down one of the ventilation shafts, he'll just kind of shake out in the right general space.
Follow them. Oh yeah, the
Just
one
land
with the
perfectly in an empty
ambulance
bed.
outside it,
Yeah.
casually waiting for me. Here you go.
Thanks, Spider-Man.
Take this human.
They'll take good care of you here.
She's way more dead than what I picked.
What I find really funny about the like people you have to take to ambulances is it's like the same character model weirdly way too much. It's always guy with big headphones on.
That's
I was
most
wondering
guys.
about guy with big headphones.
It's the same guy The same voice lines. It's like you have so many NPCs in this world. It could be anyone else.
Oh, hey, look, wind. Is that something I'm supposed? Oh,
You
look,
can
a green
fly
thing.
through it.
I'm gonna go to the green thing instead.
That's a special side mission that's really slow.
Never mind. How do I fly?
Triangle.
One can only assume this was at the hands of the hunters. Are they
It's
doing
gone.
what the ineffectual
What's gone?
The wind.
Oh, well, it's only when you're moving at speed that it'll show up.
Oh, okay. Speed!
I'm back.
I'm not.
Cyan's on the controller.
Yo, let's go. And I have the red special, which is a cold brew.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
I briefly considered another Red Bull in a wine glass, but that felt like
Is that what you had
felt like too
earlier?
much of a commitment at this hour.
When
of
I
the
run
morning.
out of honey lemon tea, I might join you in the cold brew dimension.
I should get some honey lemon tea. My voice is struggle bussing.
I've been I was doing copycats of the Starbucks medicine ball for a while until I realized it was just 2 different kinds of tea with honey and lemon in it, and I was like, this is just honey lemon tea. This is just a thing I can make.
Yeah, it's just green tea, minced tea, honey, and lemon. That's it. And it's great.
Because initially they're like,
That's
they
great.
put it with lemonade, and I was like, so they put lemon in the hot water. Okay, cool.
I think they actually use lemonade just because that's on hand and lemons are not, but...
Yeah, but like functionally speaking, it ends up
Oh
being
yeah,
the
no,
same
functionally
beverage.
speaking, it's just lemon.
Yeah.
Come on, give me something to grab.
I believe in you, darling.
Are you enjoying your break?
Yeah, no, this is great.
You can actually talk for once.
Got to send a quick little email on a special project that only the patrons know about.
I know about it.
You know about it.
I know about
I
it.
sent you. This is about the thing that I sent you read this morning, which is the
You
coolest
do,
goddamn
you
thing
do,
I've seen
Indigo,
all year.
know about it.
Yeah.
This is completely unrelated. I like that Miles has a different physicality when
Yes.
he's swinging.
You
than
mean like
Peter does.
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
floppy child that looks like he has
Yeah.
EDS?
Yeah, he really flings his limbs out a lot farther than Pete
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
There's a spider person with EDS. Sun Spider.
Yes.
She shows up in
No,
Spider-Verse.
I know.
Of course. I assumed you would. I just thought it was
I'm
cool.
aware.
For
The
those of
representation
us,
travels fast, which is good.
When there's limited
What is
representation, you
EDS?
know about your representation.
Jack asks
my
what's
mind
EDS.
is going
Oh,
somewhere very,
that's
very
the
different.
connective tissue thing I have. Fuck. No. Get back here.
Finally,
shooting at
representation.
me?
A Spider-Man whose dick don't work.
No. Oh no.
Why are they shooting me?
Ehlers-Danlos syndrome is EDS.
You press
There's
circle to
there's a
dodge.
Sorry
spider
about that.
person with
How
it.
do I dodge when I'm swinging in the
Press
air?
circle.
Fucking
No,
hell.
press triangle. There you go.
Doink. Where did they get a tank?
Press again.
From the Kraven cast, from his
Doink.
Squarespace sponsorship.
Apparently, circle
When I
is
am building a
more important than I
website.
thought.
To recruit more nameless goons to be mowed down by Spider-Man, I use Squarespace to set up my recruitment space.
How do I
it's
heal?
super easy
You did it.
and leaves me plenty of time to continue
you
all of
just
my very
automatically
important
heal?
hunts.
Wait, what's
it.
this?
That's a mailbox you can throw to people. Actually, it's a magazine stand.
I could just throw up for fun.
When Kraven is recruiting goons from recruiting
just
goons
throw things
from
at
all over
civilians?
the world, no cookie cutter website is good enough. It has to have the right Kraven branding and to make sure I can track analytics.
I didn't know you could just throw stuff at civilians.
Yeah, Spider-Man's a menace.
Spider-Menace! Spider-Man!
I have been in this exact
Yeet,
chunk of New York
skirt.
so many times, and I love it.
Was a child throwing dumpsters at you?
No, strangely.
Doink! Oh, it goes through
New Yorker
civilians.
children
That's
famously
disappointing.
well behaved.
I was gonna say you really didn't get the New York experience, huh?
Yeah, I know. It was very disappointing.
This game is bad because my exact apartment's address was not incled in the map when it got condensed down, and therefore I am forever bitter about it.
There's a Polygon article about it with that exact same attitude.
Almost like a bunch of video game people
it's
live
the
in New
correct
York.
attitude.
So having actually grown up in and around New York, it was really nice. I got this more in the first game than I did in this one, of like going around and being like, wait a minute, I know exactly where I am. Hang
Yeah.
on. I used to hang out right over here all the time. Okay, it's definitely not to scale, but like it's there.
Yeah, no, I love...
make those.
New York is one of my favorite cities in the world. It's something about the things that people dislike about it work great with the way my brain works.
Yes.
Like New Yorkers simultaneously have no boundaries and ironclad boundaries, where it's like if you look like you know what you're doing, a New Yorker or like an out of towner will be like, "Hey, can you give me directions to this place?" Just like, you know, I can start a conversation with you, even though we are both minding our own businesses, which is not really a thing in a lot of like city etiquette. It's like if you're out in a public space, you have an invisible private bubble, and anyone who breaches your boundaries is being rude. But in New York, there's this sort of like, somehow there's like this body language code for like, you can ask me for directions and I will give them to you.
And
if
that
you
will
look
be
even
the end of our exchange.
Yeah, and if you look even slightly lost, sometimes a New Yorker will shout across the street like, "Hey, are you lost?" And then they'll tell you where to
Hey,
go.
where you going?
I had that happen in the airport, and it was beautiful. I just looked slightly confused, and someone shouted from like 30 feet away, "What terminal are you trying to go to?"
So many years ago when I was in college, I took a professional voice and speech class for my radio career, and one of the final projects was we had to do a 15-minute speech in 4 different accents. And I didn't feel like learning, and it had to be from memory, and I didn't want to learn a speech, so I was like, oh, I'll just do my Jacques show in different accents, because I'm already doing basically regular American and French, and I just got to add 2. And I ended up doing a New York accent for a bit where I whip stuffed animals, and it ended up being unironically the funniest thing I've ever come up with in my life. I was like, all right, so let's say you're walking through the woods. Hey, you're walking through the woods and you come across a dangerous Wolverine. Now look, you come across a Wolverine in the woods, you call for me, Jack the Whipper. I will whip them for you. It's like a mob boss getting protection money at like
That's
local convenience store.
unbelievably good.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to be inside the thingy.
Yeah, I have to be inside the thing.
I'm not playing anymore, as you can probably tell by the sheer like accuracy. Blue is now playing. We switched back after I got the little terminal.
Perfect.
You can tell if it looks like the person actually knows what they're doing. That's clearly me. No.
It's a singing in the rain situation. Blue's just pretending.
I
just
hated
rewatched An
these
American in
secret
Paris
shows.
for the first time in a while. Man, that movie looks so good. That dream ballet is so fucking awesome, man. This was the wrong crowd for this, but hey, I'm
Sorry.
excited.
No, it's okay.
I'm glad you're having fun.
I'm excited for
It's
me.
a good movie.
You understand? It's a great movie.
Chad needs to understand that when I poke fun at New York, it's coming from a place of love, affection, and being half New Yorker. I'm allowed to.
New Yorker is
Yeah.
a race now.
Yeah.
The state of mind.
No, I'm aware.
A New York state of mind.
Yeah.
When that short went out, my dad did text me like, you might be in a little bit of trouble. And I was like, I'm allowed. And he was like, you are mostly allowed. Dissing the pizza,
hi,
I think, was the
baby.
dangerous move.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, baby.
We got a Cleo cameo here.
How you doing?
Baby.
How you doing? You want scritches?
Always she wants scritches.
Oh, is there a Cleo
She got a
cameo?
big brush yesterday because Sister A is coming to visit tomorrow, and Sister A is very allergic to cats. And because it's going to be raining, Sister B is also going to come over, and Sister B is allergic to cats. Sister C is not coming up because she's in college, but guess what? She's allergic
She's
to
also-
cats.
No
So
way.
how are you not allergic to cats?
I don't know. My dad and I are not allergic. My mom and all 3 of my siblings are. We don't know why. We did have a cat growing up. Before Sister B was born, a cat showed up outside of our house, and we adopted her. Even though my mom was allergic, but she's like, it'll be fine.
I'll just be
We
mildly
had a pretty
congested every day for
scrungly
the rest
cat
of my
when I was a
life.
kid.
You cannot go on the computer. You're going to.
No, and the stream is over because of
Click.
That was actually a really sweet conversation between Harry and Miles. Harry, understandably without the suit, feeling a little bit useless right now, and Miles kinda understands what it's like for Pete to be ignoring him. So they weirdly have a kinship, and it's nice that Harry actually really does want to help. It makes it even more tragic later on.
Cleo
Hey,
is,
Game is
hey,
good.
no spoilies.
Oh yeah.
Cleo
sorry.
is nudging Blue's hand, like, give me pats.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, like the hand is in her head is in the middle of my controller right now.
Yeah, she keeps smacking his hand, so. I'm trying to give
that
I
was
her.
my
haven't seen
cat.
Ziggy in a while, which is a little concerning because usually that
Honestly,
means she's up to something.
We hadn't seen Cleo for a hot sec, and she just showed up. We hadn't seen her since the stream started, and I went and got the mail. She has a tendency to want to run outside and just, like, escape. She doesn't go far. She just runs to the backyard and then makes us chase her around.
Yeah.
But
She used to be agoraphobic, and then she discovered the joy of outdoors
Yep.
and became a menace.
Yup.
Yep.
Yup. That's how it always goes.
Yeah.
My cat was the same way until we started letting him go outside, and now he screams all the time to be let outside.
Don't do that. They kill local birds.
Yeah, we let him outside because we thought he was a bad hunter, and then he caught 4 animals in very short succession. I was like, cool, you're not going outside anymore.
Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the move.
I don't think Cleo would actually
Father,
be
I
able to
crave
catch
violence.
an animal. She's, like, just confused by everything. The main thing is when she goes outside, she tries to go to our neighbor's house because our neighbor has a dog she has a crush on.
Aww.
And it's funny
is
because
precious.
whatever our neighbor, I don't know the husband as well as the wife. She's very much more sociable, but he and I often end up running into each other just because we have similar introvert schedules. And so last time I saw him, he's like, the other day, you know, I was walking our dog and Cleo was sitting in the window. I'm like, yes, she does that. She also likes your dog.
Aw, it's so cute.
Like a graffiti artist went a little overboard.
We have another comment saying that Indigo and Cyan sound the same, and Blue and I sound the same.
Wow.
I think it's just
I'm
that
the only
Yeah, it
person with an
happened.
original personality on this stream.
everyone's just really used to your voice, Red. No one's used to having Cleo. She keeps sitting on my lap, so her front paws are dangling down. I tried to pick her up, and she was like, "No,
No.
let me dangle."
I am here for flop.
Hi, hello. You're being very needy right now.
We had a pretty scrungly cat when I was like a real little kid. Theodore Roosevelt, Teddy for short. And my dad and him had a real like enemies on site rivalry because he didn't want the cat, and then he showed up at home one day and my mom said, "Oh, you know, we should get a cat. The neighbors down the hall just had a bunch of kittens." And he's like, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't want a cat. Or, you know, we're yada yada yada, live-in situation." And then he heard a meow in the room. Teddy had already been obtained.
The cat decision had already been made.
The cat decision had already been made. That cat proceeded to do everything up to the line of him being like, "We get this cat." He could never quite lose him. This cat would eat Doritos. I think at one point, my grandpa looked over. He heard some crunching sounds, and then looked over at a bowl where there was just like Dorito dust cat face munching in,
Good.
crunching away.
That is
cat
amazing.
was wild. He screamed a lot.
Yeah, Pinecone, my
I
cat.
remember liking him as like a 5-year-old, but that's, you know, youth.
When I was growing up, the cat we had, Pinecone, named because we found her outside of the pinecone tree outside our house. Pine tree, but you know, pinecone tree. She was a bit of a menace, but she was a dwarf cat, so she was just very, very small. You know, she was the runt of her litter, so she never got large. And she did live to be like 16 years old, but she was a small bean. So when we got Cleo, she was also a small bean, but they told us she was 2 years old. And, you know, having grown up with a small cat, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, it makes sense. Sometimes cats are just small. And she grew. And then she got fluffy as shit because when she was a kitten, she was a short hair cat. And then as she grew, she started having a double coat. And we're like, good! So she's just a gigantic fluffy munchkin.
She's a fluff monster.
She is a fluff monster. But that's part of the problem. She sheds everywhere. And so whenever we have people over, we like vacuum the entire house the day before because otherwise it will just get cat hair again.
The weird thing with me hanging out with Cleo is that I am normally slightly allergic to cats, and usually when I hang out with Cleo, for the first day or two, I'm sniffly. And then my body like adjusts, and I stop having any sort of reaction to Cleo. It's magical.
I want to say this is Greg Miller and someone else. I think this is like a reference to something or other.
Things in New York you just can't explain.
Giving the cat lots of pets. She's doing the bees.
We like to say she's full of bees whenever she's purring a lot.
Just spoke.
Yes.
He's heading over over to Dr. Connor's house in Queens. Stay ready in case you need backup.
Bees.
Oh, really? Did Pete ask you to call me?
There's one special suit that I want to try to get for the symbiote, and I'm gonna need to do a little bit of XP gaining. I want to say it's this one.
Someone in chat wants advice for visiting New York because it's intimidating.
Oh, it's the thing is
Try and get yourself out of the Times Square area. Like,
Yeah.
it's a big city, but it's also pretty accessible. So I'd suggest pick like 2 or 3 things you absolutely want to see, whether that's a certain part of Central Park or a particular museum, or like if you want to go to Brooklyn, and like try and plan your trip around that. Travel will take, no matter where you're going in the city, point A to point B will take you an hour, and I don't know why that is. It's just constantly true. No matter where I lived and where I was going, it always took exactly an hour to get there.
Honestly,
You're not wrong.
I think that's true if you're using public transit or anything. I've had a lot of luck just walking through New York. If you're the kind of person who likes long walks, honestly, sometimes, because like don't drive in New York.
Don't
If you are even a little bit prone to motion sickness, don't take a cab in New York.
It was fine. You guys were just freaked out.
No, I like New York cab drivers, but I am slightly prone to motion sickness, and New York cab drivers are stop and start because the way that they have to work is they're in gridlock traffic most of the time. So anytime there's an opening, they floor it and book it into it. So if like slow acceleration and deceleration is like a thing that you need to stay healthy in a car, don't take a New York cab. You'll just die.
Counterpoint, I love
trains are
taking
good.
cabs, and they have a convenient app now called Curb where you can call an app to cab to you
Yes,
like
Curb
it's
is
Uber,
great.
which
Do you
is
get
nice.
motion sick?
Don't fight me.
I've had the exact same experience with Ubers in LA, especially the last 10 minutes where you're in that dumbass roundabout at LAX where you're trying to get to your terminal, but everyone's getting their terminal. Oh god, I had to like put my phone down and just like stare out front. I'm like, I'm going to vomit. In this
Exactly. It's tortuous, and if you can avoid it, I recommend it. I think I recommend generally staying in the general Midtown area. The hotels there are pretty solid. There's a lot of fun things within walkable distance, like Bryant Park is lovely. You've got the New York Public Library there that's always got this fun exhibit of like treasures and stuff. Basically,
I mean, counterpoint. Sorry,
What?
not to counterpoint too hard, but like I would also recommend leaving Midtown, because especially like higher up in Manhattan, you can get to the Cloisters. Astoria is beautiful. There's lots of great restaurants up there. The Lower
for a
East Side.
first trip for somebody who's intimidated by it, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Midtown is also kind of central to everything, and it's not too far away from the lower edge of Central Park, so you can walk up there pretty easily, and that's a very beautiful walk.
I will also say
The thing is, like, if New York intimidates you, you probably don't want to go to the places that are going to be unbelievably densely populated. So, like, if you feel the burning urge to see Times Square, look at it once and then leave. There's nothing else there. It's just a bunch of billboards.
Go on like a weekday afternoon and like be pretty light on people.
Yeah.
Also, like,
Yeah, I will say so. Like, I never have too much trouble driving in New York. That said, I do recognize that it is objectively stressful, and that this is speaking as someone who already lives in a dense urban northeastern city. But
Yeah, no.
driving
If
sucks.
Cyan,
you're
you were gonna
visiting
say?
New York, it's probably not worth renting a car. Just take a cab or the subway or
take-
walk everywhere.
Yeah. Honestly, it's eminently walkable. It can be a little bit draining, but it's very fun.
I was just gonna
just
say that
know yourself and your limits.
Yeah.
It will take you longer to walk places than you think it's going to, but if you are down for the walk, that could be fun.
Guys, Cyan was trying to say something.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, it's okay. Never mind. It's really not that important.
Is that? I was gonna say, is that a
That was
phone
me.
buzzing in game?
No, that was a phone buzzing too near my microphone because that way I could actually see it. Also, the really good thing about New York, if you are hungry, you don't need to like look up a place to eat. You can just pick a direction, walk 3 blocks, and pick the nearest place that looks exciting. Genuinely, it's very cool. But please, Cyan, tell us the thing you were gonna say. I'm excited.
It's not that big a deal. I was just gonna point out it's not as intimidating as a lot of people think to get around New York. At first you can get a little confused, but the streets are numerical for the most part. You can just if you're not sure which direction to go, you can walk a block, realize you went the wrong direction, turn back around. It's not not that confusing versus cities which are not grid-based, where you have to kind of go all over the place.
What city wouldn't be grid-based?
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of just really cute neighborhoods I would recommend, similar to like what Indigo said. You know, spend some time in Midtown, use it as a base, but do go explore the various other areas. The trains are pretty straightforward. Even if you mess up, it's not too hard to unmess up. You know, if you get on an express train when you meant to be on the local train, you just get off and
Yeah, the trains
switch.
are very, very reliable.
You know, a lot of it is a little less complicated than it does seem at first. It's really large, and I think that can be intimidating. But if you know where you're going, I mean, Google Maps, especially now, or Apple Maps even, is very, very good at getting you around there. So it's not, it can seem very intimidating on its face, but when you actually are inside the city, you know, it's not too bad. Just try to avoid, if it does freak you out, walking around during rush hour, so to speak. So when everyone's trying to get to work and everyone's trying to get home from work.
Yeah, it's a little bit alarming. At one point, I was in Times Square at like 6 p.m. when absolutely everybody was leaving from work. I was in a literal foot traffic jam. Like, that's not a thing that's supposed to happen. It was very unsettling. I will also say, like, New York is not a flavor that everybody enjoys, and that's completely fine. Like, give it a chance for what it is, but, you know, if parts of it aren't fun for you, you don't need to try and, like, you don't need to see things on Broadway if you don't want to, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's why I recommend, like, pick a couple things you know you want to do. If you're a big museum person, pick a museum or two you know you want to go to. Or if you're more of a, like, I like to walk around, get a feel for a neighborhood person, pick a neighborhood or two you want to walk around in. Or if you're a restaurant person, you know yourself and what you like to do when you're traveling, and then make an itinerary based on that, because that will give you a chance to sort of plan out where things are, how you're going to get places, and maybe take a little bit of the stress off of visiting a big city for the first time.
Also, just if you do go to museums, just know if it's the summer and it's raining, every camp is going to go to the museum.
Everyone had the same idea.
Yep.
I also want to say, because I know, like, in a lot of the country, cities are not places that you walk around in generally, like, because it's a lot of time not safe to walk around a city, depending on what city you're in. Having been to a lot of different cities, New York is one of the safest places that I feel, and that is not always the case.
I 100% agree with that. And part of that is honestly just because, like, the thing I mentioned about how boundaries in New York are incredibly weird. Like, at one point I was like walking back to my hotel. It was, you know, well after dark. There's always people around. And this person who I kind of assumed was a homeless guy, like, walked up next to me and was like, I found a 20. I thought it was fake, but it's real. And I was like, nice, man. And he just wandered off into the night. And I was like, that, were this any other city, that probably would have freaked me out. But honestly, that just felt so natural for the environment I'm in.
The flip side of that is, as someone who lived in New York for a few years and did a lot of walking around, as a woman, you are going to get catcalled. Try to just never engage with anyone and walk a little faster. You know, it's safe, but, like, it's still a place with a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, shit can still happen.
Be cognizant of where you are.
Yeah, but, you know, New York has kind of a weird, like, reputation, probably based on when it was actually kind of dangerous, you know, decades ago. And
you're probably fine. Just be a little bit, you know, cognizant of who you are and where you're walking.
Yeah. And if you can try not to look too much like a tourist, that helps.
Yeah.
Walk fast.
I'll say this,
Just
like,
speed walk.
Yeah, always speed walk.
Also,
but I spent.
That's just courtesy in New York, because otherwise you're blocking traffic.
Sorry, Jack, what were you saying?
I spent 2 months living in Colorado over the summer, living in Colorado Springs, which is not a particularly unsafe city. I felt more unsafe there than I, like, ever have in New York or Boston. Living in both those cities, at times living, like, downtown in the heart of the, you know, the urban environment. And part of that's probably just not being familiar with the area, but boy, there were times where I was like, I am legitimately concerned.
Also, just, like, general, any time you're going to a city you're not familiar with, especially, like, if you're going to be in the touristy area, good rule of thumb is just bag with a zipper that is not super pricey. You just want to make it look like you're not worth anyone's time. I find this especially true if you're traveling to cities with a lot of tourists, especially if you're going to places in Europe with a lot of tourist traps. Just, you want to make yourself not the most obvious. Like, there's a lot of people wandering around. If someone is going to, like, try to steal your bag or pick your pocket, there's a lot of people wandering around that are going to look wealthy. They're going to have open bags with, you know, with fancy stuff in it. If you have like a cheap purse with a zipper,
the easiest mark.
then someone's going to be like, probably not going to be worth my time. And this is, again, not really a big problem. I think most people tend to make it out to be much bigger of a problem than it actually is. But if it is something you're worried about, just don't make yourself look like an easy target.
Yeah.
You don't need to be carrying around a weapon. Just don't carry around anything super flashy when you're traveling, I think is a good rule of thumb.
And also, you can, like, stay within your comfort zone the first time you visit, you know, New York. Like, if you mostly feel safe, like, staying in your hotel and only taking excursions to, like, specific things, that's fine. You know, you don't need to force yourself to do things that freak you out when you're traveling for fun.
But do get
And
pizza.
as you do them, your brain will be like, oh, cool, I will slowly expand the boundaries of that comfort zone because it turns out we were safe doing these things. You know, you don't need to immediately fling yourself into something that really freaks you out because you can get to the point where it doesn't freak you out anymore, you know?
But yeah, pizza and bagels if you go to New York, or
Yes.
I will personally fight you.
No. Get them. They're amazing. Like, you might be thinking, like, oh, bagel is just a bagel. No,
It's not.
No, my friend.
Every bagel you've ever had is a pale imitation of the true perfection of the bagel of New York.
And yeah, growing
I
up
think
in the
it's
greater
fine
New
now.
York area, I didn't realize
Yeah,
how
sorry,
sad
the greater
bagels...
New York area.
Well, seeing as I lived in 2 cities near New York, and then
No,
I
you're
spent
right,
a lot of my time in New York, when you leave that area and you get a bagel, it's just sad every single time.
I would add the pizza though as well.
Yeah.
Now, I have never had the casserole that is Chicago deep dish.
I have. It is a
Trying
casserole.
it. But I mean, for me, like, even living in Boston now, the pizza here.
Oh, it's
is
so sad.
mediocre.
It's so
so
sad.
mid. There's one good pizza place, and it's called New York Pizza.
Oh, I mean, Regina's is pretty good.
Regina's is also good, but Regina knows that it's good and therefore is priced accordingly. 'Cause they're like, yeah, you can't get good pizza anywhere
That's
else.
fair. The Alston one used to be relatively inexpensive, and then it closed while we were in college and made me
There
sad.
are a lot of very good pizza places in New York, I will say. I think that New York pizza runs the danger of being slightly overhyped simply because it gets talked about so much. Like, it's pizza. You know, some of it's really good. We did like one of those pizza by the slice places at one point that was like run by clearly like the same Italian family, like 4 generations of them, and they were so shouty and so impatient, and I was like, this is stressing me the fuck out, but the pizza's really good, so I guess it's working.
Also, we're doing pretty well in donations. We're at 3,300, almost 3,400. So thank you guys. If you're joining the stream or have come in fairly recently, we're fundraising for UNICEF. Blue is playing through Spider-Man and unable to really contribute much to the conversation as a result. We have all 3 OS women. And also, we have Jacques Whipper. So just thank you guys for popping in. Thank you, everyone, for joining. And yeah, just this is, to me, New York is just United States, and that's the place where the Avengers fight. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Are we still on New York?
No, I'm trying to get us off the topic of New York. I just saw someone's comment. Blue, what's actually going on in the game
I'm
right
doing the
now?
hunter base right now because I want to get more XP.
Yes.
So I can get one of the later
smart.
costumes.
Oh yeah, do we have Bodega Cat yet?
We do not have Bodega Cat.
We need to get Bodega Cat.
Oh, tragic.
All 3 Scions are on the call? Okay, I'm actually the only woman on here that does not work on OSP, but I appreciate it.
Damn.
Thank you, Kristen, for the 25 KB.
Do we have an idea for our
4,000?
like, reward for 4,000? Yeah.
Broad Marvel villain smasher pass.
All right.
I mean, we could.
Sure.
I'm not
I
gonna
mean, at
twist
that
anyone's
point, it'll-
arm, it's just very funny.
It'll have been like an hour and a half since a Smasher Pass. And that
Yeah.
was
This is
like-
true.
Yeah.
That feels
So
right.
if you want more Smash, or more accurately, more Pass,
More pass.
we need to get to 4,000. So thank you to the Anonymous for the 20 KB. And also, sorry to everyone who's donations we miss. We do see them. We do appreciate them. We just sometimes miss calling them all out because YouTube will only let you scroll back so far. But as I say on every stream, while we appreciate the large donations, looking at you, Link's Left Nut, if you're still around, we do... It's really what the bulk of these donations make up is the $1 and the $5, the $2, whatever donations. They really do add up, and surprisingly quickly, so give what you can. We'll always appreciate it, and if you can't donate, we totally understand that as well. But let's get those Kraven bucks in!
Yes.
I would not have done this hunter base if I remembered it was so goddamn dark in here.
Yup. You can turn the brightness up though.
That would require too much effort.
Yeah, every game I play, they're like, "This is the recommended brightness
There you
setting,"
go.
and I'm like, "No, it's not. I'm gonna
Turn
turn
that
it
ish
above."
up.
Also, thank you to Anonymous.
Nothing made me
for
happier
20
than when I
Kraven
booted up Baldur's Gate for the first time and it said, adjust your contrast and brightness settings. And I was like, this is my new favorite game. Thank you for saving my eyes.
Hey, you turn a light on, I can't hear anything. You know, you're not wrong, the Master Arcadium. Also, thank you to Anonymous for the 10 and Amy for the 20 Kraven bucks.
Here's the real question: when are we gonna get an OSP stream of Baldur's Gate?
Brad, I don't think owns it. I do,
I
but
don't.
my computer isn't set up for their streams. I don't have
I-
Streamlabs. Indigo, however.
I think the only person who could conceivably run it would be me because I have a PS5 that plays it. So
Oh.
theoretically,
I
it
will
would have to be
commit to
Indigo.
running this stream. I will commit to running this stream.
Well,
and
I know
just
they
directing
sometimes.
all of you to make the worst decisions possible.
Oh no.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean, we could definitely set it up. We
Honor
can-
mode, no rerolls.
Yeah,
Just go
okay.
through
I have
it.
a pretty
Let's
good.
go.
Yeah,
You stream until we get that golden die.
Honestly, I've done a pretty good job of avoiding like any important spoilers, mostly just because when the internet inflicts spoilers on me, it's just Asterian dialogue out of context.
Someone said that stream would be
so angry.
demonetized. We're aware. Indigo and I have, well, and Jack too, have either played or are playing this game.
Some of us
Oh
have
yeah, I
completed it
forgot it's all
times.
about the boning and such.
Well, it doesn't have to
Including
be, but it's
on
really
honor
hard to
It's not all
avoid.
about-
It's hard to avoid the bone, is what I'm
Oh
saying.
god.
I think the reason,
It's
and this
very
is my craft
easy
theory.
to avoid the bone. You
Yeah.
just say no. You
Well,
just say,
no,
like,
I mean,
"Nah,
you
this
do
isn't
say
for
no.
me."
It's hard to avoid positions where they're like, do you want a bone?
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, they
I
will
see.
all
Yeah.
bone. Yeah.
Credit though,
Why is
they are
everyone in
respectful of your
D&D
decision
so
to say no.
Consent is
You might get a
key.
little bitter about it. but-
OSP supports consent.
Consent is
Yeah.
very important.
I think part of the reason that this game, like the romance stuff in it, has blown up so much is just because there are so few games that have that kind of robust romance option aspect of it, even in RPGs, without just full-on being dating simulators. So like, I understand why it's so widely talked about, and like why you see people clips online of like every single line of Asterian's dialogue, or like whatever, or like the bear scene and stuff. But like, there's so much more to that game that is not the romance options. It's so good for so many reasons.
Yeah.
I've done now 6 playthroughs of it.
Whoa.
Full playthroughs.
That's fucking
including-
impressive
Hell
because the
yeah.
game is massive.
I do.
Including an honor mode run.
I played 74 hours in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
wanna
yeah,
thank,
yeah. No, it's redonkulous.
Our 2 most recent donations, Anonymous with this one I will actually read the currency. It's 60,000 Colombian pesos. If I said
Yeah, I did that
60,000
one. I
Kraven
can
bucks,
Google that
people
too.
would freak out a little bit. And thank
You'd be
you,
playing a lot
David,
of
for
Smasher
the 100 Kraven bucks.
Yeah.
let's go.
We are at about 3,600, so we're only $4,005
Not
away
far.
from that smashing or that passing.
I think we are significantly less than $4,000 away from.
You know,
Smashing
I
Pat.
can't do numbers. I'm tired, and I didn't
I
take
think we're
my.
about 400 away from smashing and
I
passing.
did not take my stimulant today.
Okay, that would do it.
Thank you to Anonymous for the $5. So now we are $400 away from that smashing and that passing.
We're
Yay.
doing
All right,
great.
before we do that, I'm going to take a little. I got to go get more coffee and possibly more snacks.
Yes, let's
Someone asked
go.
what
Coffee
Kraven
time.
bucks are, and they are the official currency of Kravencast.
It's what he insists that he be paid in.
It's
I
I'm
have,
suddenly
mutual-
thinking back. Go for it.
no, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say something completely unrelated. Please talk about Kraven more.
Oh no, I was saying I'm suddenly remembering the god-awful Street Fighter movie from the early '90s featuring Raul
yeah.
Julia, and he's talking about bison dollars. Each bison dollar will be worth 5 British pounds after we kidnap the queen and hold her ransom. Because it's fucking Raul Julia in his last role before he died. And he was like, screw this, I'm gonna play this character like it's fucking Shakespeare.
I think the
Not to be confused with the 90s Mortal Kombat movie, which is bad, but I love so deeply for so many reasons.
It's so bad and so good.
Another fantastic example of just putting a straight up high-low bar into a set so that you can justify some choreography. The Princess Bride did it great, but man, Mortal Kombat 90s version did it great as well.
Oh, I just realized. Someone mentioned crunchy snacks. I forgot. I got pretzel rods. I'll be back.
Off she goes.
So this morning when I was awake at 5 a.m. and desperately trying to fall back asleep, I spent way too much time thinking about the 90s Mortal Kombat movie and the scene where Johnny Cage drops into a split and punches Goro in the nuts. And I was like,
it's kind of the perfect Mortal Kombat movie because it does all the things that I want a Mortal Kombat movie to do. They have the loosest justification for a bunch of fights. And also, they do play the Mortal Kombat theme, which is something that the more recent Mortal Kombat movie did not pull off, and feels insane to me that they did not pull off.
It did it in
that
the
should
credits.
be the whole movie. It's not the
They did
same.
It's not the same. They did it.
It's gotta play while someone gets their like nuts punched, you know?
I feel like the original Mortal Kombat movie, they just knew, they were like, this is the only good part of this movie, is this the theme song that we have for it, so we need to just play this over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
Now we get into another one of the very expensive interior sets that this game loves.
Oh, the lizard's house.
Back to Raiden's weird voice in that movie. Oh yeah. Speaking of raspy voices, we could have Geralt. We could have Raiden. I'm thinking Metal Gear Solid. Raiden.
Some good ones. Video games love a raspy voice.
And what was the actor's name? Is the same guy who played Highlander?
Yeah, hold on.
Christopher something. Almost said Christopher Lee. That's not right.
Could you imagine?
Miss Jacobs 20 Kraven bucks donation. Thank you.
Christopher Lambert.
There you go. I knew it was an L.
No, Alexander. Pretzel ASMR would require that you want to hear this sound.
I'm currently chewing on a graham cracker in anticipation of Smasher Pass so that I will pass more instinctively after having engaged in the sin-cleansing flavor of a graham cracker.
I'm sorry, does being hungry make you want to smash?
Graham crackers were created so that kids and teenagers wouldn't be horny. That's a thing. Look it up.
Am I the only one not consuming food at the moment? All right,
Yeah.
So,
Go get a
the
snack.
Jacques Whipper filibuster time is here. So, kids, remember, when playing with...
Thank you, Thistles and Roses and Cobra Cartoon for your donations of Kraven bucks.
When playing with small children's toys, make sure that you get the right notes, because if you don't get the right notes, then you're going to mess it up and not be able to progress in the story.
Peter just like casually smacking the little what's it called? Like speak and spell or whatever. It's just like play it again. No, I didn't get it. Play it again.
Watching
Remember
people solve
science,
puzzles,
people.
like
Sorry,
puzzle
Jack.
solving in this game feels like they're smacking you over the head with the answer over and over again. Like, put in the right buttons, you idiot!
Do it.
Jack, what were you
Remember,
saying?
guys, keep your science experiments out on the kitchen next to, I don't know, the sink, because that's totally a safe place to keep that.
Totally normal picture frame welded with metal to the ground. No one think about it too hard.
Who would notice such
Only
a
there
thing?
was a clue to help us guess where we could find the answer to which notes to play.
Ba, 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 ba. So,
Oh, I guess
Is
my
Blue gonna do this? Oh, I was gonna say, are you gonna do this the exact same way I did it, which is just mash buttons until you get the right combination because you're too lazy to go back to the children's toy?
But that's what I did. I did the barn.
no, it wasn't. No, purple was. It was purple. So click that.
Yeah, it was purple, green, blue, green.
No. Okay, I guess it was. So try
Yeah.
again.
For whatever reason, it didn't take.
What about the star?
What was the star?
Could it be the star?
It's not the star.
But
He
there was
just
a
wants you to
picture
push.
of the barn.
He just wanted you to push the last button.
The button.
The start. No, it just screams.
Oh. Oh, that's rude.
You can't hear it because
So
we
then it
don't
must be
have the
the
game
boat one
sound
then?
on. Oh, thank you to Anonymous for your 20 Kraven bucks and Into the Phantomverse for your 20 Kraven bucks.
Same key as the piano.
Purple?
Purple.
I did it.
Green.
Someone asked for the pacer test audio. I did that on TikTok a while back.
Purple? Nope. Purple, green.
Maybe.
Purple,
What?
purple,
Oh,
blue.
yeah, purple, purple.
Just do purple, 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 purple.
See, you should have just smashed the
It's
button
just
from
the
the start,
first
like I
4
told you.
notes of the house one,
I
isn't
was
it?
right.
Just
That
purple,
was-
purple, purple?
Weird. That's not what it said on the barn.
No, it is not.
You can't hear it. Maybe it played purple.
Oh,
3
maybe it
times.
did purple 3 times. I cannot hear the game audio. Yeah, that's probably exactly what it is. I'm so stupid.
Thank you, Jacob, for the 10 Kraven bucks.
Motion sensor triggered the security cameras about 30 minutes ago. What?
Guys, I would just like you to know that we're currently $49 away from the funny number.
Nice.
So,
Come on, Dr. Connors, fight it.
Oh, he big.
maybe big
It'll
boy.
be thick. With 3 C's now.
Extra thick.
Oh, 4 C's!
Thank you, Joshua, for there are no good men, only good sponsors.
Yeah.
Cravencast. And Anonymous for the 5 Kraven bucks.
So apparently the code is Old McDonald.
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh,
saying. Da 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 da. And
Okay.
never mind.
It's really unfair when the game assumes that we'll bring in real-world knowledge to solve puzzles.
How
It's what plays when you hit the barn, isn't it?
No, it did,
But
but
we can't actually hear it. You are glorious prey, worthy of Kraven. Thank you, sir. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
I remember seeing this part in one of the trailers and
Yeah.
being like, yo, hold up, that looks like Queens. Are they actually adding more of New York finally?
Yeah.
I'm getting really excited. Queens, low-key, my second favorite borough of New York. Not to get us back on New York.
after Staten Island.
God, how dare. Actually, I don't hate Staten Island, even though it is very funny to say so.
I've never been.
It's got them all.
You've never been to Staten Island?
I just,
No.
I only go by where the circus used to stop, and the Queens stop was always. This is probably because we stopped there in late May, and it was like nice and springtimey, and it was right next to a park, so like, it was just a nice time.
I had some friends when I lived there, and like periodically we would just take the ferry over to Staten Island, go get like an Annie Ann's pretzel from the mall that was right by the ferry stop, and then go right back. But I don't think that's the superior ferry. If you want to ride a ferry in New York, and you want to see the Statue of Liberty and like some nice views of the city skyline, the IKEA in Brooklyn has a free ferry that leaves from Manhattan that you can get on like once an hour, and then you can get amazing views of all of those things for free on the ferry, and then you just are at an IKEA for like 30 minutes if you want. It's great. I highly recommend it.
You and the lizard will make great trophy. Kraven wants a hunt.
I'm back.
She's back.
Say this before we talk about New York even more.
I've also
So
never been to
here's,
Staten Island.
here's a question. Red, what should I see in the like 3 hours of free time I have in Chicago?
Oh man.
In January.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Ghirardelli. They have really good hot cocoa.
It's true.
There's one
That's
by the
very
river.
true.
Yeah.
The,
It's in the
yeah,
Wrigley
there's a
building,
Ghirardelli
which is
store on
actually
the
pretty
river.
fun.
Also, that whole part of the city is beautiful. Like 3 hours doesn't really give you much time. Like you can't really see any of the like free Broadway productions that they have down there. Let's see.
just glued
And
that
also
man to a
January
truck.
means that most of the like the lake stuff is not really gonna work. Yeah, honestly, I think hanging out in the vicinity of the Ghirardelli store would be a very fun way to do that. There are also a bunch of good Chicago pizza places that you could go to. You know, sample the glorious casserole that is deep dish.
I gotta try it once.
You got to try it once. For that, I would go to one of the Giordano's locations because they are really good.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Every now and then, someone on TikTok, there was this trend for a while of like, where's the cheese in the pizza? And someone's like, it's under the sauce. Well, there's no cheese. It's under the sauce.
It's under the
And
sauce,
it was, yeah, it was this like trending audio for a good long while. And every now and then, I'll see a TikTok of someone being like, what is this pizza looking at deep dish? There's no cheese on it. What is going on? And it'll just like cut to someone else being like, what you talking about, man? We had a whole conversation about this.
Yeah.
We talked about this for 6 months. You
God,
know where
that's so
you know where
funny.
the cheese is.
Accusing a Chicago-style pizza of not having cheese is so fucking funny.
There's definitely cheese.
Some would say the problem is that there is cheese.
No, the problem is the crust.
Then you're just reinventing a tomato pie, which is the ultimate shore food, but is a different animal altogether.
Tomato pies are great.
The nice thing about the
Also, if
Ghirardellis
you
and
were
the Wrigley
interested, you
building,
could do some of the museums.
is
There are a
that
bunch of good museums in Chicago.
the Ghirardellis is right across from the Tribune Tower, so you can just look at that for an hour and satisfy yourself.
Which is definitely a thing that people other than Blue can do.
Yeah.
You ever just sit and look at a building that's been there for decades and isn't going anywhere soon and just be like, man, it's crazy that that's a thing.
With statistical distribution, given how much I look at the Tribune Tower, that means everyone looks at it for approximately an hour a day. That's the stats. That's what the numbers break down to when you divide it out
You're skewing the
among
curve
us.
on average person thinks about the Tribune Tower every 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Blue, I like your obsession with historical buildings because once a year we have the exact same conversation because once a year you realize that Philadelphia City Hall exists and you'll text me, wow, Philly City Hall is really great looking.
Except for we've been to Philly twice this year, which
once
means
a
it's
year for
happened
the last
twice.
like 5 years straight.
And the thing is, like, everyone else who I tell about it, including people in Philadelphia when I was there for a wedding and then also PAX, everyone but Indigo, who was being very nice to me, did not give a fuck about my thoughts on how nice City Hall was, which was really disappointing because I was like,
Cool building.
your
It was
city's
for
actually
a long time the largest
yeah,
Inhabitable
freestanding
building.
concrete structure.
yeah.
Narrowly
let me
beaten
tell
out by
you-
the Washington Monument. It's a great building. You can go inside of it. In the winter, there's a carousel in there for some reason.
Yeah,
It's
because
fun.
for the longest time, the tallest building was the pyramids. Then it was this one cathedral in Germany. Then it was the Eiffel Tower and the Washington Monument in the opposite order. I think
But
the
were
Eiffel Tower was
they
taller.
were they
But
inhabitable?
you couldn't inhabit them, so it didn't have like floors you could use. And then City Hall was in Philadelphia was the first building where it's like, oh, like all of this structure is like floor space all the way up. And then it was like the new definition of like building tall structures that kicked off the Great Skyscraper race. And I would tell this to people, and no one cared. No one in Philadelphia cared. I'm like, let me be nice to you. No
Are you
one
just a
else
man
who's
on the
not
street
from
being like,
Philadelphia
"Yo."
does this.
Honestly,
You're a
I think
crazy
for
man on the street
4,000.
telling them about their city hall.
I'm sorry, this is the funniest thing in the world to me that when you play this game and you want to start talking about architecture, you just stop dead on the nearest roof and
I
just
was
like
gonna
nothing
say-
happens on screen.
I feel like
We-
for 4,000,
we speak
Blue
Blue.
should do an architecture detail diatribe on stream, and I'll like flop around New York City.
One of these days, I'll just start up a stream where it's just me, like, taking suggestions for people to Google stuff and just looking. I'll be like a reaction streamer, but it's like a reaction architecture stream. Eventually, I'll do that one day. Not today. We're playing video games, but one day I'll do that.
You can. I'll just fall off buildings while you do, just like the Assassin's Creed
Well, no,
stream from yesteryear.
It'll be important that we be able to see all of the buildings as we go. But sorry, Red, you were
It's
saying.
literally just a stream
was?
of Blue's like Google homepage.
I think Indigo was saying.
Oh, I
types
thought
in,
I
yeah,
heard
those
Red saying
things.
something. Never mind. I was
Not
yelling
you
too loud.
too.
You come on, man.
Come on, man. We've only talked at each other for literal hours and hours and hours.
Well, it was difficult for me to hear over the sound of my own yelling. Who
And
was
me
speaking.
crunching pretzels right in his ear, just
Look.
going crunch, crunch, crunch.
In the defense of the Philadelphians who didn't care that you were telling them about City Hall, we do have to look at it and live with it every single day, and are probably at least vaguely aware that yeah, it's a neat looking building.
Listen.
I don't know if this is probably anyone who's lived in a slightly historic area probably has a similar experience, but I grew up around Philly, and so every field trip I had, kindergarten through 12th grade, was to one of like 5 historical sites Like, I have seen Independence Hall so many times, and you know,
Yeah.
that tour is the same every time you go.
Listen, though,
There's a certain point where it's like, I don't know what I can do here.
the whole time we
Okay,
were in
but, like-
Boston for college, do you know the number of times I heard Blue mention that they polished the dome?
They polished the dome in Massachusetts State Capitol building. No one gives enough of a shit to do that.
I swear, architecture people, they're all like this. My mom does the exact same thing. She will see a building she's seen every week of her life, and she'll be like, I have fun facts about this building. And I'll be like, I know, I've heard them every week of your life.
Oh, by the way, Red, we're coming to your place for Thanksgiving, so your
I
mom
told
and
her.
Blue will get to catch up.
Yay.
We were walking around, where was it? There was a scenario where us and your parents were hanging out, and your mom was telling architecture facts, and you were not you were enjoying it, but clearly it's like, I've heard this a lot, and I'm like, oh, this is so fascinating. Tell me more. It was great.
Honestly, this is good, because if I set you two on each other, I can slip away in the confusion.
You, Magenta, and I can watch Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But what about Boston City Hall?
The less said, the better.
Does Jacques seem lower than everyone? I think Jacques just not actively trying to...
I think we're all
Stop
eating,
yelling.
which is changing the various timing.
I brought my
That
own
was-
crunchy
that was-
snack.
That was also me leaning like in and just being. I wanted that to be nice and cool.
Jack, ASMR hour.
Boston City Hall is not the worst, but it's pretty bad.
Is that the rectangle one?
That's the brutalist concrete one that looks like it belongs in the Eastern Bloc.
That takes place. That's on the windiest plaza known to man that I used to have to walk past every day to go to school.
Yeah, but sometimes they
What's
have
that
beer.
building that was designed by somebody who clearly just did not care about, like, the actual physics of what it was going to do to the sunlight and wind around it? And, like, it's something in
London?
It's in London, yeah. It's like
um,
it's like concave, and it acts like a reflecting mirror, and sometimes cooks cars on the street parks below it.
it's the Toaster Building. It's done by the same dumbass who built like 436 Park in New York, which is the second tallest building and looks awful.
The one where all the rich people got their little condos, and
Yeah,
then the elevators and pipes kept breaking because they made it too tall.
It looks like they built it out of fucking like connects. It's just flat
I've walked by that
rectangles.
building. From the ground floor, you can see two separate crystal chandeliers just looking up through the windows.
Yeah.
That place is a fucking menace.
It's interesting because it's what happened in the billionaire investment skyscraper race in New York before they actually started trying to make it look nice. So it's like, it's tall and it's expensive. Oh, and we can make it pretty. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's try again afterwards. Let's give it a second shot. Not
That's
that
how
the
you
other
get, like,
buildings
the
look
Sears
very
and
nice
Hancock
either.
Tower, where they're just
There's-
like rectangular prisms.
Yeah, there's something to be said for like structural expressionism of like the kind of Mies van der Rohe, John Hancock, and Sears Tower in Chicago. It's like I vaguely get it. I don't like enjoy it, but I kind of get it. And then there's just like building something so narrow and so tall. The proportions are completely fucked. Nothing about it is right or good or interesting. It's just a money pit for people who don't have design sense.
Do you want me to run around so you can architecture?
No, it's fine.
You sure?
And like even
The
the
Shard.
other fancy...
It's called the Shard.
Oh, the Shard? No, that's...
Someone said the egg question mark.
No, it's not the pickle building. It's like the radiator. It's the one that curves. I don't think it's the Shard. There is a building called the Shard. It's very pretty, actually. I'm one of those sickos
Never
who
mind.
likes the
Chad
Shard.
has misinformed me. God, Chad, is it so much to ask that you all just be correct and on the same page 100% of the time?
Why are we talking about an egg?
It's the building
sure
in
there's an
London.
egg-shaped
It was like
building.
the first big modern building in London, so it's somewhat famous.
A lot of people are saying the walkie-talkie building.
Yeah,
That can't
that's
be
it.
its real
That's it.
name.
That's it. That's the one.
Walkie-talkie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't
One of my
even
favorite
know
things about
what
the,
building this is. I'd never heard of it until now, and that's definitely
The
it.
Benchurch building is what it's called.
Oh, interesting. Oh my god, even on the Google search, it shows the walkie-talkie building. How wonderfully derogatory at that building's expense.
I'm pretty sure if you Google the bean, it mostly says bean.
Yeah, because it's not Cloudgate. Fuck off. It's the bean.
It's a bean. It looks like a goddamn bean. Everybody knows it.
One would call it
looks like a giant
Cloudgate were
space
it
bean.
cloud-shaped.
And then that guy designed a different one that looks like a different kind of bean.
Also-
What's with that guy?
Also, if they didn't hate Anush Kapoor, they probably would call us Cloudgate, but no one.
Yeah, if Anish Kapoor was less of a dick all the time, maybe we'd respect the art a little more.
Yeah.
It's not
The
a
guy who
bad
tried
looking
to-
thing. It's just a shiny bean.
Here we have Genki's Predator drone.
Genki has a predator drone?
Now.
He's got a little vulture. It renders not great in this. It moves pretty awkwardly.
I feel like this is really nice because I always hear Blue talking about like buildings and architecture that he loves. I don't often get to hear Blue's hot takes about architecture that he does not love.
I don't like because it doesn't
This
make
is-
for as
this
good
is-
videos because there's no
Oh, it's
point,
so much
there's
fun.
no like thrust. I don't want to be one of those just like complain about shit kind of
Give me the
creators.
hate.
Okay, Chad.
He's like,
At 4,000, do you want another round of Smasher Pass, or do you want Blue to absolutely dunk on architectural buildings?
Okay, wait. Hear me out. Smash or pass buildings.
I think only he'd be able to do that.
I could do
Well, we
that
can all
though,
look
which
at a
is the
picture.
most embarrassing part.
Okay, so I think Blue should play a building Smasher Pass
we can
at 4,000.
make it like a lightning round.
Is there a way to do a poll in chat?
maybe all the rest
No.
of us get to do Marvel Villain Smasher Pass, and Blue has to do Building Smasher.
Yes, yes, perfect.
Okay, so the rest of us will just be playing Smash or Pass, and then Blue will only be given architecture.
No, this is great. This
Can
is
I
great.
just say that the majority of chat wants you to dunk on buildings?
Okay.
I think the thing is, like, there's a difference between occasionally indulging in the dunk and, like, building a career out of being relentlessly negative about things,
Yeah.
you know? Like, it's a different vibe. And
It's like
I think somebody who is relentlessly positive all the time, exposing the things that they just don't talk about because they're too nice. It's
cathartic.
It's very funny.
Cathartic. Like, I talked some shit about the Etemenanki ziggurat in my Babylon video, and even then it was like, I don't like it, because I don't think the proportions work, but we're going off of reconstructions. So, like, I really can't be that mad. The building doesn't exist. We fundamentally can only guess what it looked like, so I can't talk that much shit about it. Also, I love that Peter is fully a horror movie villain in this sequence.
That was really cool. I
Yeah.
was shocked that Pete wasn't, like, doing the sleepwalking thing in that one, because he just showed up so scary.
Oh, we'll get there.
And I also like how they just did, like, this is just a very simple bit of, like, paralleling, but they were like, oh, the lizard's getting bigger and hungrier. And then Pete drops in, fucking surrounded by this giant ball of tentacles, looking bigger and more intimidating than we've ever seen him before he kind of
Yeah.
shrinks back down. It's like, oh, it's just not the lizard. The lizard is not the problem here.
Yeah. I'm sure Miles is like, oh, this got worse. I would have much rather seen the giant lizard than you, Pete. 29 Kraven bucks from Yannicka.
Yay.
Imagine the Kraven cast episode where Kraven talks about the animals that he thinks suck and don't deserve to stick around.
Today we talk
Because-
about animals that do not deserve to live or to die by my hand.
Because Kraven is not a positive person and is fully on board with getting money from hate. Kraven's hot takes.
That's why Craven is sponsored by Manscaped.
Better help.
No.
Oh, God.
When you're too worked up from listening to all of my hate-filled screeds and rants, you need better help to make sure that your mental health is staying in tip-top shape, just like me, world's greatest hunter.
Under the bridge.
If better help does not work, then why is Kraven in peak mental condition? Welcome to Endangered Species Smasher Pass. I think with Kraven it would be like endangered species make extinct or allow to live.
Yeah.
Save or kill?
Yeah.
Extinct or save.
What is happening?
Oh, I got away. I got hit with a rocket. Oh, Welcome back to another exciting round of Hunter Punt. Today
That
we
was really
play
weird.
with endangered
That, like-
panda bear. We punt.
So- okay, so-
Panda is stupid.
Ooh, I gotta know what happened with the game there, because from our perspective, or at least from my perspective, it froze on like the tour guide on the East River, and then it cut to the mission failed screen after like 30 seconds.
Wild. No, I don't know. On Streamlabs, it was showing me that it was still going.
Weird.
I was playing. I got caught behind a boat, and then I died. 'Cause
Oh, I truly
let it
thought
get
you
away.
lagged out and the game made you lose.
The game was like, you're buffering, time to lose.
You laggy, embarrassing idiot. Do the mission again.
Ha.
Spider-Man, hang on.
Yeah, Miles.
Miles is the only reason Peter is still alive in this game.
Yup.
I like that he just yoked him fully.
It's funny because the only time Peter almost died, who wasn't there?
Miles.
Dun dun dun!
East River pollution, rich, thick, and creamy.
Hudson River pollution, rich thing.
Gross.
I guess, no, yeah, this is East. You're right, sorry.
Yeah, you gotta be specific.
Yeah.
Muffled panicking. I love how they subtitle this game, especially for Miles.
For me, nothing can ever top season 4 of Stranger Things, where one of the closed captions was "wet squelching."
Ugh.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
My favorite
Oh
is
God.
when the
Sorry, this is like the 4th time I brought this up. Not on the stream.
my favorite are when the closed captions put speaking Japanese over the translation of
It's that meme from Totally Spies. Good luck out there, ladies, and remember what they say in Japan: speaks Japanese.
In like one of the last scenes of Rebel Moon, the subtitles at one point describe something as crepitating. It's like something energy crepitates, and it's like, what the?
What the hell is that?
I don't know. Actually, now I'm gonna Google it. I'm curious. Please hold, guys. We're gonna learn what crepitating means.
I feel like I learned more about Rebel Moon than I ever wanted to, just in the last couple times we've had recorded.
Sorry.
I love
It's
that.
stuck in my head. It's so bad. You're lucky I'm not putting it on the. Well, I'm not on a movie struck thing again. So.
Miles not only saves the fisherman, but tosses, like, he webs the guy his fish that he was catching.
Oh, this is stupid. Crepitate just means to make a crackling or popping sound.
Yep.
Could have just
Oh,
said crackles.
So me
Pretentious
every morning when
motherfuckers.
I wake up.
Yeah, my spine crepitates on the regs, baby.
I can't believe they put purple prose in the subtitles.
I'm pretty sure it's usually used more when like someone has air in parts of their body that it's not supposed to be in.
Yikes. Well, that's not what was happening in Rebel Moon, so no excuse.
Kraven would totally rip off Tier Zoo to rank animals from S. Excellent to kill, so much fun, to F tier, not worth my time.
It will die on its own. It does not need my help. I will not stoop to its level.
Red.
Natural selection is coming for it.
People suggest crepitate or crepuscular as a sound effect for Aurora.
No, but thank you.
Yeah, you know
I
how you always
appreciate it.
use such simple, strong onomatopoeias? What if you had one with 4 syllables?
What if I threw in a bagel, but crepitate?
Release the
I also
bagel
like
cut
how
of
they-
the Tynan fight, please.
The subtitle
Sorry,
just
I like
says
how
cyan.
Pete's eyes I'm a few seconds behind, but when Pete was like, so do I, the eye mask shape didn't just like
Yeah.
contract like they normally do. They actively went a little more venomy.
Yep.
I was gonna say sound thing for Aurora. Cyan crunches pretzel into the mic. That simple enough.
Pretzel crepitates.
But tracking him right now.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Oh man.
Something.
Miles was off his game. We all
Have we hit 4K yet?
No, I don't think so.
Sure, he was just trying to help.
We're close-ish. We're at 3,832 Kraven bucks.
Just a reminder, we're less than 170 Kraven bucks away from Blue doing Architecture Smasher Pass while everyone else plays normal person Smasher Pass.
Blue out here playing 5D chess.
It was all part of Blue's master plan to not actually have to play Smasher Pass,
Yep.
but to instead just get to talk about architecture.
So resistant to one of our most popular bits.
Have we already done a Smasher Pass with like Batman villains? I feel like we must have.
Yeah, we did
Yeah.
that a couple streams ago.
We did like a whole
thought
DC
so,
one
yeah.
over one of the long streams.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We
Nando
also
was really
did-
coming in clutch to help us figure out who was who.
We also did every Pokemon gym leader.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, oh.
And most of the Smash Bros roster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember playing Super Smash or Pass. Super Smash Brothers or Pass.
Yep.
I'm just gonna ride this car underneath. Beep beep. I got places to be.
We're in the traffic.
Oh, but you're stuck in traffic.
Why would you try and rely on cars in New York City to get somewhere fast? We've been over this.
You have the greatest form of transportation ever. And you're like, no, I'm gonna ride on top of this gross cargo van.
Has
Yeah.
Blue played Spider-Man 2 yet? I'm pretty sure we played that on stream. Yes?
Oh,
Isn't that what you're playing
I
right now?
have to assume
Exactly.
this question is a shit post.
I think they might be. Well, maybe they mean like original Spider-Man 2, the one that everyone was like, "This is the good Spider-Man game that makes you feel like
Yeah.
Spider-Man." Before Spider-Man PS4 came
Now
out.
this is fascinating because I did play Spider-Man 2 when it came out. I had the PC version, which was a bad, unfun game.
Don't we
So
have
when-
it over there?
What?
We have a PS... Oh, never mind. You
No,
keep going.
the PC version.
Someone just
from, like-
donated $200.
Yo,
Hey!
we boys, thank you, Anonymous.
Smash
But
or pass.
I-
Smash or pass.
Yes, I had the PC version of Spider-Man 2, which unlike the freeform web swinging where you could go anywhere and there was momentum and shit and everyone loved it and it was great, I had the version of the game where you had to click certain points hanging in the air for you to web to. It was completely not good web swinging. And everyone's like, amazing, or like the Spider-Man 2 video game was so good, like, wow, the web swinging was great. And I'm like, this was awful, and I only realized later that there were different versions of games for different games. Darling, it was a PC game from like 2004. We don't have it.
It's just normal Spider-Man.
Bad web design.
And that's when I was like, maybe PC gaming isn't so cracked up to be when we get the shit versions of games. Interesting. And then I became a console bitch instead because I just had one too many bad experiences with getting the crap version of a game.
Also because Blue doesn't actually own a PC.
Well,
so.
I did. I had a really nice PC, and I had a Gateway something or other in like 7th grade. That
Now
did not
I
take full
have the
advantage of.
PC.
Yeah, now Cyan is the gamer.
Are we ready for Building Smash or Pass?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
are.
Hell yeah.
So I think it's important that we go through a round of everyone, and then me, and then everyone, and then me, and do it that way.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
All right, who's gonna read out the characters?
Man, Harry's having a bad time.
Are we doing Marvel characters?
I got it. I'll pull up the list. I can't do the buildings though, so someone else is gonna have to take that.
I'll get a hold of the buildings.
I'm gonna Google and see if there's a random building generator.
Don't worry.
I'm sure there's not.
Don't worry. I've got this.
All right, let's get into this. So are we starting with Blue, or are we starting with everyone else?
We're starting with everyone else.
You can also take suggestions
Great,
from chat.
Cyan. You got Kang the Conqueror.
Huh. Like the most recent version, or...
I guess.
He's
If it's
very
the only
devoted
one
to his
yeah.
wife in traditional versions.
Yeah.
At least in the version of Us Mighty Heroes.
Because I'd say the most recent version, Smash.
Barring IRL context of Jonathan
Oh,
Majors, yeah.
Yeah.
Say.
I'm just going with the character.
Yeah.
Yeah, character only.
I just think he's fun.
I like
All
the part
right,
where he was beaten
who's
by
up next?
Exactly!
I can go
Anyway,
next.
you want to go? Okay, Red.
Red, you got Morgan Le Fay.
Ooh, that's a dangerous game. But I'll do Smash.
Okay. Jack, we got a Madame Mask.
Madam Mask? I don't even know
Yeah,
that
she was in the
one, but-
Hawkeye run for a while. I don't know if that's...
To the Google. Oh God, as my cat knocks everything off my desk.
Skippy-o.
She looks like she's. Oh no, is she made out of metal?
She has like a mask on.
I'm down.
Alright, I guess I gotta do myself. Generate. Ooh. I got Dark Phoenix. This feels like a very easy gimme on my part.
I don't know about that.
Mash, but you won't survive the encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
she's
fine.
gonna disintegrate you. Eat a star and talk about how awesome it was.
High risk, high reward, you know?
You can only do it once.
Admittedly, I did just do the same thing with Morgan Le Fay, the most notoriously
gonna
dangerous
say.
sorceress in folklore, so I'm not one to talk.
Alright, Blue, I think your
Okay,
building
Blue.
time is up.
Your building is the Alhambra Tower in Kuwait.
The Alhambra Tower in Kuwait. You know, that's kind of nice. It's trying really hard. It is abundantly trying really hard. It looks very disproportionate to the rest of the city around it, but I still like the Duomo in Florence, so that's not really points against it. I gotta give it to it. There's a sense of, like, it looks like a piece of fabric draped. The little square cutouts are really nice. I like that there's a very strong sense of, like, material to it. It's not just glass. That's a smash. That's a really nice building.
You didn't need to neg the poor thing first, but
Well, I was figuring out my thoughts as I went.
Excellent. Cyan, you got Dormammu.
ooh.
I've come to bargain.
I mean, he's a man who could be
I
reasoned
bargained
with.
to
So I'm
I just dealt myself psychic damage saying that.
Red, you know what the worst part of that was? I was also thinking that.
Quantum superposition of the brain cells strikes both of us.
I had the thought and I abjured it from my head. I'm like, you know what? No.
Well, only one of us has impulse control, so whose fault is that?
Smash.
I love this
Red.
hieroglyph ruled out by
what's
ESU
up?
Archaeology Department. Nice.
Sorry, what's up?
Thanos.
Oh, pass. Disgusting.
He'll be thinking
that
of
man
death
has-
the whole time.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna be anybody's rebound except maybe the symbiotes, and, like... Thanos, like, no version of him would be good. Like, movie version would just be mansplaining the entire fucking time about why his genius plan to cut everything in half would make it so that only some of them would be cut in half. And I would have to fucking listen to that shit. And comic book version would just be too busy trying to figure out how to impress death the whole time. So, a hard pass.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Connor's always thought the answers to his
Jack, we got Red Skull.
Yeah, it's a pass for me.
He is a Nazi, so yeah.
He is a Nazi. Yeah, I was like trying to like figure out like I mean it's Hugo Weaving, but like honestly that's almost worse because I can't not see him as Agent Smith.
I was gonna say,
Or
but can you
Elrond,
fix him?
where his eyebrows are
Yeah.
just over the top. I'm like, no, I can't.
They did such a good job casting every other elf in there as like an ethereally beautiful person, and then they were like, and Hugo Weaving
Hugo Weaving was
as
the most
Elrond
intense
Half
eyes
Elven.
ever. Hashtag Yeet Isildur.
All right, who's next?
All right, I got
Is that,
Count Nefaria. Who the fuck is Count Nefaria?
Might need a Google.
I feel like yeah.
It looks like Mr. Fantastic meets Dracula. I'm gonna pass on this one. This feels like some Silver Age nonsense.
Silver Age nonsense.
That's a very
All right, whose
good way
turn
to
is it?
describe
Cyan or blue?
Blue is up.
Might be me.
Blue.
So I'm gonna botch this, but Blue, your building is the Shimao Financial Center in Changsha, China.
You're gonna need to show me what? Hold on, I'm gonna hold on this pause menu as Liz is about to eat my face off.
How do you spell it?
It's... Oh, no.
I want to look it up. How do you spell it?
Cyan, how is this spelled?
It is spelled as in English letters S-H-I-M-A-O.
Alright, can you go back to it?
Okay.
Shimao in Changsha, China. Okay. This... Nah, I find this very uninspired. It's just a glass cube with nothing to it. The most innovation they've got is that the glass stops partway through and then it's a smaller building inside. There's really nothing going on here. It's like a little plaza of 3 of them. There's 2 small ones. It looks very penile, which is points against. And honestly, this is the kind of building that I can understand when Xi Jinping is like, we're going to no longer make giant skyscrapers because they're uninspired and distinctly non-Chinese. We're going to cap all buildings at 500 meters from now on. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this building got approved and built, and then Xi Jinping looked at it and was like, oh, this is embarrassing. No, we can't do this anymore. Hard pass. Hard pass. Sorry, China.
That's a style of building I refer to as USB buildings because they
That
look
is
like
a
an
USB
upturned
ass
USB
building.
stick.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, who's next?
Yeah.
That would be me.
All right, Cyan, you got Bullseye.
I don't know who Bullseye is.
Generators. digging
Bullseye's a
deep.
Daredevil villain. He's in the shitty movie and he's also in the good show. He's hilarious in the shitty movie. His coat make rattlesnake noises whenever he moves.
No, just because he has a target on his head.
Yeah.
That's a big turn off.
Face tattoos, not a fan.
Red, you got Hella.
Oh, smash. Let's be real, that's B smashed.
The one
Give
thing that
me all
comes
the
to my
bad guy
mind
ladies.
with
This is great.
That's step on me, mommy territory.
Yeah. The one thing I'm thinking with Bullseye of like, if anyone can find the G-spot, it's him.
Bullseye never misses.
Sorry.
This is horrendous.
Oh god.
Okay.
Jack, you got Baron Zemo the Second. Purple dude.
No, is that the guy that was like making the Winter Soldier be the Winter Soldier?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
traditionally he's one of the Hydra guys, but they kind of changed that for Civil War.
Usually he's purple.
Zemo
I feel
is,
pretty herbal.
from all the
I
meme
feel
clips
like
I've seen, really fun in the Falcon and Winter Soldier show because he's just styling and having a fun time.
Yeah.
Sorry,
like, he gets points for the drip.
I've been ignoring the Kraven buck counter, but I want to thank Anonymous for 250 Kraven bucks.
Thank you.
Ooh. Yo.
Continue.
Baron Zemo, he gets points for his drip and his style. He loses all the points for his riz, in which he just kind of comes across as like a kid who never got over his childhood trauma. So that's a pass.
You're really trying.
Also
to
Very unfair.
You're really trying.
I also
for
think
these
comic
words,
Zemo
aren't
is
ya?
Hydra and therefore a Nazi, so like they kind of just took that away in the movie.
Oh, also a Nazi?
Automatic
Okay, yeah, well then that's...
Too many Nazis. Stop giving Jack Nazis, guys.
Stop giving me all the Nazis! What is this?
I can spare a few of the hot evil women to Jack. It's okay.
Well, don't be so sure because I just got Enchantress. So that's gonna be another Smash 4 Indigo.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
but
she's just gonna be hung up on Thor the whole time.
Yeah, but it's not like it's a whole thing, you know?
I guess.
All right, Blue. Your building is again. I'm gonna watch this, but Merdeka 118 in Kuala Lumpur.
Okay, hold on. Oh.
How do you spell that one?
Okay,
In
yeah,
case people
hold
at home
on.
want to Google it.
MEERDEKA 118. This is...
Oh, that's kind of cool.
That's
weird.
That's not bad. I like the deep blue tone on the glass. It looks a little more interesting than just kind of flat. The commitment to ridiculous shapes on this building is kind of fun. It, like, on paper, it's so generic because it's just a big glass building. But they kind of pull it off. There's something about the proportions of this one that I like. I'm not happy about it, but I will say smash.
Blue's like, I can change it. I can fix it.
I can fix it.
I can rebuild it. Alright, Red, you got Ultron.
Pass. Same problem with Thanos. He explained his plan to me way too much, and it doesn't make any sense the second time around. Or, worst comes to worst, he'd get too hung up on me and try and make a robot version of me with, like, weird Jocasta mommy issue things. So,
Does get rid of...
just not good. Just not good in any dimension.
Alright, Cyan, right? Yeah. Cyan, you got Juggernaut. You may remember him from X3, the X-Men The Last Stand, where he just showed up to run around a bunch, or from having the dome on his head all the time.
He's an X-Men Evolution, and he's voiced by one of the main characters from Reboot, and it's really cool.
Juggernaut can be a great villain when he is used appropriately, but so often they just forget about the whole being brothers with Professor X thing.
Listen,
He's
he
also
looks.
in Deadpool 2, isn't he?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that makes sense.
He looks like a man who spends way too much time at the gym, so that's gonna be a hard pass for me. I want someone who could hang out with me, not be at the gym all the time.
I think he got his muscles from a magic crystal, but yes, that's very fair.
Oh, hold on, it's processing. I hit the button to generate a new one, and it went to pause on me. Let's just reload this random generator.
Not a Nazi.
One of these days!
You get a reroll if it's another Hydra goon, I think.
Alright. Jack, you got Emma Frost.
Ooh.
Also, don't know that one all that
Oh,
well,
she's
but-
she's
Oh,
like
yes.
the X-Men replacement psychic when they don't have Jean Grey or Xavier around.
Yeah, I mean, like, oh yes, yes. I'm move on. Next.
Easy smash
good.
on that one.
I love, like, all the different characters now, like, for Jack's Q. It's like, What are your opinions on the policy of Central Europe in the 1920s? Answer carefully.
I like that this. Sorry, the scene that just happened in the game. I love that this is just a blatant Jurassic Park homage.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very cute. With the lizard smashing through the T-Rex skeleton like the T-Rex does in the Jurassic Park with the banner floating down. I like that. That's cheeky. Anyway.
I was gonna say, I feel like my options have either been very hot woman or Nazi, and there has been no in between.
Yeah, we need something interesting, guys.
Well, I just rolled up a Dr. Faustus, but I feel like that bargain is one that's not going to end well for me, so I'm going to pass.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Faustus is a mess.
And Blue, you don't even need a pause for this one. It's the St. Regis Tower in Chicago.
So I really like this building a lot. St. Regis Tower in Chicago. Tallest skyscraper designed by a woman architect, which is neat, but also just like as a building on its own, just compared to the skyline around it, really nice building. It's right on the river, stacked up against a bunch of other stiff competition right in downtown Chicago. It's got a very elegant set of like tapers between them, so it's 3 towers that like all fit together as kind of like one unit. It's very nicely done as far as a big glass building goes. This has what the previous one in Kuala Lumpur didn't have, which is a much stronger sense of proportion. It fits in with its environment and surroundings much more nicely because it's part of a very dense urban makeup of other tall glass skyscrapers. It still manages to stand out, but it is not obtrusive or disproportionate with the rest of it. Easy smash, great building.
This is truly kind of incredible because I've heard every single part of that so many times, and it's amazing that you just have them all saved for specific buildings just in your head.
Why do you think I didn't have to have a pause?
No, this is great, yeah. Alright, who's next?
Alright, Red, you got Strife.
Strife? Hold on, now I have to Google
Another
this.
X-Men funky guy.
Is it spelled weird?
Stryfe.
I thought there was a Y.
Yeah, I was gonna
in
say
there.
there's gonna be a Y in this bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Strife.
Isn't he Cyclops' father?
Something like that. There's a bunch of guys in the X-Men who are like all each other's parents, and I can't keep track of it. I don't have
This
the
looks like
energy for
he might be Evil Cable or something. First result is a Liefeld
something in that
drawing.
realm.
He is a clone of Cable from Cable's alternate future timeline.
I think that's a hard pass. It's very funny to me that he's wearing a full set of like plate armor, and all of the plate armor designs have big nips on them. It's just so weird.
Oh god.
I'm a strict
Great.
no nips on the outside kind of gal, so.
Cyan, you got Galactus.
Okay.
I just can't see
Sorry.
that ending well, to
I've
be
got
honest.
pretzel in my mouth.
Oh.
The thing about Galactus
Oh no.
is the absolutely awful style.
You're not wrong. He's very purple, and he's very square.
The colors aren't the problem. The problem is the helmet. I mean, my man, when you become an evil villain, you have the option to choose your costume. And this is a horrible choice. Pass.
I like that they turned him into a space tornado in Fantastic Four 2, so they never had to show his dumb helmet.
Yeah. Space Tornado in Fantastic Four 2, as a 10-year-old, gave me nightmares.
Honestly, many things can give you nightmares when you're 10.
It's true. I didn't like ET for very similar reasons.
My parents wouldn't let me watch Batman Mask of the Phantasm when it first came out because they said it would give me nightmares. I watched it much later, and I was like, you know what? They would have been right. This is fine now. Would not have been fine at the time.
Thank you to Anonymous for the 200 Kraven bucks.
Thank you.
Woohoo!
Someone's reminding me
Alright,
that
Jack,
Galactus
you
is a
got-
force of nature. I don't give a shit.
Jack?
Jack, you got
Yeah, I'm here.
Sabretooth.
Sabretooth.
Oh, Sabretooth. All right, so Sabretooth. Let me. Is Sabretooth a Nazi? He googled real quick. No.
I don't think so.
I don't think he is. You know, I think that's a smash. It's not going to be an especially loving relationship. It's not like I feel like all the smashing is going to be very rough, very aggressive, slightly painful, but it's still going to be good. Like that's kind of the way I feel about it. especially if it's Liev Schreiber, you know,
Yeah.
then it's just like, yeah, then that's an absolute smash. But like, yeah, I think this is a tentative smash for me.
I love like
respectable.
Jack coming up to Sabretooth like, okay, it's the late 1930s. Given the opportunity to Anschluss Austria, would you answer carefully?
Sorry, did
Okay.
Pete's symbiote just reset his broken arm?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, fully
Yikes.
reset his broken arm.
Cool.
Excellent.
I don't know why he keeps going for the back. Just go for the tail.
I think because the tail can
smash or
detach, he
pass.
doesn't want to waste it.
Yeah. It could grow a second lizard.
Imagine if he was just Hydra too.
Wait, is Dr. Connors a Nazi as well?
No, like a Hydra.
A real Hydra, not these posers.
I got Justin Hammer. I don't need another white man with the complex. We're gonna pass on this.
Oh, he's so fun though.
And Blue, you got.
You never have to ask if he's thinking about other women. He's just thinking about himself.
And maybe Tony Stark.
Maybe Tony Stark.
Maybe Tony Stark.
Blue, you got 30 Hudson Yards in New York City.
30 Hudson Yards.
It's this one.
Oh no, uninspired.
You don't like all the
think we're
all the
hitting-
triangles.
No, I'm not a fan of the Hudson Yards one. The complex overall is fine for that kind of like new, very expensive billionaires please move here kind of architecture. But
Oh, this is the one that has the triangular, like, sky deck with the glass floor, right?
it's a gimmick. It doesn't fit the rest of the building at all. I'm not a fan.
That's fair.
There are nice buildings in that area, and overall, if you look at it like from a distance, it looks nice. There's one building that uses copper on the exterior, which is a really cool design element. But that one's just kind of there, and I'm not the most a fan of it. So I'm gonna give a pass on that one.
Okay.
This is probably the last round of this we can do as we are running the limitations of this generator. But unless we change topics, of course, or perhaps wait until the next donation.
That
bell.
would have to be 5,000.
Red, you've got Mystique.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I mean, if you're into bad girls.
Are you into bad girls?
Oh,
I will
maybe.
answer for you, Smash.
I think that's gotta be a smash. Like, if Hella
think
was
it's
a
gotta,
smash, like, Mystique has, like, more human issues of, like, oh, you know, kind of a bad mom to my multitudinous kids, and, like, sometimes I'm alternately written as being the most evil person in the world, and sometimes I'm nice and redeemable, and she's kind of in, like, a long-standing relationship with Oracle, not Oracle, different line super person. I think her name might actually be Oracle.
I think her name is still Oracle. I think it's just an unrelated.
Right, not DC Oracle. But yeah, no, I think that could be fun. I don't think it would be like a long-term thing for either of us, but she's a shapeshifter. Exciting things can happen.
Literally look like anyone you want her to look like.
I think, yeah, I mean, given her personality, I think what I want would have very little to do with that.
Oh, look at the ragdolls go. Oh, and you see Peter's arms popping back out.
Wow.
They just reset everything. It's fine.
Symbiote called it do-over.
Yeah. Symbiote's like, I have one extra ability in my sleeve where I can just casually reset time.
Cyan, you got Mr. Sinister.
I don't know who that is, sorry.
Generally goes badly. Let me check.
Give me a sec. Again with the costume choices, my friends.
Oh, he's a
That
mess.
is a choice.
You keep getting the guys with Dracula capes.
It's not the cape. I'm not Edna mode. I don't hate a cape. Your cape should not be shredded. It's a bad look. It's a bad look.
I heard
That's all.
Mr.
I'm saying.
Sinister had an
Pass.
8-pack.
I was gonna say you should be shredded, not your cape.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like
Gross.
he's not shredded.
Be warned, he's Victorian.
Oh no!
Hard pass.
Oh no!
Jack, you got Dr. Doom.
Oh God, no.
He's
no.
a tyrant, but not a Nazi. So,
He's,
you know,
yeah,
still
but
up.
he's very Nazi adjacent.
It's true, it's true.
Two, Victor Von Doom just strikes me as like the one who takes himself way too seriously at all times, but to the point where it's almost comical if he weren't a, you know, dictator, supervillain, all of that. Like Dr. Doom is all the worst parts of Dr. Otto Octavius's personality just dialed up to 12. Not even dialed up to 11, dialed up to 12, where he's like, I am the most important thing ever.
Yeah.
I can't deal with that.
He's part of a very frustratingly written arc in one of the more recent Thor runs, where everyone's brains stop working and they're like, I think that we should trust this Doctor Doom. I believe he has our best interests at heart.
There's some part of me that loved having Doctor Doom as a villain in something. I'm like, yeah, I like when he shows up, but that doesn't mean I want to smash, you know?
Yeah. I do remember the Spider-Man comic that centered around 9/11 had a single shot of Doctor Doom like standing at the rubble at Ground Zero with a single tear going down his mouth.
What?
And I was like, really? Like, I get what you're trying to do, but like the man doesn't live in New York, so why is he there? 2, Doctor Doom has never shed a tear for anyone ever.
The man took a field trip to New York just to look at it.
Yeah, just to look at it and shed a single tear.
The thing about like Doctor Doom like not being a Nazi but being Nazi adjacent is like he's the kind of guy who's like, ah yes, the Nazis famously were soft in their totalitarianism compared to what I would do.
Exactly.
These punk amateurs.
Final one here is me, and I got Loki. That's it. Yeah, this is a nice. That's gonna be a smash. I feel like that's
classic.
And the final
chill,
building.
classic. The final building? I believe?
Mercury City Tower in Moscow.
Mercury City Tower in Moscow. Oh. On principle, I hate it. Just because it was like this is built on like blood money on blood money on blood money on oil money on blood money on oil money. It's interesting that it's orange. That's probably the only interesting thing about it.
Is it orange or is that the light coming off of it?
No, you can look at pictures compared to the other buildings. It's distinctly orange. I think that's why they call it Mercury Tower, although Mercury not orange. I think more of a gray color astronomically.
Mercury, I think certain mercury compounds are like reddish and orange.
Got it. This is a smash. I know Moscow is very proud of its fancy buildings. I am not impressed.
So then wouldn't it be a pass?
Oh yeah, did I say smash? Sorry, pass.
You did.
Yeah, no. Pass.
Temptation. Oh, he's back!
And pantsed.
Back, and neuter than ever.
Yo. He definitely does not skip chest day, though.
No.
Respect.
Bro, here's
He said you designed.
here's a tentacle shirt. You want that?
You should be able to choose what shirt you give him, so you can like play a little dress-up game in the middle of the spider.
I think we should get a
Like,
little
here,
mini
have
game.
my college debate team's hoodie. You know, there's gotta be something.
Ooh,
That was what
Peter
this game
freaks
was
out
missing.
at the
A
rough.
chance to play dress up.
Honestly.
Oh wait,
yeah.
you already have 45 different costumes you can pick from.
But none of them
What
are
the hell's
bodega.
going on here?
But not now when you
We're
have to wear the
getting,
Venom suit. I just feel like Venom should have more pizzazz, you know, a little more fashion.
We're getting a flashback to the discovery of the symbiote at the crash site. Because
They
this is
truly
the
found goop from space, and they were like, "What if we put this on my dying son?"
yeah. It is not
Yeah.
the came back on a spaceship version. This is full like asteroid kind of thing. Also, we get an interesting little bit of Dr. Connor's backstory here when he was.
Is this
working
how
with
he
Hans
lost the
Korn.
arm?
Keep watching.
Jesus, Dr. Connors. Don't you feel silly when it turns out the symbiote can just heal you?
Oh,
The symbiote just wanted to be
now.
friends.
God, I love this version of the black suit.
Why is the suit
It's so
goopier now?
creepy.
Because we came in contact with the rock that it came from.
Ah.
Yeah, it's getting.
Oh, it looks
Veinier.
so gross. I love it.
Yeah, it's a
He's
phlebotomist
goopier.
dream.
I like that when it was on Harry, it just looked like an armor set, basically.
Yeah. I think that was a case of like Peter made the tux, Harry made the, or maybe he just had that armor. I guess it's not entirely clear. But I love how gross the symbiote looks here.
Yeah,
So
it really underscores, like, I feel like it underscores how like when you first get the black suit, like it's fine, everything's fine, and like little signs that he's not like Spider-Man's not quite okay,
Yeah.
but like it's not outrageous. Like once this happens, like the behavior just gets worse and
Yeah.
worse and worse.
Yeah.
He just said us for the first
Yep, he
time.
said
That's a bad
us.
sign.
Us spotted.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Makes me a better Spider-Man.
And you can hear the conviction in his voice, like, don't take this away from me. And of course,
I think
Peter
the
thinks that
goofy
this makes him a
symbiote-
better Spider-Man. He was able to fight the lizard by himself. Naturally, if he was actually a better Spider-Man, he wouldn't have to, because he would have Miles. But shitty version of Spider-Man thinks, this is great, I can do everything on my own. I'm amazing.
Also, doesn't he need to give that back to Harry so Harry stops dying so much?
It'll be fine. Come on, Harry's just... Does Harry really need the suit? I think it's more important that Peter has it, you know?
Yeah, that
I mean, think
seems
about how many
fine
more
and
lives
reasonable.
he can save with that suit.
Yeah.
Oh man, that reminds me. For various reasons, I was looking through like old Superman comics recently. I was looking at the first appearance of the Bottle City of Kandor. And there's a fun little bit at the end of that where it's like, oh no, the unshrink ray has only enough charge for one more shot, and I've been shrunken, and so has the Bottle City of Kandor. But you know what? I'll use it to save the city. It's a shame. This will be my last act as a superhero. And then one of the Kandorians makes the decision for him and hits the button to unshrink him. And it's like the world will be better off with Superman saving it more. But I was like, you know, this is the kind of moral choice that in a modern superhero story, the heroic sacrifice might not be seen as the unconditionally heroic move. Like, Superman being able to save more lives than, you know, just a city full of Kandorians trying to mind their own business is like a legitimate thing.
Oh, you can get a new suit.
Anyway, I
Can
thought
get
it was
some
cool.
new suits, yeah. Let's see. You can get the homemade suit. I do like that they have all the movie suits in here. I think the fan base was pretty obnoxious about not getting the Raimi suit for a long time. So they're like, look, we're just going to give you all of them. We've got this movie suit, this movie suit, this movie suit, this movie
The
suit.
hybrid suit
What
is
do
my
you want?
jam.
Hybrid suit is pretty cool. There are ways that I would have it done differently, but it is like for that version of Spider-Man, the hybrid suit is pretty cool.
You know what I like about the black suit in its current form? I don't like how it looks.
Yeah.
I think it's icky
Yeah.
and lumpy and nasty.
Yeah, it's
It
disgusting.
makes me want Peter to stop wearing it.
And of course, very important, still caked to shit.
He's still cheeked all the way out,
Yeah.
so that's good. The symbiote was like, I'll add gross-looking veins everywhere but the ass.
The ass remains smooth.
The ass and the 8-pack must be untouched.
Oh, we now have Bodega Cat.
Bodega
Fuck
cat.
yeah.
Bodega cat! Bodega cat!
You don't
Hell
need another
yeah.
costume the entire game.
Let's go. We're about
The
to
only
bring
one that
Spider-Man the
matters.
Cat into so much danger.
There's different styles of bodega
There
cat.
are different styles, so we can get different colors. Which color of Bodega Cat? We can
Is
get
the
this kind
cat
of
always the
black
same?
one. Always the same cat. Spider-Man doesn't change
I kind of like
colors.
the black one. That's fun.
I was
Yeah.
a big fan of the black and red because that was like that's Miles' colors.
Yeah. Can do that.
It's so fucking
Let's,
cute.
yeah, let's do this one. Let's do this one.
I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and then, you know, at this point I feel like I've committed. I'm down to continue the rest of the stream if you'll have me.
Heck yeah, let's
Yay!
go.
Let's do
Word.
it.
Got another
I'm
2
also
hours to go.
gonna take a quick break, but
Okay.
Just me and my hot cocoa.
No, let's do the black one. Let's have 2 black suits in here.
I had to grab my own bodega cat.
Yay.
Piggy, you being
Cool.
cute and
Let's
cuddly?
go.
Suit's still
Or were you asleep and therefore unable to fight back?
symbiote. Oh, and it's an alien, which is pretty nuts, right?
Where are we going?
Wait, what? You don't sound concerned.
Ziggy, you're sort of like a black suit Spider-Man situation.
Stop Connors without
Do you have a symbiote?
The two of you tore through half
Ziggs
the
is
city.
the symbiote.
Like, did you see what you did to
Terrifying.
I like how Peter's
Symbiote
like,
is like,
you
I
wake
could
up
bond with a person, or I could just be cat-shaped and make everybody love me that way.
The symbiote, if you get bonded with it, it gives you little like cat ears, basically.
Oh.
My
It's like those headphones, you know.
news-proof article has finally struck.
Yeah, I love the cat ear headphones on principle. I don't have any, but I've considered many a time acquiring some.
Gotten into her.
If I did anything where anyone ever saw my headphones, maybe I would care.
Yeah.
I love how much of an asshole Peter is being right now, where MJ's like, you destroyed the city on your way to chase Lizard, and he's like, well, yeah, I had to. And she's like, well, Jameson was saying that I need to have a front page article within a week or I'm going to be fired, so I'm going to get writing because I think I have an idea. And Peter's like, gosh, women, am I right? What's she on about?
Yeah, I really like how he was like, oh, what's with her? Because that kind of indicates, like, this is something we talked about when we did the detail that I tried, which is that, like, when Pete's in the black suit, it fucks with his perceptions somewhat. And the fact that, like, he thinks, I'm acting perfectly normal, she's the one who's being weird, is like, that's not great. That's not a good thing for him to... And, like, the fact that she's like, you don't sound worried about the fact that your suit is an alien? And he's like, why would I be worried? It's been letting me do good Spider-Man things. And she's like, okay.
Yeah. Oh, God, I love how much of a menace he is. He's not as just awful as Bully Maguire, but I like how bad he is. Because on paper, Bully Maguire did worse things, like fully like smacking MJ that one time. But I like how much just like you hear it in what he says and thinks is much more insidious than, oh hey, Miles is here.
Yeah, that's why Peter said too Spider-Man too tough.
Yeah, it's much more insidious when you hear his thought process and just the awful things he's justifying to himself.
And I like how that makes the symbiote a lot more unnerving, because it's not like Pete is like possessed by something that he's fighting with. It's like there's a thing in Pete's head that's like, I'm Pete and I think this, and he's like, sounds like me. Makes sense.
Also, Miles just bailed as soon as that ended. Usually he sticks around and let us give him a high five. He did not. He was out of there.
Bye, Miles. I wonder if the gang are staging an intervention about us. Fix the damn door. Chad is loving our Bully Maguire. Or I guess Bully Parker.
Oh, this next mission is the best mission in the game.
Ooh.
Let's see. Madison Square Garden. I heard they're like getting rid of it and putting a new station back in there. Is that a thing? Because they did the whole thing with Moynihan Train Hall, which is really nice, but I could have sworn that I saw some like city plans about getting rid of Madison Square and like putting in a station again. Because it used to be this huge, beautiful train station that they just like got rid of to put underground for the sake of the arena, which like, boo. But I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that, but maybe? I think Madison Square Garden is such an important like venue as, you know, place where people play to show that they've made it, that I think getting rid of it would be kind of hard. Yeah, perhaps. Also,
I think it was one of a proposed plan by some builders. They were going to encase Madison Square Garden in a new exterior as part of a renovation to Penn Station, but I don't know that it's a confirmed thing to happen.
That makes sense. There's a lot of stuff that's like, someone has proposed this, and then you never hear about it again.
Yeah, Philly's been in a constant war where someone proposed building a Sixers arena basically in Center City, and that's wildly unpopular. They should not do that. That's insane. It's insane. There's no parking there. There's already these great stadiums. Whatever. We don't get into it, but like, yeah, I feel like every once in a while, like a city will be like, "What if we did this huge thing?" And everyone collectively goes,
"Please don't."
There has to be a better thing we could be doing.
You'll get your mega.
Although the Futurama joke of "this is how we get Madison Cube Garden" is very funny, and I'm not completely against that.
A friend of mine in Blues actually, at one point when we visited New York, was like, "Oh, I want to see Madison Square Garden. I would love to see it." And when we saw it, he was like, "It's not a garden.
Oh.
Why is it round?"
Oh no.
I felt so bad.
Oh no, I know exactly who you're talking about.
You know exactly who I'm talking about.
Oh god.
I love this friend dearly, but also when we went to Max Brenner's to get various chocolate things, Max Brenner's has these big pipes in the ceiling with like labels of like dark, like milk, white, like the implication that like liquid chocolate is piped through them. And when our the hostess was going to seat us, this friend was like, "Is there really chocolate in those pipes?" And she looked at him and was like, "Well, if you were 8, I would say yes." And then immediately afterwards, when we got seated, he was like, "So I need to talk to you about like how you're storing your finances and stuff like that."
And he was right about everything he said.
He was correct about everything. This man is so funny. He has expertise in very specific things, and I love him dearly.
All right, Pete's gonna do a real mean chase here. He said, "You might lose the cops, but you can't lose me."
Ooh. He's here to bully crime.
God, I love Bully Lowenthal so much.
Yuri Lowenthal so rarely gets to voice bad guys.
I know.
Just ever. He's one of those guys that will sound like he's in his teens until he's dead. So he mostly plays like young, spunky protagonists.
Yeah. I hope that Spider-Man 3 has some excuse for like some kind of like alternate universe evil Spider-Man just so that we can have him act like a dick more.
The cat.
The cat.
I like that the symbiote suit is also clearly constantly moving a little bit. And by
Yeah.
like, I do not mean that.
Oh god, it looks so gross. I love it.
I have returned. I have water, string cheese, and a
Nice.
protein bar.
Woo!
And I am now
Excellent.
wearing my hoodie blanket, also
Perfect.
known as the comfy, because it's cold in my office.
Oh yeah, we were
aka the
talking about this
coldest room
before
in
the
my house.
stream.
Does Sasuke count as him voicing a bad guy? I think that should count. That might count.
No,
I
that counts, that
barely
counts.
watched any Naruto. But as I understand it, the plot of it is mostly constantly denying that Sasuke is a bad guy and eventually being proven correct.
Also, I'm seeing Suzaku and being like, wasn't that the guy from Yu Yu Hakusho?
Suzaku, yeah, the name shows up a lot, but
Yeah.
because I think it just means Phoenix. Although I'll need to check that.
I love the Forever suit. This is so cool. It's a little Wakandan suit. It's so great. And I'm gonna.
My brain
I'm
went to
gonna spend
Meows
points-
Morales, but that makes sense.
Meows Morales.
Oh yes.
And you also get different versions of it. With purple, the gold one is gorgeous. We obviously have Spider Cat, so we have to keep it on this, but the Forever suit is incredible. One of my favorites in the game by far. What a fantastic choice and a great design. I also like that this one is more in line with T'Challa's suit in Civil War, which was so like textural and really physical in a way that the suit that was made entirely of CGI for the Black Panther movie that just like schlorps onto him with nanotech doesn't look like, because all the CGI suits just look like a plastic wrap filter on an actor as opposed to the ones that are actually made of stuff. I like when characters take off helmets and there's like a physical ka-chunk when it happens. And it's just like, what if we had the masks just like sloop on and off? Like, no, give them
They
helmets.
were doing that with the Iron Man nano machine suit too, and I didn't like that either.
That's the one thing
Because
that
the
I
thing
will
that
really
everybody
give.
loved about the first Iron Man was
Yeah.
the suiting up sequence, because it felt so physical and like kind of. It didn't feel realistic, but it felt real.
It felt tactile.
Also, Suzaku is the vermilion bird. It's one of the 4 sacred beasts, auspicious creature. There's a whole thing. There's 4 of them.
The Diamond Guardians.
No. Completely unrelated 4 cardinal direction guardians with color coordination. I think it's a black tortoise, a white tiger, a blue dragon, and a vermilion bird. And Jack, you were absolutely right. Those are the bad guys of the first mini arc of Yu Yu Hakusho.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. They're also the bad guys of one of the non-canon Inuyasha movies. Because I went digging. I went to see if there was any myths about them, and there isn't. They're just visual
there.
themes that show up. They're in the art everywhere, but there aren't really stories about them. And I think each the 28 lunar mansions, the constellations, I think are subdivided into groups of 7, 1 for each of them. But that's not myths. That's just astronomy at that point.
Hey, Pete, welcome home. Oh, hey, it's
Pete needs
MJ's
a
article.
nappy.
I wonder what that's about.
That's the story I was telling you.
Pete needs Pete is EB, and he needs to EB the sleepy.
The missile is Eevee.
The missile has had a long day. It is EP.
You're still in the suit.
Is that clip ProZD's voice? It sounds so much like ProZD.
No, I
think
think
it's
it's like a
computer
TikTok
generated,
audio
yeah.
generator or something. ProZD's in Dungeon Meshi. They're delicious in Dungeon. Sorry, he's Senshi the dwarf.
Also, I love how
And-
Peter's like, "Oh, your article looks great, sweetie." Clonk. He's such a dick. And the symbiote grabs the blanket and pulls it on him. Ugh, it's so
creepy.
wrong in such a fun way.
I think it's cute. I like that the symbiote is like trying to take care of
MJ's
Peter.
horrified. It looks like
MJ
what?
sees this, it is not. I guess she gets distracted, but like that would be immediately like, "Yo, wake the fuck up, bro."
I think it's bad news.
no.
And Pete is gone. Now we get the evolution of Mary Jane Wick, where they just give her a gun now.
Yay! They don't have that many guns. How hard could this be? But yeah, the Delicious in Dungeon first episode is out, and I liked it. And it's fun because Senshi is basically the only character who doesn't have visible lip flaps. So someone can just do whatever he wants with the line delivery because there's nothing to match.
Looks like it's not just the spider in the air. I'll find it.
If they've got the front and back covered, maybe I can go through the basement.
Let's try the door. No. MJ opens the door like, yoo-hoo! Just gets shot immediately.
It's nice that she can just smell their presence through several walls. Very helpful skill to have.
They smell viciously of vodka.
Kraven Cast brought to you by X Body Spray. I wear it myself, and so do all my minions.
Oh no.
Hunters are so overpowered, we need a way to make it a little bit easier for the animals, so we make them smell so viciously of vodka they can see us coming miles away.
Yes.
That is not actually the plan, but since it happened, I had to find a post hoc justification.
Is the only way to make it even slightly fair on animals.
Get him, MJ.
Fuck him up, MJ! Hey, don't ask why I have Spider-Man stuff in my house.
Yeah, also that, like, leaving the Spider-Man mask just hanging out there feels like a rookie mistake.
I think Pete assumes he was safe in his own basement.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but, like, New York's not known for no crime. Like, New York's very safe.
Yeah, this basement does have an open person-sized window at ground level. Maybe they just think he's a really diligent cosplayer.
Yeah. I love that arc whenever it happens that, or not an arc, but like that kind of like stock scene in Spider-Man where, oh, Symbiote just fully yanked a person and destroyed them. Smash! Where, like, Peter is in a Halloween setting and he just takes off his mask and he's like, ha 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 ha, I'm dressed as Spider-Man,
Yeah.
ha ha ha.
It's the bit in Spectacular Spider-Man
Yep.
froze, that's one thing, but it like, if the audio froze, that's another. I'm not seeing any taters.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, it refreshed. I think we're okay.
We back? Mm-hmm. Okay. We back. We in it, boys.
It's funny, every time the
They
stream
respect
freezes, because they've got that little button that does little emojis, and every time the stream freezes, I get like a sudden burst of the little, like, the wide-eyed one for some reason. Okay, chat. Seems like the stream is back. And I'm seeing taters
Let
now.
us know.
Good. But if you can still hear us and it's still working, bananas in chat.
Please, dear God. Any other method.
It's important. It's a good way to signal it. Otherwise, they disagree with each other. Great. We're getting nanners. We're all
Great.
Yeah, the banana's from me, though. Okay.
Nanner spotted.
I was like, don't let me be your metric.
good. Get that nanner in there.
I just want to be the first banana.
Good.
I do love
Amazing.
that
Don't we all?
when Peter smashed that person onto the roof of the car, the symbiote just kind of screamed a little bit.
I saw that.
I
That was
really
very
love the
cool.
audio design for the symbiote in this game. It just is constantly yelling.
And I like how this is the only way to frame the symbiote going berserk in a way that feels initially completely justified. Like, oh cool, a home invasion with MJ in peril. Makes sense that Pete would be taking it seriously.
There's, I don't want to do any spoilers, but I'm going to do a slight spoiler,
Yeah.
which is there's a scene in this area later. There's a big fight in this area later.
Oh
in the
yeah.
game. Blue knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, there's no way the neighbors here don't know that Peter is Spider-Man.
Right?
And are just like, we're
Insane.
just going to not talk about it, especially after, like, Peter is Black Suit Spider-Man, because, like, Spider-Man might murder us if we do.
It's just the speed run to Spider-Man becoming the Justice Lords. Just go through the stranger's house. There is one aspect of this mission at the very end that I'm sad I will not hear, because it's my favorite little moment of voice acting by Yuri at any point in the game.
Ooh.
Ooh, smash. I love this pattern. Peter shows up, smashes someone into the ground, screams, and jumps away.
Get the fuck inside.
Yeah, come on, lady.
Again, neighbors totally know that he's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
They're going to keep their mouths shut after this.
It's like you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. Maybe no one messes with nobody, okay?
Yeah, maybe
Maybe
all,
all
mind
of
the
us
fucking
just goes
business.
home.
How about that?
Yeah.
Hey, maybe don't use the term us right now. Bit of a charged term.
Okay. It took me a second. I'm like, what?
We are New York.
The New York we. How am I gonna get around this? I guess. Get fucked.
Yuri Lowenthal's in Old Gods of Appalachia. Damn, that's a pull. It is very funny to me that there are simply no cops in this game anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, the closest you get is Norman Osborn turning up with his own private militia. Like, that's not the same thing. These guys have a tank in the middle of a rural
We can't
city
even
street
shoot out
in
the
Queens.
lights. That's embarrassing.
So one of the curses of what I do for a living
Uh-huh.
is that I'm always thinking of different song lyrics anytime I see like any reference to song lyrics. And I just saw that this mission is called Wake Up, which means that I immediately went to Chop Suey
Of
by
course.
System of a Down. And so the lyrics that I came up were, wake up, Spider-Man, he is really caked up.
Oh,
We just-
no.
The
We can't think
symbiote suit
about-
is running like bad makeup.
We just can't think about anything else.
It's all encompassing.
Miles' dad was the last cop in New York.
No.
Yeah, Vast Arcanum, I think that must have been it.
No. Also, why is Miles' dad named Jefferson Davis?
What do you mean?
The president of the Confederacy.
Famous, Confederate
Oh.
president.
Ugh.
I don't
The
know.
only president of the Confederacy?
Yeah, I don't know how they wound up at that.
How did that happen?
Like, Jefferson David, one letter, you're good, you're fine.
Yeah.
It's not even Miles' last name. Could have been Jefferson
No.
Morales. Yeah, that's weird in a lot of ways.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions.
What? You didn't see anything.
I like that Kraven is talking about MJ like she's the fucking predator. Well, you have hunted the spider. She has been hunting you.
He has a lot of
recognize
respect
it's
for
real,
his
you know?
most diligent recurring podcast guest.
Yeah. Thank you, MJ, for fighting through my multitudinous legions of guards to get to the recording studio.
Close to the spider. We'll hear from them when they're finished. Make sure we always have eyes on the house.
Alright. Are we gonna kill some fools? Die. Hiya. It's that easy, kids.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Hunter down! Find the cause!
Hiya. We just out here zapping fools. Okay.
I will say one of the ways that I thought this game did a much better job was with these sequences.
Yeah.
Because the first game, the MJ missions, at times kind of dragged. This
Oh, yeah.
one, it feels like they can be as they're still tense, they're still nerve-wracking, but they help tell the story without dragging too much.
Yeah.
You're still engaged.
Because the Miles and MJ missions were always good at advancing the story, but it was really rough to, like, play through them because they were, like, very penalizing with fail states. So here, I just got detected, but that's not the end of the story anymore. Now it actually becomes a fight. I can only take 2 hits,
Yeah.
but it becomes much more interesting gameplay than just like, oh, you failed.
Yeah.
I think it was also kind of a hard call in the first game because you would go from being Spider-Man with his many superpowers and fun gadgets and being able to fight like 80 guys, and then you would have to play as somebody who could take absolutely 0 hits. And basically the way that it was is like the story is going to force you to wait for a while until Spider-Man shows up and rescues you.
Yeah.
Which was cool for story things, but it kind of means, you know, it's basically controllable helplessness.
Yeah.
Whereas in this one, you get to fucking run around and just clean up the neighborhood, just tasing dudes in the neck. It really makes you feel like MJ. Thanks, Tia. Texia.
Comment says, today on Kraven Cast, the most dangerous predator I've ever seen, this pissed off white woman.
Even Kraven. It's Kraven, not Karen. Let's go.
Yeah, white woman spotted.
The capris mean business. Oh,
gets
my
that
controller
haircut,
just
you know?
screamed.
Oh. And I also like that in this mission, there isn't the implied time limit of eventually Peter's just gonna show up and rescue you, because Peter is a problem.
Yeah. Peter dragging someone by the cranium.
Wow, that lady really thought she was being clever getting that knife to your
Yeah.
neck.
Boom. Smack against the wall.
Peter.
And off he goes.
Hey,
Bye.
buddy. How's it going? You having a little fun nighttime stroll? How's it going, buddy?
Help and notice that you're dragging that by the face using your tentacles.
Sorry I'm late. What the hell's going on?
Miles
with the
rocks
cat.
up with the cat!
With the cat.
Let's go.
MJ's like, I have follow-up questions, but they can come after you rescue my boyfriend.
Miles is like, hey MJ, I couldn't help but notice that Peter was dragging that man by his, like, very ragdolly spine. Not so much the implication of a connected system between his head and shoulders.
I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure that Kraven, of all people, has a very robust healthcare system in place for his minions. I'm sure he definitely wouldn't be like, you are weak and now you must perish.
Oh. Well,
Kraven's healthcare
where
system is
Kraven
just
comes
the
from,
Hunger
they
Games.
actually have free healthcare.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh.
Aw, Miles got manhole covered. That's unfortunate. I like that that's just become one of Pete's signature moves. Since, I guess, the final shot of Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
The thing that they put in the trailer for some reason.
Throwing a manhole at someone?
Yeah, manhole cover.
Yeah. Yeah.
Harder to throw the manhole itself. Needs earth-moving equipment for that.
What's going on? Talk to me. Thought he was just being weird.
Peter just, like, yanks the level geometry out and throws a hole at someone.
I think that's the Spot's power.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Man, I can't believe Spider-Man is such a public menace in this game.
All of these things he's destroying have to be replaced by taxpayers.
Yeah.
You know what?
Do you want vultures? Because this is how we get vultures.
You know what I really like about that? The way they did it in Homecoming was that Vulture really is just a scavenger.
Yeah.
Like, that part of his
Oh,
character
yeah.
kind of just gets lost, you know, because most of the time he's an inventor who makes a flying machine, and then he calls himself the Vulture. But they were like, this guy's an actual vulture.
Yeah.
You know, I never
Homecoming
made that
did a
connection.
really
I,
fantastic.
it literally only just hit me, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, we've definitely had that
Homecoming just
conversation
did a
before.
fantastic job.
Yeah, what I like about Homecoming, as I think my favorite of the 3 Spider-Man Marvel MCU movies, is Homecoming really felt grounded in a way the others didn't. It was like you really have a sense of the scale and the stakes in a way that you got with the best of the Marvel TV shows from the Netflix era. A little bit of that energy came through in the movie, and I think it was the first time we had ever seen that much of like a kind of ground level Spider-Man story, arguably since Iron Man. I like Iron Man better as a film for a lot of reasons, but what I liked about Homecoming is a lot of the same stuff I liked about Iron Man.
MG just wiped out doing the Akira bike slide. Anyway.
Hell yeah, good for the... Everyone's got an Akira bike slide, it's her God-given right. I feel like Homecoming really nailed, and this is, I've said, but like, the thing that makes it so good is kind of what you cracked onto there, Blue, that like, it's a really good coming-of-age story first, and then it happens to be about Spider-Man after that. And it's not that the elements don't work together, like, it's a really great take on it, but it gives it a sort of, like, real-world grounding that a lot of the other MCU films really lack, and even, like, the subsequent two MCU Spider-Man films, like, they never really quite recapture it. And part of it is that the Vulture is so, like, street level, and you kind of completely understand how he became the scavenger that he is, how his motivations work without really needing greater context or like to put yourself in a superhero mindset. Like, you can really just understand his motivations, and similarly you can always understand Peter's motivations just by having been a teenager at some point. And being like, yeah, no, I know how high school works, I understand the stresses of that, and by extension I can see how this extracurricular activity, for lack of a better word, would really contribute to making that a more stressful situation, to the point where you almost forget that it's a Spider-Man movie until he opens the door to go to his date.
Yes.
And Michael Keaton answers it, and you're like, oh my god.
It's so good. That whole sequence,
the best scene in the movie,
is amazing. It's the most tense scene in a Marvel movie for a while, either side of Spider-Man, is the car scene where they're just driving, and Vulture figures out, oh, this kid is Spider-Man, especially with the cinematography of when the traffic light turns from red to green.
The red and green lights.
It's so simple. It's so simple, but it's so well done. You feel it, you understand it, and you know, if you know to pay attention for it, you can see it happen to be like, oh, that's clever. But yeah.
So one of the YouTube channels that I very much enjoy, although I am not subscribed to them like I am to you guys, is How It Should Have Ended. So their sequence of that whole scene where Michael Keaton is like pointing the gun at Peter and like, yo, I know what you are, stay out of my business or I'll kill you. They have like 4 different ways that scene should have gone. One of which is just Peter just grabs the gun and goes, hey, do you have superpowers? Because I do. I'm super strong. If you didn't, that would be really, really embarrassing. Hey, guys, help. This man is threatening me with a gun and it's threatening my life.
Yeah.
And then
I remember that too.
The best one is Michael Keaton just goes, don't mess with your kid. And Peter goes, why? And it cuts back to him, because I'm Batman. Like,
God, How It Should Have Ended is like one of the first YouTube channels where I watched everything they did, and I sort of fell out of it a little bit. Not, no reason. I think they're still extremely funny. I think I personally started getting a little bit shakier on the, I think this movie should have gone this way instead, because like it's very funny and they do it as a joke, but I've seen people do it full seriously, and I'm like, I don't know. I feel like that's easy to say after the work is done, you know?
I mean, the problem I found was a lot of the time, especially with the Star Wars sequels, I liked what they came up with better than what the sequels came up with.
Yeah, well, that's not hard.
Oh, I know, but still.
I really want to watch Andor and Ahsoka at some point.
You gotta watch Andor, bro.
I know.
Ahsoka, I don't know about, but Andor definitely.
Ahsoka, I did not like a lot of it, but it had one of my favorite moments that any Star Wars show has had in a while.
I'm back with pizza bagels.
And I think anyone who's watched the show probably knows which specific episode I'm talking about.
I've only seen the clips and I know what you're talking about.
Variety?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Hayden Christensen is such a goddamn good actor.
Cleo, baby, you cannot climb on Greg. He is playing. Oh, I also cut my finger.
No!
Oh no!
It's fine. It's just the very tip. It's just the tip, but as we learned from when I ended up in the ER for a pinky cut, that when you cut the tip of it, it tends to bleed a lot, so we now own bleed stopping gel and a lot of finger care, band-aids, and gauze. It was no big deal. I was cutting a piece of bread and just the tip. Thank you, Brandon Hall. What?
With the bread knife?
Yeah, with the bread knife, but it's still a very sharp bread knife. Don't cut fingers. Thank you, Tess. I Now that you've said that, it does make a lot of sense. Wait, bleed stopping gel exists? I mean, it doesn't work super well, but it works decently well.
Yeah, you can actually just press down on the D-pad and you'll get most of your health healed back up. It's a really good system.
A bread knife? Yes, like a serrated knife. I'm gonna eat blueberries now and stop answering your questions about finger injuries.
I think we gotta sell somebody in chat on Andor because they don't see the appeal of it.
Yo, Andor is great.
The thing is, I agree, because initially when Andor was announced, I was like, I don't know if I want to watch a prequel about a character who I already know how he dies, because that's literally the only thing that happens to him in the movie that he's in. And then a couple of my friends were like, let's watch Andor, and they just sat me down, and I was like, this is really fucking good. I think we were on like the 3rd episode when I realized they'd already watched all of it, and they were just like, we gotta get Red to watch this. So,
What I really like about it,
yeah.
it's the first Star Wars in a while that doesn't explicitly feel like it was made for kids.
Yeah,
And
very
like,
much
it
so.
finally doesn't have that like Disneyfication of Star Wars that I've kind of not been a huge fan of. Like it's
Yeah.
stuff made by Disney is not inherently bad, is not, you know, but some of the overall tone shift at times, as you know, someone who's still a fan of like the original trilogy first before even the prequels, I've been like, ugh.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Andor was very interesting. I think a lot of people are talking about like how the sequel series doesn't really feel like Star Wars. And the weird thing is, like, I don't really think Andor feels like Star Wars either. Like, one of the really weird things to me about Andor, there are absolutely no aliens in it. Like, you don't even notice. Everyone in that show is human.
Really?
Yeah. Like, and I think because the narrative that they're telling of like this actual, like, seeing the slow fascist takeover of an otherwise a previously free republic, like, it's a very human story. It is very topical. I mean, it's pretty much topical in every generation, but like, you know, it was especially relevant at the time that I think the writers were working on it. And that story is a lot easier to take seriously if everybody that you're seeing, even the bad guys, has a human face. Because then it's like, it's the banality of evil and stuff like that. But Star Wars is so thoroughly defined by being, you know, a wacky, basically, sword and planet reskin, where there are wacky aliens absolutely everywhere, and there's not a single one in Andor. Yeah.
Yeah, what I like, I mean, it's got some really, really wonderful characters.
Yeah.
You know, especially like that.
The one played by Andy
Corpo-
Serkis is the best.
That man definitely broke some ribs.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. But that corporate security guy
Oh.
is just like
That's still
he's
there.
just so wonderfully hateable.
Yeah, he sucks.
I like how you're just dying with the cat on your back.
It was hard to
Miles
see
just get stabbed?
through the backpack collision, but we got stabbed with a trank dart.
No.
Does that mean your cat also got stabbed?
Unfortunately, Spider-Man is going in the box with us. Spider-Man the cat is going in jail with us.
The cat's name is also
No.
The
Spider-Man?
cat's name is also Spider-Man.
So when I
I
played
like
this,
the idea of like Miles Morales and Spider-Man in backpack. Like,
Yeah. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, and Spider-Man.
like my daughter met a giraffe. My daughter is the one on the left.
Also,
when I
now,
played this-
behold my favorite of Yuri Lowenthal's voice acting in this entire game. Hold on, it's coming.
You ever tase your boyfriend to wake him up from his weird alien sleep paralysis?
who among us has not? I have.
Among Us.
This is so good. Like, there's the slight hint of Peter being in there, but this is the symbiote power hour right now.
Her pupils went huge at that shot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to listen through that later, because there are so many ways he could have delivered that, and I'm really curious how he did it.
He delivered it the best way.
It's very funny that MJ's like, don't look. And it's like, no, I want to look. I want to see spooky symbiote Pete.
Like, you know how you complained that Topher Grace did not put any stank on Venom's voice? The delivery of that was all stank.
Which is cute, because that was Peter actively trying to warn her to
Yeah.
fucking get out of there before the symbiote
Peter
tried to kick her
frustrated
ass.
hisses. I don't know that that's Peter, my man.
You know you're doing the symbiote right when you can turn Spider-Man into a horror movie villain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Red, to the best of my ability, the way he delivered it was, MJ, run.
Yeah, you gotta
Yes.
get that wet.
Yeah, to the best of my ability, that's what it sounded like.
That's good though. Like
Watch
that,
it back later; it's really good.
That's such an interesting way to do it, because like the easy way to do it would be to make him sound kind of like sympathetic or
The
like
cat's still
tired,
there.
like, fighting from the inside.
Bapping
Start
Peter.
dancing, cat. Yep,
Kitty, kitty,
yep.
kitty,
That
kitty,
was
kitty,
what
kitty,
he
kitty.
did on mine too, because I also had the cat. He was like just raving and then batting at Miles' head.
It's like, wake up, dummy, wake up, feed me, give me snacks. There is more alien rock somewhere in the city. We'll follow that plotline later. Peter's so bad at hiding his identity of being Spider-Man.
Yeah.
How long was
aggressively
he on this bench before the suit just turned into this nice little sweater and jeans combo he's got going on here?
But also, Miles just tells everyone in his life that he's Spider-Man. Neither of the
Also
Spider-Mans in this
that.
game are any good at keeping their identity secret.
It is alarming to me that Peter just woke up like nothing was wrong. He had his phone on him the whole time.
Yeah.
Where does his phone get stored when he... Nope, let's not discuss that.
Why do you think he's so caked up?
No, he
Let's
definitely
go.
he definitely uses the
go.
boob pocket.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just sauntering down the street, nothing is wrong.
I would love if in this game, the more power-ups you got as Venom, like the more you upgraded the suit, the harder it was to run away when you played as MJ.
That would be horrifying.
Oh.
Why did it feel like I had the best sleep of my life? I don't know, but doesn't sound right to me.
I love this archetype so much. This whole, like, story arc. It's so good.
I'm not the first person to make this observation, but I think this was the moment it hit me. I was like, oh, the black suit is a perfect metaphor for addiction.
Yeah.
Where he's like, no,
yeah.
this makes me better. This makes me faster. This is, I need this.
Yeah, that
And
is
everyone's like, no, bro, you need to stop. And he's like, no, everything's fine. What are you talking about?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
because
true
he can
line.
always
That's-
rationalize an explanation for how he's feeling the way he's feeling.
Yeah, it's been explored in a handful of iterations of the story. The creative director of this game, Ryan Intihar, kind of called that out as one of the aspects of the story. And it does come into play later, where it's like your friends and your support network can get you like 90% of the way there. They can help you, but it needs to come from internally to quote unquote get the suit off. And as far as the metaphor goes, and we'll see that a little later on in the stream, but yeah.
Do you want me to derp around so you could actually eat something?
No, I'll have a snack in a bit. I'll shut up in a minute.
A little snacky snack.
little snackaroo.
Blue, what are your thoughts on the Empire State Building?
I like it. It has snuck up on me in real life, which I did not appreciate. Red and Cyan and I were going around with some friends to get some stuff over in Koreatown. I think we were getting some kind of sweet snack. I don't think it was a tea. It might have been like a...
Yeah, I think we're going to get boba.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it was like the nearest by one to where we were going like, oh, let's go to Koreatown. And we were like, okay. And we just turned a corner and we were suddenly
there.
looking at a sign that was like Empire State Building entrance. I'm like, what? So I looked up and what do you know? There was the Empire State Building. We'd gone around the corner from it and then we're just like in its shadow. I felt very upset to have been jump scared by one of the tallest buildings in New York and the tallest building in the world for 50 years. Very frustrating. It is a beautiful building, though. It's a really nice tapered design that looks elegant from a distance and from ground level. It's a good encapsulation of Art Deco principles. The spire is just really nicely done. Even that kind of has a little bit of tapering going on. It's good. It's nice. As far as, like, 1939's best possible building design, it's good. It's really good. I like it a lot. Aesthetically, I think I like the Chrysler Building a little more just because the full, like, metal crown kind of emblematic of, like, car parts and like, wheel spoke details I think is really cool, just, like, as a thing that's unique to that building in particular. But I really like the Empire State Building.
I'm glad to hear it has the blue seal of approval.
Yeah,
It's-
wood
I
smash.
think
Wood smash.
This is the nostalgia speaking for me, but like I think that's probably my not at all an expert in architecture's like favorite building.
Yeah, it's good.
I just love the look, simple, classic, and it's just right there. And it reminds me of being at home.
Yeah.
MJ's front page article is about how much of a menace Spider-Man is, which I'm sure.
What's up with my boyfriend?
Yeah.
No.
And Pete's like, MJ,
Don't
what are you
err.
doing? You're the crazy
It's
one
not
here.
how to build a healthy relationship.
Don't subtweet people who you're dating.
I feel like, you know, if you're dating Spider-Man, though, and you work for J.K. Simmons, like, maybe you two could get on the same page about how to, like, play that to your advantage. Be like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna write the worst stuff about Spider-Man, but you put little in-jokes in for each other, so you know not to take it. Like, it feels like I would rather have someone I know writing false things about me. Like, if that makes sense, you know?
That would be
Yeah,
cute. I
you
like
guys
that,
could
yeah.
gossip
Be in on it
together.
Game the system, get this white man's money, and also, you know, have your little funsies with the newspaper.
No one would assume someone
I know
working
that
for
she's
J.
a
Jonah
serious
Jameson.
journalist or whatever, but if you have to work for J.K. Simmons anyway.
I like the body language of MJ walking in and just immediately freezing when she saw Pete.
This suit is the only reason I'm still alive.
I like maybe like tell him everything that he did last night.
Pop some more
Yeah, that
pills
would
and
probably
watch
be the
it.
move.
That might help.
I'm busting my ass out there trying to save you.
Whoa. MJ, we both went for the gun.
I saw your story.
I tried to tell you about that.
Yeah, but you didn't, did you?
I can't lose this job.
Your job is to write the truth.
I did.
The truth is, I'm the hero here, not you.
He's such a bastard.
I feel like this scene is being purposefully written just a little bit unnecessarily hostile. Because MJ could have just been like, Pete, you literally spent like half a night rampaging after me, fully asleep. So like, what the fuck, man? But instead it has to be, I need to keep this job, rather than anything more reasonable to say.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering, I'm just thinking now, like, does she know that he was asleep and not fully like?
Well,
does she,
yeah.
Maybe she's thinking he remembers it all.
Well, he just said that he didn't remember anything. It would be a little bit weird for him to lie about that.
Okay.
Yeah, because Pete does not know what happened the night before. I do think, though, that MJ saying you destroyed half the city would not matter much to the Spider-Man, because when she told him, you chased the lizard and destroyed the city, his response was, yeah, so? So
Well, the
even
thing is
if she
that-
did, I don't think it would matter.
Well, the thing is, that was in pursuit of, like, stopping the lizard from destroying the city more. Whereas this was like, you literally started attacking me because I tried to wake you up. It was bad. I just feel like Pete would have to be pretty far gone before he was willing to not listen to that.
Basically, me and Red are just built different. Get on our level, MJ.
Watching you two grow up together.
Spider-Man's. It's all Bully Maguire quotes in chat now, and I'm so
Good.
excited.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
It just feels like this scene is so specifically designed to speed up a little bit of the Pete feeling isolated and justified and like rationalizing where he's at. And Harry feeling shitty and abandoned. I don't know. I think it's very elegant writing-wise. It's just there's been a couple points where I'm like, this feels a little bit idiot plot-ish, in that like they could have just explained themselves a little bit better, and I don't yet have reason to think that MJ having one really weird bad night with Pete being fully possessed by some alien thing is enough reason for her to not just tell him shit. I don't know.
One can imagine this might have been 2 or 3 scenes spread out, condensed into one.
Are you okay?
The fact that Harry was able to crack that glass does not instill any confidence in me.
No. Bad news, Pete. The Gingers are unionizing.
Oh no! It's our worst nightmare. Oh, he straight up broke that glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dude.
Pardon me,
I'm
is that
ruined.
more some tea?
I have nothing left except Spider-Man.
I'm Spider-Man.
So you better get me those fucking pictures.
There is, if you spend more time in that sequence before that mission, or I guess that cutscene really, you can get a dialogue thing from Peter where he's like, Harry keeps calling me about this, like, suit, And I think he's being annoying. Doesn't he know that I need it to be a Spider-Man? Like, why is he so, like, hung up on this? I don't get where he's coming from here.
Yep.
Thank you, Kate, for the 5 Kraven bucks.
Kate, too
You know, I
late.
like how before the game came out, we were talking about how they could deal with the black suit arc, and there was that one gameplay clip that they'd released where Pete had the black suit, and he didn't sound evil, he just sounded unbelievably stressed.
Yeah.
And we were like, that would be a really good way to play this. And I like that that's exactly what they're doing with this. Where he's like, why can't anybody else save themselves for a Why does it always have to be me? I'm so tired all the time.
I can't be the problem. Everyone else is the problem.
He's like, Peter, buddy, you might just be overstimulated. Go sit in a quiet room for 20 minutes and see how you feel later. Have a snack, a nap, take a shower, you know?
A little nappy nap.
You're a fraud, Spider-Man. I love the chat is just all of the quotes from the worst Spider-Man forced conflict bits of every movie.
No, you're a fraud.
I like that they haven't even addressed that.
Snickers.
I like that they haven't even addressed that Pete doesn't know how to take off the suit. Like, he tried to give it back to Harry early, and it just wasn't cooperating. And it's not like Lizard, or whatever the fuck, what's his name?
Dr. Connors.
Connors, yeah, it's not like Connors actually helped. He was just like, it's a spooky alien goop, and I had a soldier shoot my arm off at the shoulder rather than let it touch me. So I'm not going to tell you how to put it back on Harry.
Except
or
for
whatever.
maybe shoot yourself.
I would simply not have it rip my arm off. It seems to like me a lot more. R.I.P. to you, but I'm built different.
I've been calling for hours.
Okay, so did I misinterpret that scene? I thought the soldier shot his arm off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
Connors
it's not
asked
that
him
the symbiote. Okay, I thought so. So it's not that the symbiote ripped his arm off.
to. Well,
No.
no.
Well, it like locked onto his arm. Like
It
there
just
was
wanted
no...
a hug.
How to help you. Go. Help.
Remember, the best way to fight alien goo is also the best way to help the channel grow. Smash that bell.
Yeah.
Kraven would like you to smash bell and subscribe so we can beat puny spider.
But remember,
Don't
the more
forget
bells we
to
smash,
rate
the
and
quicker
review.
Peter goes back to lovable scamp we all know.
And if you really enjoyed the show, consider becoming a patron for even more exclusive content.
The
What
Kraven
would Kraven's
Club.
Patreon rewards be?
I think like $5 would be like you get like articles written by some of the hunters every month. I feel like some of the hunters are like really big into specific kinds of conservation. You know?
Yeah.
Like they're
I
here
feel
for
like the
niche
most-
reasons.
The most expensive tier is that Kraven will hunt you.
Ooh, I like it.
Or someone of your
Play the
choosing.
most dangerous game.
Just need to block the rest of them. There. That could
Oh, I forgot this puzzle.
It's weird that they put Miles in such a breakoutable jail.
Can
thing.
I feel guilty having the cat with me right now. Can I please change
No!
this?
No!
No,
only cat.
absolutely
no,
not.
we keep
need
the
Don't you
cat.
dare.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're
Only
leaving the
cat.
cat behind.
Okay.
Cats have
Yeah.
9 lives, bud. You brought the cat into this dangerous situation. You gotta save them. Save the cat, Blue. It's rule
It's an
number
escort
1.
mission now, buddy.
This is our introduction to screenwriting featuring.
Oh, like save the cat is anything anyone needs to be taught these days. We all watched the episode of She-Ra they just titled Save the Cat.
Yeah. That was a good episode of She-Ra, too.
Is it really
It's
called
fucking-
Save the Cat?
It was.
And it slaps. It's like one of the best episodes of the show.
Oh my god.
What do they need that for?
I have not watched any She-Ra, but I am frequently compared to, I think his name is Seahawk.
Seahawk. Yeah.
This makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense, honestly.
Yeah.
If you palette swapped even a little bit of your outfit, you would just be doing a closet cosplay of him.
Yeah.
Complete with the
I mean,
mustache.
it's already pretty damn close. I know he's got like the red neckerchief.
Adventure!
blue vest. Yeah.
Seahawk was a non-negligible inspiration for my current D&D character, Jack.
Yay.
Nice. Oh, so I am I'm doing my own D&D stream next Saturday.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
And we're attempting to do Curse of Strahd
Oh.
in 8 hours.
Oh boy.
In one sitting, we're going to attempt to do the
Ooh,
entire
scratch
thing.
Be careful,
And-
man.
Yeah, and so we're also turning it into an absolute black comedy. So I have named my character, the dumbass fighter, Trey4 Belmu,
Nah.
and I am very proud of that name.
Wow.
We did some friends and I in a home game did a one shot we called Let's Punch Strahd, where we just entered the castle and immediately gunned it to get as close as we could to defeating Strahd. And then it's a blast. It's probably, I would say, uncontroversially the most well-known official module for D&D at this point. Is it's Strahd, the Curse of Strahd. So it's kind of fun to get to be like, we all know what the deal is. We don't gotta do this slow mystery solving. Let's just gun it for the big vampire and see if we can't deck him before the end of this session. Before we all have to go home.
Party wizard on their 15th run through the time loop, like, yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I got to build a zealot barbarian specifically designed to kill vampires, and then I got polymorphed into a rat.
I was gonna say, is this one where you were stuck as a lizard for a while or something?
Yeah, and fully a rat.
That's a shame.
And now I only play characters with high wisdom and intelligence.
Were you a pizza rat?
That's certainly not true.
This is positively untrue. Always one of the two, you know?
Yeah.
You don't really need both, you know?
I failed like 3 con saves in a row in yesterday's rolling the difficulty section. I had to have a dump stat somewhere.
Took so much out of it's a great episode. I can't wait till you all listen to it. Oh my god, I was so stressed out the whole time we were recording.
It was unbelievably tense, but honestly very fun. I've had like I think the difference for me between a D&D session that I find tense but fun and a D&D session I find tense and not fun is how much my character is being prevented from doing things.
Yeah, you really don't like being restrained.
I don't like getting stuck in bubbles. It happens every fucking time. My con save is like a flat +2, and half of these abilities are con saves. Anyway.
Yeah, so the low wisdom character feels the same way about charm and polymorph.
Yeah, didn't you get turned into a block of cheese?
Yeah. That's right.
Polymorph is supposed to be creatures, but yeah, whatever.
Quick note, Jack, Yellow, Ludo History, was wondering where he could catch said live play.
It will be over on my Twitch next Saturday at 11 a.m. Twitch.tv/JacquesWhipper. We will also be raising money for charity. But that is neither here nor there. I will not distract from this charity stream.
Sounds extremely cool.
I don't know.
I like that Miles is having a little like panic breakdown about his secret identity potentially being compromised.
My guy, you have told literally everyone you know that you're.
Yeah, but like he's got a close knit community. He's got like a bubble of people that he trusts. But like he's just got captured by bad guys for the first time. It's a scary experience for a masked protagonist.
There's a lot of side quests in this game where Miles is just like helping out his high school, like do little like homecoming prep things or like get a mascot back. No way that everyone at Vision doesn't know that Miles is Spider-Man, because who's calling him up otherwise? Like, hey Spider-Man, can you come get my high school's mascot back? He got kidnapped. Like, I'm sorry, that whole school knows who Miles Morales is.
I'm sure they know. It's just that, like, the thing is, it makes sense to me that Miles wouldn't know that, or at least wouldn't think about
Miles
it
definitely
too hard.
thinks he's doing a really good job keeping his secret.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is, Miles has mostly been dealing with people who like him and would keep his secret. But like these are bad guys. He doesn't know what to expect. It's freaking him out. I like that.
Well, to be fair, he was captured in the previous game as well.
He was?
So like he should.
Oh, but he wasn't Spider-Man yet, was he?
No, this is in the Miles Morales game.
Oh, that previous game.
that previous.
The one I haven't seen anything about.
Yeah,
it's also a good game. I liked it a lot.
Totally used to being captured by bad guys by now.
I mean,
old hat.
Yeah.
To be fair, not your first rodeo is still a really low amount of rodeos.
It's true.
This
you guys ever been to a rodeo?
In fact, my second rodeo.
I like that the more Spider-Man turns into an eldritch nightmare, the more Kraven is like, yes, good. Get more fucked up and evil.
More disgusting, goopier, yes.
Our battle will be legendary.
Today I am ranking all Spider-Man suits. Everything but black suit is shit tier F rank. Only black suit respected.
And then, like, Kraven's producer's like, boss, you need to, like, stretch out the bit for content. This podcast episode's an hour. This is, I made my ranking. I will not be elaborating.
No further questions.
This episode is over. Once again, please remember to check out our sponsor, NordVPN. He still does the second ad read, but...
Of course, you have to.
He doesn't ad read one ranking, second ad read ends.
Also, he doesn't do, like, the, this portion of the episode is sponsored by. Like, what bullshit is that? Like, come on, that's the whole episode being sponsored. You ever hear this when, like, there's like a YouTube video, it's like, this portion of the video is sponsored by blank. I'm like, no, that's the whole episode. Who are you lying to?
Yeah.
Did they know they were only sponsoring
Like,
a portion
after
of an
the
episode?
5-minute count, it's like, ah, yes, I forgot about Google domains. Now I'll go back to not thinking about it. Like, no, come on, it's the whole episode.
I feel like that's something that sponsors are like, hey, you should do this.
Yeah,
because-
that's when you reach out with the copy, they're like, hey, we just want to sponsor this portion, or like, we don't want to throw our name behind the certain section, or just like, it's a specific piece of copy to be like, look, we're highlighting that we sponsored this thing, even if technically it is paying for functionally the whole video.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I also like the idea of Kraven doing a tier list of other villains. Like, all right,
Based on how easy they were to hunt.
Chameleon, D tier, not even animal themed. Just guy without face.
So my frustration with Kraven, he's always like, yeah, I'm going to hunt the scorpion, and that's pretty impressive until you think about it and like, no, you just took away all of the scorpion's abilities, made yourself immune to his toxin. Like, yeah, of course you killed him.
to be fair,
Oh, I
that's-
see. You think Kraven should be more into a fair fight,
It
like
should be a fair
Goku.
fight. If you're all about the hunt, you make it a fair hunt.
I'm
But
sorry,
yeah,
have you
I
ever
agree.
been
I'd be the
hunting?
world's greatest hunter if you gave me a space laser that could kill anyone on the planet at any time. Like, come at me now, bro.
Do you think
funny thing is
deer
my
have
dad was
shotguns?
The funny thing is my dad was expressing a similar sentiment after he watched through the first stream. He was like, I'm not sure I like that this Kraven just has an army of goons to do his hunting for him. I feel like Kraven should be
Yeah.
doing everything with his own bare hands.
Yeah.
He does seem like he should be sort of a solo problem kind of guy.
I mean, he usually is. This is kind of like what they did with Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, where they were like, normally this guy's just a big, strong problem, but we're gonna just make him the boss of his own private army, and then that's gonna be the problem.
Now he's going to be everybody's problem.
Yeah. And we're gonna give him weird,
Thank you,
out there
Blue.
political views.
I was just like, just hit them. You're Spider-Man.
Come on, Spidey. It's amazing how much being able to go invisible makes Miles' power set absolutely broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just got
You're
so
much
many
better
wacky
than
powers.
Sneak attack in this game, you know? It's like, you're invisible and then you attack. You have advantage. Please do extra damage.
Yeah, add your sneak attack dice.
I keep forgetting.
Oh, you're
to use
casting
sneak
chain
attack.
lightning? Cool, okay. Invisibility drops, but you do like 10 d8.
I was gonna say, at level 26, what's that sneak attack damage? A million D6? Great.
I don't even,
Wonderful.
I don't think they do epic levels anymore. That was a 3.5 thing, which I was fond of reading the rules for. Because 3.5 had no interest in game balance. 3.5 would just let you do whatever you wanted. And
Huh.
there was a whole supplement for like, if you want to go above level 20, here's the kinds of like batshit crazy things the wizards can start casting. Like, I think a lot of it, it's not expected that the players are going to get that high, but it's like, this is stuff that needs to exist in the world to justify, like, background things like this unbelievably powerful and ancient sorcerer did this thing, and it's like, okay, then technically there must be an act of magic possible in the rules to do that thing. 3.5, my beloved.
Yeah.
Game balance, she doesn't know her.
That's kind of my goal with my current campaign that I'm running. It's like, oh, you want to do that? Sure, go ahead. That just means I'm going to make you fight things that are going to kill you even harder.
I think it was somewhere in this building that there's a secret room where Kraven has the rhino's head on a wall. It was cut from the game, maybe because it's a little too much, but it's
a
like the
little
whole
much.
helmet, like, face in.
Yikes.
Oh, look, they're
Waiting for
sharing
one
a
of
warm
these suits
embrace.
of armor to come to life.
Wow, they really spent a lot of money on the ray tracing for this stained glass.
To make sure that you didn't miss it.
Yeah. That along with the next-gen fish AI. Remember when that happened in Call of Duty? That was hilarious.
No.
And it was like, if you don't remember, Jack, when the PS4 and Xbox One came out, they had a whole thing about how Call of Duty Ghosts had next-gen fish AI where they swim away from you if you get too close, which is also, I think, what happens in Mario 64, but let's not think about that too hard. But they also had, like, ray tracing that did not look terribly better than what already existed in other games, so it was like, oh, if this is the next gen, I think maybe I'm good.
We'll skip a gen here.
This is such a fun and unnerving scenario for Miles to be stuck in.
Yeah.
Like I
Finally,
said,
natural light.
still-
Just kidding.
I still am like, if Miles really wanted, like, all those guys could be dead in like 10 seconds.
he has
Miles
electric.
can't just
just
choose
stop-
to explode with electricity whenever he wants. I feel like that
Yeah,
would solve a lot of problems.
Or literally just stop pulling your punches and just punch clean through them.
Like,
Also,
also,
I can
Liu
understand
Kang
why
face
he
out.
doesn't want to do that, but you're right.
I am there too, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is probably why I shouldn't be a superhero, but I'm like, yeah, if it gets to that situation where it's life or death, like, yeah, I'm a nut.
It's like, yeah, wow, killing would make this a lot easier. Oh, shit.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
I live in a
I
world
was
of
expecting you to
cardboard?
be fighting
Amazing.
Kraven. I was not expecting this.
what, you weren't expecting Kraven?
Well, I was expecting Kraven to be the person that Miles was gonna have to fight, but this is much more juicy.
Kraven saving himself for the other Spider-Man.
Welcome back to Kravencast Live. Today we have two very special guests here to fight to death for my amusement.
This needs to be like a sports color commentary. And
True.
we're back here with Miles Morales facing off against Martin Lee, the man who killed his father. Yeah, you got to know that he's going to be pulling out all the
that's
stops to make
that's
sure
a
that this
big
fight goes in
electricity
his
shock
way.
right there. And looks like Martin Lee's been backed into a corner.
Yeah, Cyan, that's not the way you want to start off a fight. I mean, you want to get out in the opening area where you can really send those blasts of negative energy at your opponent, mentally and emotionally.
Ooh, there he goes. Yep, just like that. Good
You know
job,
what they
Martin.
You know what they say? Take advantage of the level geometry, or the level geometry's gonna take advantage of you.
Looks
Oh,
like
and
Martin
Spider-Man's
Lee
in
is
the-
attempting a patented I'm a changed man maneuver where he attempts to appeal to the heroic nature of Spider-Man.
Is he a changed man? Yeah, probably not. He still murdered a lot of people, including Spider-Man's father, the ill-named Jefferson Davis. Why was that the case? Why is he the only cop we've seen in New York? Let's not go into the politics of that.
I like that Kraven's commenting too.
Sounds like they're having a conversation down there, but frankly, from the bleachers, kind of hard to hear. Seems important.
There's an awful lot of punch sound effects and explosions covering up the details of their little conversation.
Yeah. Can anyone here read lips? Ah, it's fine.
I think Miles had a friend.
Doesn't help with Spider-Man, unfortunately.
oh, yeah, that.
I like that Kraven compliments you when you hit him correctly. That's
Oh,
good showmanship.
and
Blast to the chest. I just thought of some things that are not safe to say on stream.
Don't worry, we're all thinking it.
oh,
It's all right. It's not the first 1 minute of the live stream.
Mimi, big boy, here he be.
Did he disrupt my venom?
Whoa.
So now we know the
I don't
delay.
remember how many of these moves were like in the original thing.
Welcome back, Venom Powers.
Remember how to do Does this fight have one of those theater battle in the mind
Yeah.
fights? Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, no spoilers. No, I have no idea.
I gotta say, Tears of the Kingdom has utterly destroyed my muscle memory for every other game. I'm like, just you gotta just sidle, dodge to the left, and then you can flurry rush, and then it'll. Yeah.
So I made the horrible mistake of playing a Souls-like game after this, where the attack button in Spider-Man was the
Literally
heal
called
button.
Chain Lightning? Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, I
Please
know.
continue.
Wow, he's just blasting through those level 6 spells right now.
Yeah.
Really
But
spamming the
attack
cooldowns.
button here was the heal button in that other game where you only have limited heals, and I kept healing by accident when I wanted to attack, and
Oh no.
I was not a fan.
And I guess this is what happens, friends, when you have a bit of a monk going up against a fighter. Who will win? We'll never know.
The fighter.
Yeah,
no, we
no.
actually saw this matchup last season, and it ended rather tragically. So it's going to be interesting to see if young Morales can really pull it around here. It seems like he's struggling a bit internally, and it's having an effect on his game.
That's true.
Yeah, you
and
gotta make sure-
unfortunately, the dead father situation does seem to be weighing heavily on his mind, which is really disappointing. You know, that was years back. You thought he'd gotten over it by now.
Well, when you get
Reminds
to this
you
level,
of
need
the
to
Uncle
get-
Ben effect that we saw way back in Parker's early days.
You're so right. It's tragic to see a promising young hero like this really be hung up on his origin story for this long.
And we were right. The
Yeah,
fighter
there's
did
hope
That he
Win.
win.
can overcome it.
When you get to this level, you really need to be able to perform in the clutch. There's no excuse for that kind of performance in this situation. Miles Morales, he needs to man up or put the suit up. That's what I'm saying.
Can't get over how stupid the ragdolls look every time.
Now, quick question. Why are we not getting any action from the real Spider-Man, the cat in the bag?
Well, I don't want to let the
cat's
cat out of the bag in this case, but I've heard that Spider-Man only
Jack,
comes
you
out
get me
in
every
very
time.
specific situations.
I like that Kraven is kind of like doing combat therapy from the sidelines. Like, and tell me how this makes you feel about your father.
You have to face the mistakes of your past.
Does it make you feel powerful to be defeating the man who killed him? It seems perhaps it maybe does.
Man, your running jokes are so much better than my running jokes. My running jokes just evolve into your mom jokes.
Kraven cast hears that your mother is single, Mr. Morales.
That was my recurring joke when we did what was it, Jedi Survivor?
Oh.
Where I was like, you know, the Jedi, they can't be like super aggressive, but there's nothing stopping them from being petty and saying a bunch of your mom jokes as they're fighting. I don't think that goes against the Jedi code.
Oh, I
So-
see. Yeah. Yeah, it's nowhere in the fear, anger, hate, dark side chain. Yo mama jokes are just good fun.
No. It's not evil, it's just petty.
Yeah. And if there's one thing we know about Obi-Wan, he's more than willing to be petty.
I mean, they can always make jokes about insects. You know, bees nuts.
Oh.
It was a really bad setup, but
Imagining,
I couldn't
like,
think of it.
Yeah, that
Like-
was rough.
the Jedi Code forbids attachments. That's why I totally ghosted your mom after you smashed, or something ridiculous like that. Because I've like you've seen the thing of like, you know, the Jedi Code forbids attachments, so like Anakin and Padme can totally smash. Anakin's just not allowed to have feelings about it.
Yeah, exactly. That was the funniest thing when I
after that.
in the those dang phones trope talk when I was talking about like, you know, after you see a lot of later Star Wars things where everyone's just doing hologram phone calls from halfway across the galaxy, it's a little bit weird when you watch the original and basically Leia sends something through physical mail. And then someone was like, well, she had to do it because the Jedi Code forbids attachments, so she couldn't email it.
God damn it. That's so good.
Yeah, all right. I have forgiven George Lucas for that one.
I think my favorite is that meme that goes around where it's like, the Jedi Council will never let us be together, and Padme's like, so quit. Like, you get to keep, that's not like they can take your powers away, you can even keep your lightsaber. Just quick, and
Yeah.
hang out with your hot senator wife.
Just become stay-at-home trophy dad.
Trophy Dad who still has all the powers of a Jedi.
Yeah.
None of the dumbass rules.
So, like, your kids are like, no, I want a snack! You can just, like, pick them up and hover, force hold them, like, out
Or
of the
just
way.
Jedi mind trick them and be like, you don't want a snack.
Oh man, while we're talking about how it should have ended, how it should have ended for Empire Strikes Back, where Luke jumps and Darth Vader's like, whoa, hold on, and just like uses the Force to levitate him. It's like, this is not a negotiation, young man.
I love their recurring thing that Darth Vader's just really excited to be a father.
I'm a father!
And how it shows up in so many different things, including non-Spider-Man, or non-Star Wars movies.
Sister, you have a sister? I have a daughter too? This is amazing! Did you hear it, stormtroopers?
I'm a dad to twins!
He's just so cute. We deserved good dad Anakin, and it's a shame that we'll never ever get it.
Dadakin.
Dadakin.
Oh yeah, Alfonso Romero. I'm
And it
your
looks
father.
like Martin Lee just
Nuh-uh.
ate shit.
What do you mean, nuh-uh?
Nuh-uh!
Ooh, that one was
fuck
a
do you
lot of
mean,
mark.
nuh-uh?
I just got a package in the mail with like 15 billion crochet hooks. I'm so excited.
Oh boy, it's time for a battle in the center of the mind.
Martin Lee pulling Spider-Man into a battle of the center of the mind seems cheap, but there is no rule that says that you can't pull someone into a battle of the center of the mind. Just like there is no rule that says a dog can't play basketball. And a cat
What's the
can't be
ruling on that
Spider-Man.
happening multiple times in one story, though? That's what I really want to know.
I think the ruling is that
it
it's
was
fair
hardly
play.
debated after last year's championships. After all, you can only really follow so far into someone's mind, and it gets a little tricky for the refs, but ultimately it was decided that due to the long history of the game and the honor of the sport, players and fans rallied, and the rule was left in as it is. But we'll see that there have been some changes made. Obviously, there is a bit more tracking going on, and hopefully, ideally, the building arena will maintain its composure for whenever I catch up with where the rest of the stream is at.
You know, this is really the wussification of, you know, this sport. You know, back in my day, people went into the center of the mind and didn't worry about whether the refs could track it, you know? And that was the way that it was played. It was the right way. I'm just leaning into, like, the old grouchy color commentator.
As we
just
all remember,
in.
this bold strategy was first executed by Scorpion in Marvel's Sony's Spider-Man's PS4, where it was executed as an overlay on the actual physical New York. This, on the other hand, being a much more cerebral version, the physics are a little bit shaky.
Thus originating
Listen,
the
try to
term
think
get
about your
scorped.
feelings.
Oh,
in the
this
middle of
just
a boss
in! Breaking news, Backpack Cat is showing us we're going somehow deeper into the center of the mind.
Cat.
God damn it.
Now back to the Backpack Cat cam.
Listen, we got a battle in the center of the mind, in the battle of the center of the mind that is already in my mind, and now there's another Spider-Man in the center of the mind? I can't keep all this straight.
This is giving me a great idea for a hit movie we should definitely make.
That I'll never
you
be
guys
able to
might
remember
hear
the
that
name
movie.
of. I keep confusing which one is which. They all sound the same.
Yeah.
Interstellar and Inception.
Oh, I thought the Spider-Verse one.
Oh.
Yeah.
I assumed we were talking
Which one?
about
That still doesn't narrow it down.
Exactly!
Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse, No Way Home.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Kind of bold of evil psychic copy Spider-Man to be like, Spider-Man helps people, you just hurt them. And it's like, Pete, my man.
My boy.
You're doing
I
a
know that
real
Mr.
bad
Negative can't possibly know this, but like...
My frustration with a lot of the boss fights in this game also was that they just go on so damn long.
There's a lot, yeah.
I do like Miles being like, just fight me, dude. Like,
Yeah.
this is weird. Why don't you just punch me a little bit?
That's my approach in D&D. Where like we will get to a point where I'm like, we're all just gonna fight. Can we just fight already? Like skip the 15-minute conversation.
No, I want to look like an alien.
That's one of the fun things about, like, D&D, like, stealth or surreptitious infiltration missions, because there is always a point where it goes tits up and you have to start punching. And it's basically like, when do you decide you've hit the point of no return when you have to start throwing hands?
Yeah.
I will say, in our game with Cyan, we had an infiltration stealth mission that went off without a single problem.
It is true.
That's
We
insane.
even got to keep a little pet out of it.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got a dog, and we named it after one of our players.
In contrast,
Yay.
on Rolling with Difficulty, when we did a stealth mission, we kind of just did the little short for a stormtrooper situation and got our asses handed to us immediately.
Well, the thing is, there is always a certain amount of, like, if in the infiltration or, you know, the stealth mission, there is somebody who you eventually have to fight, then, like, or, like, some villain that you eventually have to defeat, or, like, an evil boss you need to overthrow. Like, you can't exactly, like, trick and stealth your way into convincing the bad guy to just go away. At some
with
point, you
that
have to start
attitude.
punching.
Someone has
Someone
to
in
play a
chat.
bard.
Someone in chat's like, let the villains have their monologue. And I'm like, yes, they can have their monologue, but I'm going to walk towards them so I'm right on them and don't need to run into combat, says the fighter main.
Yeah.
As a dirty bard man, I do like to let the villains monologue because I think it's very fun to have people do little speeches. But also, that's might be why I enjoy J.K. Simmons so much in Baldur's Gate 3 as opposed to any of the other guys. Not as many monologues at me yet.
My issue with JK in Baldur's Gate 3 was, like, I get that he was going for, this guy has lived way too long, seen all the shit, he's tired, he doesn't care about anything. But there were times where I was like, I wanted just a little bit more emotion and energy behind
Yeah.
that line's delivery. Like, he
I
started
wondered
at a
if he
2
was-
and only went up to a 3.
it also feels like he has a little less like dialogue than a lot of the other characters who are maybe played by less famous actors, and I do wonder if maybe
I don't know. They got
it is a
pretty
little bit more
famous
expensive
folks.
to have J.K. Simmons.
I
They got some pretty famous folks, but even so,
To-
like voice acting rates versus
Yeah.
to my
I can't imagine J.K.
recollection,
Simmons' writer is cheap.
there is like I remember some stuff about this in the context of weirdly enough Assassin's Creed, where they tried to get Kristen Bell back to do some lines for Lucy Stillman for Assassin's Creed Revelation, but they couldn't get her at all because it would have been way too expensive even to have her do like 20 voice lines, because with I think with like union actors there's a certain like a lower price bound to do any work, and then there's like a thing on top of it. So like getting J.K. Simmons and then not having him do a lot of lines may not really have been a financially motivated thing, because getting an actor that famous and expensive at all is like you're already paying the premium for them. So like at that point, like keep him in the booth for a couple days. I don't know that for a fact, but from what I have seen elsewhere, I'm not sure it was just a cost alone thing.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm sure that there were other considerations as well. I just like that was sort of the vibe I got watching it. Like, it's sticking out as weird to me that he has so few lines compared to pretty much every other NPC that I've seen in this act. Like, and you know, who knows why that was? I'm not a game dev.
It tracked for me. I mean, like, I don't want to do too many Baldur's Gate spoilers, but like it tracked for me in terms of like he's kind of like the introductory villain.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to not have as much, like you're still basically like figuring out what the hell is going on when you meet him, so you don't have as much to talk about.
That makes sense. I mean, like, there wasn't a lot of times where you're just talking to him either. Pretty much any time you
Yeah.
encounter him, it's like very, very scripted, as opposed to a lot of other characters, which are just sort of milling about, and you can walk up and have the same conversation with a couple times if you really want to. But yeah, I don't know. I think he could have brought something more to the role. It still felt like getting hit by a truck when he started talking, because I did not know he was in that game even a little bit. So I was like, wait, hold up. We'll walk it back
I'm
for a sec.
ashamed to say I did not notice it at all.
I heard his voice and I'm like, this sounds so familiar. It can't be, right? It's impossible. And I was like, oh no, I clocked it instantly. This is the second time this year that I have been surprised J.K. Simmons did something, and I can't, it keeps happening, and I don't know why. It's not the game I thought it would happen in.
What was the other surprise, J.K. Simmons?
The terrible Apple TV series Defending Jacob. He shows up at the end of like the 4th episode. Me and my boyfriend were watching it because when I was in college, I had to run auditions for a student film, and one of the girls who auditioned had been in something where she was close enough to Chris Evans to smell him, and we thought it might have been Defending Jacob, so we were watching to see if we could spot her. But J.K. Simmons shows up in the middle of that show, and we were like, well, this has been terrible for the last 4 episodes, but now that J.K. Simmons has shown up, I guess we got to keep watching to see if maybe he brings something to this. And the answer is that he's in it for a very, very long time, and it's still a bad show. Don't watch it. But yeah, I got 2 surprise J.K. Simmons. It's weird that it happened twice, you know?
I really liked Miles just rescuing Martin Lee to make him go find Spider-Man.
Yeah,
That's character
it's
growth.
character growth. It's really good.
Yeah.
I am also remembering that someone on my stream pointed out that Kraven kind of looks like Bradley Cooper, and I just saw it again. I was like, oh, god damn it. Can't
Maybe.
unsee it, even when you forget about it.
Commenters tell me that I resemble famous Oscar-nominated movie star Bradley Cooper. I like to think that Kraven is Kraven, but I will take compliment. That's as far as I can go with that bit. Wee. Oops. Oh no. I got very
Yeah,
close.
that's probably the good ending.
Spider-Man just face plants and dies.
Yeah. It's alright. No, the symbiote suit will just fix all your broken bones immediately.
I'm busy.
Oh my god. Dr. Connors is like, hey, that thing's a problem. Pete's like, shut up. Can't you see I am doing shit right now?
Bro, I am
Pete is
too
literally
busy
like-
to get unpossessed.
Nerd! Like Dr. Connors is like, no, this is a serious issue. Nerd!
But I really like how this is getting framed as basically just Pete, like, doom spiraling. Like,
Yeah.
he knows he's not in a good place, but he's lashing out in every direction because he's not in a good place. Like it can be very difficult to justify a fundamentally good person becoming a huge asshole and a jerk, or you know, in more basic fiction terms, a hero becoming a villain. Especially, you know, temporarily in such a way that they can come back from it later. Which is why a lot of the Black Suit arcs kind of have to play up like the suit is evil or corrupting influence or it's just puppeting Peter around. It's not really Pete's fault or, you know, something like that. And when we were doing the Black Suit Detailed Diatribe, we were talking about, like, it's hard to do that in a way that feels compelling while still making it feel like Pete is kind of responsible for his actions. And I like that this game is actually letting us inside Pete's head and just be like, look, he's tired, he's stressed, nobody's supporting him, it's really unpleasant.
I really like how much time we get to spend in Peter's head here. Yeah, that's a really great insight. I was just looking at the suit being like, I'm gonna just murder this man right here. And Lee is like, I'm talking.
I also like that he looks kind of angelic and glowy just because his outfit is dark, so when he goes negative, it's all white.
I do like that they gave Martin Lee a redemption arc here, because they didn't really in the comics. Even though the characterization is largely the same back then, and like including like his grand scheme. But like in the comics, it was kind of just like he gets locked up and he's like vaguely, what's the word? Yeah. Apologetic for like all the crimes he committed, but then like turns back into Mr. Negative. He's like, no, JK. I totally meant to do it. I don't care. Whereas this, he actually feels some remorse about what he did.
Yeah. I really like how the theme of this game is abundantly second chances, giving, receiving. You know, Martin Lee gets a second chance and is better because Miles is able to dig deep and give him a second chance. Sandman did have a second chance, but then he got into a real bad situation with Kraven, and then, or was it with Kraven or was someone else? When you do all like the sand crystal bonus thing, you find out his backstory. Harry has a second chance on life. Pete gets a second chance because of the symbiote. It's very, very core to the theming. There are so many reformed villains, and other stuff, like, you know, with Mysterio and things like that, and other characters who are in new scenarios at this point in their character arcs in their lives. It's very well done.
Mysterio too.
Yeah.
I like this. The symbiote just specified "kill Kraven."
Yeah.
And the subtitles were like, "It's symbiote talking."
And that's the first time that we've heard the voice of the voice actor for Venom. That's just like fully the Venom voice right there.
Good.
Yeah.
And I like that Martin Lee was like, you should be proud of him, he reminds me of you, because that means that Lee was one of the only people in the game who's not piling more shit on Peter right now.
Yeah.
Aww,
He wasn't like, he reminds me of you before you change. Just like, he reminds me of you. Go save the day, man. And Pete's like, fine, I will, but I'm going to be grumpy about it.
You're going back in the box.
To be fair, Martin Lee's been locked up in various forms, so he hasn't seen the new Spider-Man.
Yeah, but it's still nice that they didn't just pile on more shit.
I like that not only do we not get the opportunity for stealth, the symbiote automatically surges for us.
Yay.
The surged symbiote is so good.
Symbiote's just like, we should murder people now. Doesn't that sound fun and enriching?
You suddenly, like, it takes 2 hits to kill everyone, whereas before, like, you know, you're constantly just trying to
Whittle
get
everybody
around
down.
people's defenses, and now it's like, no, you just mash square, and you will do all sorts of damage.
And this is cool because the framing for this is that we are doing this to rescue our buddy Miles, which is a fundamentally heroic thing to want to do. So it's kind of cathartic for us to see Pete just going full manhunter on everybody. Yeah. But it's also a little bit unnerving because he's so murder happy. I'm gonna mute my mic until that siren goes away just a sec.
We need the sirens to save everyone from Peter.
And even these brutes go down quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god, he looks so disgusting. Oh, and he just screams, where? Yeah. That's good.
Are they? Rachel!
Smash.
These hunters are not getting paid enough to deal with this shit.
Some of the hunters are like, I can read sponsors too. Why don't I get more money?
Maybe I should make my own podcast.
That's how you spawn me into the game.
Hey, and welcome back to the Hunter Cast, where we're talking about our favorite moments participating in Kraven's hunts around the globe. First, we're going to talk about a very exciting trip that we took to the west coast of Africa. We were out doing an interesting little 4-month tracking of some prey. Kraven went a little bit nuts there. I mean, yeah, that boss does what boss does, but we had a really interesting time. We were able to learn a lot about the environment out there, and Kraven is like, what are you doing? Work on my show, not yours. It's like, yeah, sorry.
I don't think Kraven should walk into 6-inch deep puddles wearing big fur boots. Those boots are not going to be pleasant.
They probably have a waterproof lining on the inside.
I like how everyone else is like, Peter, please stop getting worse on purpose, and Kraven is like, I think you should get worse on purpose.
Do it. You won't.
Let me give you more motivation to get bad. What if I did something bad to little friend?
And Yuri just screaming here is so good.
Oh, it's not on the subtitles, so I didn't know that was happening, but that does make sense.
Yeah, it's he's going for it in this performance here.
This man's entire career is built on distraught yelling.
So Kraven is ready to die right here.
Kraven, no.
Yeah. Well, he wants a hunter's death, not a die in your bed from cancer death.
Like, I get it, but
Oh,
also...
he just baned you.
Yeah.
Oh, no!
So Peter's spine is like maybe broken, but the symbiote's like, nah, we can put that back.
Pete's spine is crepitating.
Oh, no!
We're bringing it back! This is the bit now! Don't watch Rebel Moon, that might mean they make more of them.
I mean, there's gonna be another one that's already done.
I know, but don't watch... I mean, I'm gonna watch the sequel, but you guys shouldn't, because then they might be like, we should make more. Maybe people like it.
I gotta get some more water. And I will be right back.
What is... Are you like... Why does he keep teleporting you around the battlefield in weird crossfades?
He's got like flashbangs or something.
Oh.
Trying to get the timing on the parries down. It's not
Lord
one you'd
Rushman.
expect to parry, but it's a very generous window, so it's pretty weird. You can get it anyway, but I'm like, I shouldn't be getting these parries yet.
I like that the subtitles specify that he chuckles menacingly. And I like that when he disses Peter for being susceptible to emotion, he's like, so am I. It's like, oh, it takes one to know one, I guess.
I like that you do more damage after a successful parry.
And I like that that big meteor move is basically just a giant tidal wave of sludge with Peter somewhere in it.
Yeah. He becomes a ball. He's friend-shaped.
If symbiote evil, why so many limbs for hug?
Bell percent acquired once again. Although we didn't hit the bell, Kraven did.
I don't think they give Pete a single fight where he doesn't get incapacitated by sound at least once.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rude. I like that they make Kraven whacking the bell a mechanic in the fight, though. That's fun.
my body for the maggot and the field mice. Shut up!
Just smashing the square button over here, don't mind me.
Kraven is far too into you murdering him.
It's like the Shane Top smosh bit, like, oh no, if only some strong Spider-Man would come to kick my ass. Oh no, how terrible.
You did this
Oh,
last
that'd be
stream
so
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
Today on Kravencast, we have tier list of superheroes who I would be willing to die in combat with. S tier, Batman. It would be an honor. No further comments. A tier, Superman. Not a fair fight. I feel like Kryptonite would make the whole thing kind of unsportsmanlike. But it would still be pretty glorious. Especially because Superman does not kill, so I'd be his first, which is cool.
So many years, I've waited for a predator capable of defeating me. Enough!
Cleo's up on her cat tree, fully snoring.
Yay! She's full of bees.
Yeah, the game really shouldn't let me just spam the
shoving
parry
her-
button and still get it. I feel like it's gotta have like the animation no canceling, where if I miss it for that whole attack.
C tier, Wolverine. Healing factor is unsportsmanlike. When you kill, you should be staying dead.
I like how you just Sparta kick them after you do the parry.
I can't believe Spider-Man's kicking dogs. What a bastard. Truly a menace.
I mean, on the last
My
stream I
Twitch chat.
said, let me shoot the dog.
Oh no!
I intoned it clearly. I wanted it to be heard.
Take that shit out of context.
Yeah, my Twitch chat has commented that I always hate dogs in video games. I'm like, I swear I don't hate animals.
You have a cat.
Oh, Peter's getting ready to destroy.
B tier, the Hulk. I don't think he would care very much if he killed me. I want it to be memorable.
F tier Deadpool is into it too much even for me.
Getting killed by Deadpool would be embarrassing.
There's a comic where Kraven hires Deadpool to distract Spider-Man for like 30 minutes while he abducts, I think, Spider-Woman.
Huh.
And it's hilarious because Deadpool, it eventually culminates in the two of them having a Yo Mama off.
That's very fun. I'm
Yes.
sorry. What?
Was it when
Kraven's
Kraven
last
said
word
harder?
Harder? Oh, he's not dead, thank God.
Harder, Daddy. He said harder to the
Literally,
man choking him with tentacles.
Kraven, my man, you have to at least pretend that you're not into it.
I didn't think it would be like this, but now that it is like this, not too bad.
Kraven, this bit will not awaken something in Kraven.
It is a shame I will be
Well,
dying so soon.
I will say.
Good news, I won't
we
have to
are
think about this for too
Just
long.
under. We have up to 15 more minutes, so.
Yep, this is the last sequence that we're going to be doing.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get the goop off him?
Oh, yep.
We're
getting
gonna
Yay.
degoop, but just want
Bell
to say,
percentage time.
woo! We are at about 4,600. So just thank you to everyone who's donated. This will stay up. The
Probably
fundraiser
do
will
this on
stay
the
up.
third stream as well. Because
Because-
we'll be back on Monday.
We'll be back on Monday.
I still
Happy
can't fucking
MLK
get over
weekend to
Kraven
all
telling
of
you to just choke him harder.
No, why
In
would
a
there be
re-
anything untoward about that? He requests a glorious death. He didn't
In
want
my
Spider-Man
good
to
Christian
hold back.
Spider-Man game.
Nothing about this Spider-Man game is good or Christian.
Oh, they're church bells though, and they're good and stuff.
Fun
Not
fact,
Christian,
Spider-Man has
though.
had more girlfriends than any other Marvel superhero.
Wow.
That can't possibly be true.
Yeah, because he's so he can't keep a girlfriend, so he just constantly goes through them.
I guess because a lot of them like die or get cloned. Like Gwen Stacy and Clone Gun Stacy are two different people.
Well, you've got Gwen Stacy, you've got MJ, you've got all the random superheroes that he has dated for like a minute. There was Carly Cooper. There was the woman who works at the glow, or not the globe, the bugle. Blanking on her name off the top of my head.
Sorry, I can't get over how nuanced the line "I'm the hero, I don't get saved" is.
Yeah, this whole sequence
Like-
has such good dialogue. All these fights and like the back half of the game have fantastic discussions going on in between the fighting, and we're talking over it. It would be kind of hard to hear anyway. So like, do play this game and watch these scenes for yourself, because there's a lot of really good writing in here.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the fact that they actually made Spider-Man like a boss fight.
Yeah.
That
I
you
also
have to
like
fight as
that-
Spider-Man.
Yeah, I also like that the subtitles are changing. Like, some of the lines it says Peter said it, some of the lines it says Spider-Man said it. And of course a couple during the other fight was the symbiote saying it.
Yeah. It is interesting that he's using some moves that we haven't seen before.
I like that this is the ring is mine boss fight.
Yeah.
Very good vibe.
Hashtag Yeet Isildur.
I can't let this go. I'm
Yeet.
finally everything everyone needs me to be.
Yeah, you don't even answer my calls anymore.
Thinks
The
symbiote
cat.
is not the being
You don't
tased.
even answer my calls, and this cat is very upset.
I do really like how they characterize it, that even like before Peter gets the suit, when
You could have
yeah,
killed him.
I did too. When Harry shows up, Peter starts to put Miles on the back burner, and it gets worse and worse and worse. And it's like, look at it from Miles' perspective for like 20 seconds, not even. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a little distracted.
Aw. He's getting through to him.
Aww.
You're better than this. I know. There's so much layers to that shit. And I like that the boss bar won't let you forget that you're fighting Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the first, I wonder if he's just speedrunning the stages of grief, because that first one he was very angry, and now he's sort of like going back through all of the sad reasons why he needs the power and why he's scared he can't protect people.
Oh, he parried me? Oh.
Peter, no! This is the Ganondorf perfect dodge thing all over again.
Yeah.
I also like how, because the symbiote has just absolutely covered the battlefield, it's, A, very on vibe, and B, kind of visually represents how much shit Peter's been dealing with on the inside,
Yeah.
and how overwhelming this is.
This time, you have to save yourself.
Angry groan. Hey, cheating. Spider-Man just webs up the thing, like, how dare you?
I'm not losing you, Pete.
Bro, stop, it's not cool.
Yes, thank you, game. I can dodge, or I can throw objects with R1, L1, but there are no objects to throw.
I really thought that when they were like, Martin Lee, you need to go find Peter, they were going to use his make people have battle in the center of the mind powers to make us have a battle in the center of the mind to save Peter. And then he
Oh,
was
don't
just
worry,
like,
that's coming later.
oh,
Yeah.
fun.
Not to get spoilery on Maine, but I promise you we'll be battling in the center of.
Well,
So many
I'm
battles in
looking
the center
forward
of
to
the
it.
line. And they did that last game too.
Yeah.
Pete,
Off of him. Get that goop off of him.
focus on me.
Give Yuri Lowenthal's voice a break.
Man's chugging throat coat in between takes.
Yeah. It's like, oh, don't worry, Yuri. Just like 3 more hours of agonized screaming. Yeah, no worries, man. I got it.
I've seen interviews with the voice actors for Dragon Ball Z. And they're like, anytime there's a new dub, I get really, really excited because, you know, it's paying work that I get to do. And then I'm just like, oh no, I need to scream for 3 days.
Yeah. The benefits of Kai is that there's less screaming. Because there's less stuff happening. Oh, there we
Yeah,
go.
but it's still-
Peel it off. Freshly peeled.
Yeet.
It's nice that the real suit was underneath the whole time somehow. Get off his back.
It was
Ew.
in you all along.
Somehow.
That is way too small for you to swipe that in one swipe.
Yep. You definitely got some on the outside you gotta wipe off.
Got some schmutz.
Unrealistic that Peter would still have his red and blue Spider-Man suit on, but it's better than the amazing underwear man swinging away into the night.
Yeah, and also peeling away the black suit to reveal the red and blue underneath is so much more symbolically meaningful than
Yeah.
peeling off the black suit and then being awkwardly nude.
I mean, that was an outfit you could unlock in the first game.
Yeah. For way too much effort.
Paper bag
Yeah.
on head, man. Can the Spider-Mans hug it out, please?
Miles did.
I would have loved it if the cat in the backpack handed the tube to Peter.
I have to talk to Dr. Connors. He said he knows how to destroy it. Wait, what about Harry? Doesn't he kind of need it? His dad is working on another cure. One that doesn't involve aliens.
Welcome back to the J. Jonah Jameson podcast. Witnesses reported Spider-Man swinging butt-ass naked through the city today.
I am
Public
almost
Menace
certain.
has added a new crime to his list of crimes.
Witnesses describe the
almost
Spider
certain
Menace
that is-
as caked to shit. Come on. Are we back?
Someone
Okay, we're
already
back.
put in potatoes.
Oh yeah, we should be good.
We're back,
You guys
we're
hear
back,
us?
we're back.
Okay, we're back. Yams in
Yeah.
chat. Yams in chat if you can hear us.
Yams in chat.
Guys, they're on a
Yams in
delay.
chat.
They're on a
It is very
delay.
funny to me though that when it paused,
Not bananas, yams.
the circle. Okay, I got yams. Oh no, that was you.
There's
Yeah,
plenty
that
of
was
yams. We're okay.
Now they're the yams.
In the last one before it froze, the stream buffering logo perfectly traced a circle around Peter's ass because he was central in frame. Truly
Let's
very
go.
appropriate.
Even
The
the
best
stream
possible way
knows.
this stream could have gone out.
There's a tank there that will subdue it. I have to prep a few things first.
Okay.
I'll let you
All
know
right.
how
We will continue the
On
story on Monday.
Thank
I'm
you for
so
joining
excited.
Kraven Cast.
Oh, Monday's gonna be start fast and furious.
Thank you for enjoying final installment of Kraven Cast. Kraven's glorious death has been postponed for another day. We will be back with new battle with Spider. Probably.
Monday.
Kraven is a little shaky on details.
Spider-Wimp refused to choke me to death. His loss,
I told
also
him
kind
about
of
your
mine,
daddy.
because it was nice, but unfortunately...
Spider-Wimp insisted I figure out safe word or some weak shit like that. This bit
boy.
is taking over our minds.
The budding photographer needs help?
Alright, well I hope Pete and his little backpack symbiote have a lovely weekend, and so should you.
Yeah. Thank you everybody who donated today. Thank you also to everybody who was just along for this this ride of a stream we had. We'll be back same time on Monday for MLK Day, the holiday. We'll be streaming until we finish the game, however long that might take. Okay, hold on, more dialogue. We'll deal with that later. Real quick, anyone got anything to end with? Cyan, anything to...
How was
Final
this
notes?
stream somehow calmer than the last stream?
We're all sleepy.
We're all sleepy because
Yeah.
the last stream, in the last hour, we discovered the Kraven cast.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
That really amped up the energy.
Yeah. All right, Indigo. Anything to end on for us?
Be sure to check out Rolling with Difficulty. Episode 2 of Season 5 is available now. And other on Monday. And I feel like it's a good time. I'm glad that the biggest bit to come out of the stream is also podcast related.
Good.
No, normally
All right.
I watch through the Rolling with Difficulty audience in the Discord reacting to it with timestamps, but we've been so busy I haven't seen any.
Yeah.
Just scroll back to
Jack,
like
do you have
300
anything to add?
I'm trying to think of a funny villain for Kraven to be dismissive of again, and it's just
I
Beat
said
Green
Jack,
Goblin.
but you're red, and that's okay.
Fuck! I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jack, for joining us. I should say, really appreciate you coming
thank
on
you for having me.
to talk
It-
Spider-Man
it was-
nonsense. This was a blast.
It was wonderful to be here. Thank you for having me. I hope I didn't sideline us with too many dumb Spider-Man facts.
No,
It was
this
amazing.
good.
Not at all.
All right, Red, anything to end on for us?
Kraven cast ranks Green Goblin at B tier. Getting killed by him would be embarrassing, but he does have panache.
All right, I think that
No
will do
further
it for
questions
us.
for Kraven.
No further questions, and that is it for us on the podcast. Thank you so much. We will see y'all on Monday.
Bye.